Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area, and to pay respect to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you, as I read the prayer, to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech thee to vouchsafe thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of thy servants to the advancement of thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
Pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic red.
So we'll now move to questions without notice. Yes, that's where we are. And I call Senator Cash.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Sheena Gutnick, the daughter of Reuven Morrison, who was murdered in the Bondi terrorist attack, wrote publicly, "Australia did not fail quietly. It failed loudly, repeatedly, and with full knowledge. Its government watched hatred grow and chose to do nothing. They minimised it, they excused it, they dismissed Jewish warnings as noise." Minister, those are not my words. They are the words of a victim's family member. Will the Prime Minister now say sorry and apologise to Jewish Australians for his government's failure to act decisively against anti-Semitism, despite repeated warnings as anti-Semitic incidents surged after the 7th of October 2023?
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
Thank you. First, again, as the Prime Minister and others, including myself, have done, extend our personal condolences to Ms Gutnick and to all those who have lost a loved one in this horrific attack. It is an attack that was targeted, evil, anti-Semitic, ISIS-inspired, and it was an attack on Jewish Australians. And all of us grieve for every person and every family and every community that has been made to suffer because of hate-filled and senseless violence. The Prime Minister has made very clear the sense of responsibility and the weight of responsibility that he feels for an atrocity that happened, as he said, while he is Prime Minister, and he has said publicly he is sorry for the grief and pain that the Jewish community and the entire nation has experienced, as have I. And our responsibility now is to do all we can to ensure this does not happen again. That is the solemn responsibility that this government and this Parliament has. And that is what we are seeking to do, to listen to the Jewish community, the entire nation.
Senator Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Cash.
It is a point of order on relevance. It was direct in terms of will the Prime Minister actually, for the first time since October the 7th, 2023, apologise to Jewish Australians for your government's disgraceful
Senator
failings?
Cash, calling a point of order is not an opportunity to make a statement. The Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
I addressed your question directly, Senator Cash, and I did so because I think it is important. But I also believe, and I think Australians believe, that it is important for us to not just speak about, but to act to ensure this does not happen again. And that is why this government prioritised the drafting.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, first supplementary.
Sabina Kleitman, daughter of Alex Kleitman, said this: "Our government could not protect the 15 innocent souls who were taken from us and those that were injured. It's their duty to all Australians to provide safety and security for all." And Jenny Reuter, whose uncle was murdered, said this: "We were hunted like animals by extremists." Can the Prime Minister say the one word the Jewish community have been wanting to hear? Sorry for failing to keep you safe.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
The Prime Minister has responded to that publicly, and the Prime Minister has also done what a leader of integrity does, which is he has engaged, he has listened, he has heard and experienced with respect the pain, the grief and the anger, and he has determined to act to ensure that we do all we can to prevent any such attack occurring again, and that we confront anti-Semitism in all its forms. Anti-Semitism, you would have heard me say in this place many times, Senator, it is an attack on Jewish Australians, but it is an attack on Australia. It is on who we are.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cash, second supplementary.
I've listened carefully to both answers, and despite your words, Senator Wong, you have yet again failed to say sorry to the Jewish community on behalf of the Prime Minister. So I ask again, it is a simple word. Will the Prime Minister say sorry? Sorry for your government's actions that it failed to address the anti-Semitic crisis in Australia, despite repeated warnings from the Jewish community since October the 7th, 2023.
Thank you, Senator Cash. Minister Wong.
I have done so twice. I have responded twice directly to that, Senator. This is a moment where we have a choice as a country about uniting in our response to anti-Semitism, uniting in our response to hatred, uniting the country against prejudice, hatred, anti-Semitism, and uniting the country around this legislation, which is intended to contribute to keeping people safer. I think it is a matter of some regret that a moment that could have been a moment of national unity has not been so.
Is it October the 9th,
because
Senator Cash.
has not been so because some in this place. I'll take the interjection. Yes, I did, and I responded.
Thank you, Minister.
And
the
I
time
responded.
for responding has expired. Order across the chamber. Senator Sheldon.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australians are rightly appalled at the horrific shootings that took place at Bondi on December the 14th. An anti-Semitic, ISIS-inspired terrorist attack on Australian Jews. Our thoughts remain with all those affected, particularly members of our Australian Jewish community. It is essential that Australians come together during this difficult time. How is the Albanese Labor government responding to these horrific events?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Wong.
Thank you to Senator Sheldon for that question. And what we know is this. The Bondi terrorist attack of December 14 was a horrific act. It was an horrific act of anti-Semitic violence. It was an horrific act inspired by ISIS. And ISIS is a radical extremist ideology, a perversion of Islam that has no place in our country. It was an attack on Australian Jews, and it was an attack on the Australia we know and the Australia we cherish. And our thoughts remain with those, the loved ones of those who were killed and those still recovering from injury. We pay tribute to the emergency services who responded without hesitation, and to the everyday Australians who showed such immense courage in the face of terror. We pay tribute to Ahmed Al-Ahmad, to Sophia and Boris Gurman, to Rabbi Label, Lazarov and Geffen Bitten. And I'm pleased that the government was able to facilitate Mr Bitten's return to Israel for medical treatment. In response to this attack, the Albanese government has sought to unify the country, to unite the country, whilst taking strong action to crack down on hate, on radicalisation and on anti-Semitism. We've established the Royal Commission into Anti-Semitism and Social Cohesion, supported by Dennis Richardson's independent review into the federal law enforcement and intelligence agencies. It will investigate anti-Semitism in Australia. It will make recommendations to assist federal agencies to tackle anti-Semitism, and it will examine the circumstances of the terror attack. And it will make other recommendations to strengthen social cohesion and counter the spread of ideologically and religiously motivated extremism in this country. We want to strengthen social cohesion and bring people together.
Has expired. Senator Sheldon, first supplementary.
Australians expect their leaders to work together to eliminate anti-Semitism and strengthen our social cohesion.
Order.
What other actions has the Albanese Labor government taken since the attack to tackle anti-Semitism and keep Australians safe?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Wong.
Well, this government has acted to confront anti-Semitism. This government has acted to crack down on extremism and hatred. And this government has acted always in the spirit of national unity. We have introduced new powers for the Minister for Home Affairs to reject visas or cancel visas for those who spread hate and division. The Safety Commissioner, the Special Envoy and the Minister for Communications are working to address anti-Semitism online, and we are building on the Envoy's plan to combat anti-Semitism, an aspect of which included racial vilification, something that I note that those opposite have walked away from, despite calling for, despite the
Minister Wong, please. Across the chamber, all senators will come to order. Senator Watt. Senator Watt. Every senator will have an opportunity to make a contribution if you wish. Not now during question time. Minister, please continue.
We've invested in immediate mental health support for those who are dealing with the trauma of Bondi, and we will keep working to bring Australians together, because hatred and extremism can never divide us in this country.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Sheldon, second supplementary.
Why is it important for the Albanese Labor government to respond to these events both by taking action to enact gun reform and strengthen hate laws and migration controls?
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. As the Prime Minister said when he announced the intention to recall Parliament and to legislate in the way that we have described, he said that those who had committed these horrendous acts at Bondi had hatred in their minds and lethal weapons in their hands. And this Parliament, this government, needs to address both. So we are seeking to get dangerous guns off our streets with the largest national buyback since 1996. Gun reforms limiting the number of firearms to be held by any one individual, because someone in suburban Sydney probably doesn't need 6 guns. 6 guns.
Order.
They limit open-ended licensing and allow additional use of criminal intelligence to underpin firearms licensing. And our reforms ensure that only Australian citizens can own guns. So these are important reforms that continue the work of John Howard, Tim Fischer and Kim.
For responding has expired. Order. Order. Order across the chamber. Senator McKenzie. Order. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Macquarie University academic Dr Randa Abdel Fattah has led children in calls for intifada, and she has rejects the idea that Zionists have the right to be culturally safe. The Premier of our home state of South Australia, Peter Malinauskas, has said that he, and I quote, is of the view that the statements and actions attributed to Dr Abdel Fattah go beyond reasonable public debate, being anti-Semitic and hateful, at worst and deeply offensive and insulting at best. Do you agree with Premier Malinowskis that Dr Abdel Fattah's statements and actions are anti-Semitic and hateful?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Well, I think we should all, I oppose, and all of us should oppose calls for intifada. And I believe Jewish Australians, all Australians, are entitled to cultural safety. And my views on these issues are long-standing and consistent over many years in public life and over the last few years as Foreign Minister. I have consistently made those views clear. In relation to this issue, I've been asked about this on a number of occasions. I've made the point that, as I understand it, the person in question is taking legal action against the Premier, and I don't propose to comment any further, but my views on the issues are clear.
Order! 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 Senator Ruston, second supplementary. I beg your pardon, first supplementary.
Thank you. Given, Minister, that you apparently agree that Dr Abdel Fattah's comments and actions are anti-Semitic, given the answer you gave to my primary question, will you condemn the collective boycott of the Adelaide Writers' Week by supporters of Dr Abdel Fattah? And could you actually confirm that you do agree that her comments were anti-Semitic?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
Senator, first, I have been much more focused on the legislation and the package of gun law reform, hate speech, and the racial vilification legislation, which we cannot proceed with, than some of the issues that you describe. Mr Burke, I think, has responded more broadly. I have made clear my views on the use of those statements, and my views on the use of those statements is consistent. I have made these comments before.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Thank you, President. To be clear on a point of direct relevance, I think I was very clear and very short in my question about asking whether the Minister could confirm whether she condemns the comments that were made by Dr Abdel Fattah and whether she was prepared to condemn the collective boycott of Adelaide Writers' Week
Senator Ruston.
by those that are boycotting
The Minister is being clear and direct in her answers to your question. Minister Wong.
I have been asked about this publicly, is that I am a strong supporter, as is, I think, every South Australian, of the Adelaide Festival and our reputation as the festival state, and I'm sure that will continue, and I'm sure it will continue to be internationally renowned.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator Ruston, second supplementary.
Well, thank you, President. Well, to be perfectly clear then, Minister, could you please answer me as to whether you then support the comments that were made yesterday by Minister Burke, who you've referred to, when he said that dealing with anti-Semitism is a matter for the festival alone? Do you believe that the matters in relation to anti-Semitism are a matter for the Adelaide Festival, or do you believe, like your Prime Minister said, there is no place for anti-Semitism in this country?
Thank you, Senator Ruston. Minister Wong.
I have been on the record, certainly in my time as Foreign Minister to date, but also all my life, about prejudice being an issue we all have responsibility to confront. Anti-Semitism is a hatred that we all have a respontability to confront. That has been my consistent position, Senator, and it always will be.
Minister Wong, please
Thank you.
resume your seat. Senator Ruston.
Very much. In relation to direct relevance to the question that I was asking, the Prime Minister has made one comment and Minister Burke has made another. I'm just seeking to understand which of those you agree with.
Senator Ruston, points of order are not an opportunity to make statements. I will address your point of order interjection and say once again that the Minister is being relevant. Minister Wong, did you wish to continue?
I would make this point. I was asked previously about references in a different context to Intifada, and I'll refer you to those comments, Senator, because what I did say was I agreed with Ms Segal.
Senator Ruston, you've asked your question.
What I said was I agreed with Gillian Segal, the anti-Semitism envoy in her views about the way in which those phrases have been used to whip up hatred.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Waters.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. In the first 3 weeks of 2026, we've seen cyclones and flooding in North Queensland, floods in Sydney, fires and heatwave conditions in South Australia, and in Victoria, the worst bushfires since the 2019-20 Black Summer, and catastrophic flash flooding on the Great Ocean Road. This extreme weather is undeniably worsened by climate change, which is driven by burning coal and gas. How can you possibly have approved the expansion of a thermal coal mine in Queensland last Friday and now be considering further drilling for oil and gas off the Great Ocean Road?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
I'm happy to try and respond as best as I can, Senator, but I'm sure that the Minister, Minister Watt, could probably give you a more detailed answer than I can about EPBC approvals, which I think was part of your question. I mean, the government has made our position on climate clear. We want to continue to transition our economy. We believe that is economically responsible as well as responsible from an intergenerational and environmental perspective. We also know it is not easy. We also know we have historically had a very fossil fuel dependent economy, a very resource-rich economy, and if we are going to transition responsibly, we need to make sure we build those industries, including export industries, those skills and capacities which will be needed in a world that pays a premium for lower carbon goods and services. In relation to energy, you would know, because you have observed this over years, that the energy transition is a really important part of transforming our economy. And we have traditionally had, obviously, a very fossil fuel dependent energy system, with all that means, because we had access to lower price resources. Shifting that is not easy, and the government has worked on that with great intent since we came to government, and with the legacy, as you know, of what 22 failed energy plans and climate denial over the previous government's term has meant. It meant that there was disinvestment. There was disinvestment, that is, people gave notice that they were closing coal-fired power stations and no one wanted to invest further. So that transition is something we have worked on since we came to government. There is a lot more to do, and the government will keep doing that work for the benefit not only of household budgets but future generations.
Senator Waters, first supplementary.
You don't transition off coal and gas by opening more of it. And it's the people in affected communities who are now looking at millions of dollars in clean-up costs. What is your government doing to make the coal and gas companies driving this damage pay for the consequences, rather than the innocent people being devastated by repeat climate catastrophes?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Well, Senator, I'd make 2 points. First is all projects must meet environmental requirements to be approved, including mining and resource projects. And second, that we have approved, and I'm grateful to Senator Watt for assisting me with this, some 130 new renewable energy projects since being elected in 2022, and that includes solar farms, wind farms, batteries and
Minister,
more.
please resume your seat. Senator Waters.
Yes, President, point of order on relevance. When will the polluters pay rather than people pay for the climate consequences?
Yes, that was part of your question, as was an issue around transition. I believe the minister's being relevant, but I'll continue to listen carefully. Minister's indicated she's finished her response. Senator Waters, second supplementary.
So not only does this government refuse to make the climate polluters pay for the damage they cause, but the taxpayer is also subsidising that damage. Why are we paying billions every year through fuel tax credits to subsidise big coal and gas corporations to burn fossil fuels and worsen natural disasters?
Thank you, Senator Waters. Minister Wong.
Senator, really the answer to that is my first response. we do take the responsibility of being a government that works to change our economy, change our energy system very seriously. But unlike you, we recognise that that involves work, policy, economics. It's not just an angry political slogan. And we take responsibility as a government for doing that, and we will continue to do that. And you have seen that by the investment in renewables since we came to government. That will continue, and we will continue to be focused on the transition, which we know will take many, many years.
Thank you, Minister. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. The anti-Semitic terror attack at Bondi Beach on December 14 last year was the deadliest terror attack on Australian soil. What steps is the Albanese government taking to address both the motivation and the means of this attack to ensure something like this can never happen again?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator Watt.
Thanks very much, President, and thanks Senator O'Neill, who I know has had consistent advocacy on these matters, not just since the Bondi attack, but well beforehand as well. As I think all Australians know, the terrorists who carried out the anti-Semitic Bondi attack had hatred in their hearts and guns in their hands. And any response to this horrific attack that ignores either hatred or guns is an incomplete response. And that's why the Albanese Labor government is acting on both the motivation and the method for this attack by strengthening laws to confront hate and extremism and by reforming gun laws to keep Australians safe. Australia now has more than 4 million firearms in circulation. This is more than at the time of the Port Arthur massacre nearly 30 years ago. That fact alone requires us to confront a difficult truth. Our current system allowed someone who posed a deadly risk to legally access firearms. That cannot be allowed to happen again. The Albanese Labor government's reforms that we're considering this week restore the principle that firearms ownership in Australia is a conditional privilege, secondary to public safety. So what these laws will do is reduce the number of guns in the community, strengthen background checks, improve intelligence sharing, and make sure that people who do not need guns or who might pose a risk cannot obtain them. You really would think that's something that this entire parliament could support. In the wake of the tragedy at Bondi on the 14th of December, we as a parliament have a responsibility to come together and act decisively to make sure that Australians can be safe and feel safe. We can do this, just like the country did after the Port Arthur massacre in 1996, and just like John Howard did 20 years ago, the government will establish a national gun buyback scheme to purchase back arms that are not necessary and shouldn't be around.
Senator O'Neill, first supplementary.
Thank you for that fulsome response, Minister. Could you also explain what this means for Australian gun owners and the importance of sharing accurate information about the gun reforms?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Watt.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. It is important that Australians have accurate information about what the gun laws the government is proposing will actually do, rather than all sorts of furphies that are being propagated by people who don't support these laws to justify voting against those laws. Let me begin by saying that if you have a legitimate reason to own a gun, these changes are not about you. But of course that hasn't stopped those opposite peddling their misinformation about what these reforms are about. Our reforms are not a blanket ban on firearms. Our reforms will not stop Australian athletes from competing internationally or accessing the equipment they need. Our reforms will not stop those with a genuine need, such as feral pest controllers and sporting shooters, from obtaining a firearm. Our reforms will not stop Australian farmers and primary producers from being able to perform their daily tasks. People with a genuine, legitimate reason to own a firearm, like primary producers, feral pest controllers and sporting shooters, will still be able to.
Expired. Senator O'Neill, second supplementary.
Thank you so much for some of the correction of misinformation. What will these sensible gun reforms mean in practice? What effect would these reforms have had on the Bondi terrorists?
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Minister Watt.
Thanks again, Senator O'Neill. If this national reform package, including the hate crimes bill and the gun law reforms, had already been in place, the gunmen involved in the Bondi terrorist attack would not have been eligible to hold firearms at all. They would have had none. The father in this incident would have been ineligible because he was not a citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. And the son, who of course is now facing charges, who didn't have a firearms licence in any event, had he tried, any intelligence holdings with respect to him would have formed part of the licensing decisions. Now, no one is pretending that dealing with guns deals with everything behind the Bondi attack, but it deals with the method used to commit this atrocity. And we must deal with that method, despite the fact that we see some opposite pretend that these laws are about something completely different. As David Marr, the brother of former police officer Peter Marr, who was killed at Bondi, said, an anti-Semite without a gun is a hate-filled person. An anti-Semite with a gun is a killer.
Answering has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Watt. On the 7th of December 2025, I wrote to the Minister for Home Affairs seeking urgent funding for critical safety upgrades at the National Jewish Memorial Centre. The centre has had these upgrades costed at just over $100,000, noting that the government has been working on various priority measures over the Christmas and New Year period. Can the Minister update the Centre on the status of that request and whether a decision has now been made?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, President. Thanks, Senator Pocock, for the question. I will come to the specific point in a moment, but it's worth reminding the chamber that since the Bondi attack, the Prime Minister has announced several supports to support the Jewish community to the value of $102 million. And those measures are designed to enhance the safety of Australia's Jewish community, demonstrating our ongoing commitments to addressing anti-Semitism. Now, the National Jewish Memorial Centre that you've asked about has previously received funding through different pathways. I'm aware that Senator Gallagher, in her role as Senator for the ACT, as well as Finance Minister, has been working very closely with the organisation concerned about potentially accessing further funding. I recognise the letter that you've written, Senator Pocock, and as I say, Senator Gallagher's been very active on this issue as well, including meeting with the organisation, as I understand again yesterday. The development of a grant opportunity toward additional security funding is being prioritised, and organisations will be able to apply for additional funding when announced. The intention would be that the Executive Council of Australian Jewry would administer this funding when it's available. So, as I say, the government, well before the Bondi attack, had expended significant funds, rightly, to strengthen security around synagogues, Jewish schools, other Jewish institutions. We've made additional commitments in that regard since the Bondi attack, and clearly it's the case that a range of senators have been advocating, whether it be yourself, Senator Pocock, Senator Gallagher, and no doubt many others as well, and we'll continue to consider those applications.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. As you said, there's been funding before the Bondi terror attack, and my understanding is that they asked for money for this and it was denied. Given there's now $104 million on the table, can you give any indication? Surely these are the sorts of upgrades that are actually urgent. We have a community that's asking for money, there's money on the table. Why has there been no answer over the last month?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. I understand that in terms of previous requests for funding from this organisation, 2 of the 3 items that they requested funding were approved. Without in any way attributing blame here, the decisions as to how funds should be expended previously and which organisations should receive those funds was made at arm's length from government. Our role was to provide the funding and set up a process for those decisions to be made independently. There were no doubt good reasons for the decisions that were made previously about which elements of that funding were approved and which ones were not. But as I say, we understand the very genuine request that has been made by the organisation, supported by you, supported by Senator Gallagher, and we'll no doubt have more to say about that before too long.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Minister, given the heightened security risks facing Jewish institutions and the relatively modest cost of this upgrade, given there's $100 million on the table, what is the process? When will a decision be made? Who makes the decision? When will this money actually flow? People see big amounts being pledged, and then on the ground they're asking, well, where is this money given the urgency?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Watt.
Thanks, Senator Pocock. Well, obviously, there needs to be a process to determine where that funding will go. And I think we should remember that it is relatively soon after that horrific attack on the 14th of December, and the government has acted with urgency previously in providing funding under previous rounds, and we'll be certainly doing that again now that we've announced additional funding. Senator Gallagher has advised me that she provided some advice yesterday to this organisation about how they could strengthen their application and how they could consider undertaking a full assessment of the site for its risk rather than the particular part of the site that they had been particularly interested in. I understand the organisation has taken that feedback on board and intends to have that work done. So, we look forward to receiving that application, as we do from a number of other organisations, and it's certainly our commitment to provide Jewish Australians with the security that they deserve.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, I'm also advised Senator Lambie has given you her question, so I'll call you again. Senator Pocock.
Thank you. My question is to the Foreign Minister, Senator Wong. Minister Wong, as you would know better than anyone in this place, the protests in Iran have been largely suppressed by a brutal crackdown. Thousands have been killed, and a communications blackout has been in place. From the images, recordings and accounts that have made it out so far, some verified, others not, the deliberate, unrestrained and savage targeting of civilians by government forces is hard to adequately describe. Huge concerns have been expressed by members of the Iranian community here in Canberra and across the country, and more generally amongst people in the community who are concerned about what they are seeing. Please can you outline the steps that the Australian government has taken and is contemplating taking in response to this crisis?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Well, first, Australia condemns the Iranian government's violent crackdown on its own people. And we call, along with others, on Iran to protect the rights and respect the rights of its citizens. The killing of protesters, the use of force, arbitrary arrest, the blackouts on telecommunications, all of these repressive measures must stop. I have said, and I say again, Australia stands with the brave people of Iran in their struggle against oppression. Now, we have taken strong action to hold the Iranian regime to account. And that action has included sanctions on some 200 Iran-linked persons and entities, including almost 100 IRGC-linked individuals and entities. We have strengthened our sanctions framework in order to target those involved in oppression inside Iran, including against women and girls, and I again publicly salute the courage of Iranian women and girls in particular. We were at the forefront of efforts to remove Iran from the Commission for the Status of Women, and we co-sponsored a successful Human Rights Council resolution establishing an independent investigation into human rights violations. I also want to talk about the role of Iran in our society. We will not allow Iran or any nation to undermine the safety of Australians, and we will not allow Iran or any nation to sow division in the Australian community. Yeah. And you will have seen we took unprecedented diplomatic action in response to the attacks on the Australian Jewish community.
Has expired. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Given the near total shutdown of the internet and mobile phone calls in Iran, with intermittent calls only returning in recent days, please could you outline the support that the government is providing Australian Iranian communities to reach loved ones and seek information updates about what's happening in the country.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
I know what my thoughts are with the Australian-Iranian community at this time, and I know I anticipate I speak for the chamber that our thoughts are with the Australian-Iranian community. People who, Australian Iranians who have family members who are observing in Iran, who are observing or seeing or reading some of the horrific news which is coming out of Iran. That is incredibly distressing, extremely distressing for the community, and that distress is compounded by the telecommunications blackout, which means people haven't been able to contact loved ones and relatives to check up on their welfare. I'm advised that the Department for Home Affairs continues to engage with the Iranian diaspora community regarding this concerning situation, and that work will continue.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. Will Australia commit to doing more to pressure the Iranian regime, including expanding targeted human rights sanctions, speaking up publicly, providing visa assistance to families of those here in Australia, and coordinating with allies for stronger action to support the Iranian people?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. We have done those things, Senator Pocock, and we will continue to do so.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Bell.
My question goes to the Minister representing the Prime Minister. Minister, following the terrorist attacks in Bondi, the deadliest in our nation's history, the Prime Minister has failed to acknowledge that radical Islamic extremism was the driving ideology behind it. You cannot defeat what you won't define, and the Prime Minister has muddied the waters. This refusal to clearly name the threat has allowed this threat to spread unchecked, and as a result, Australians have been placed in danger. When will the Prime Minister finally concede that refusing to name radical Islamic extremism as the driver of this terrorist attack on Australians makes future attacks more likely and helps anti-Semitism continue to spread unchecked?
Thank you. Senator Watt. Senator Watt, come to order. Minister Wong.
Senator Bell, first, the Prime Minister, Mr Burke, myself, we have all identified very clearly, on the advice of the AFP and ASIO, which has also been part of the public discussion and public reports, that this is an anti-Semitic terrorist attack that was inspired by ISIS, which is an organisation that peddles hatred and is inspired by a radical perversion of Islam. We have said that. And second, I am seeking, in a time where we are grieving the worst terrorist attack in Australian history, not to engage in partisanship, but I would say this, Senator. Your party just voted against bills which made it, which enabled the government to crack down on hate groups. Your government, your party just voted against legislation which was all about tackling hate. So your party has come out against.
How are you going to vote today?
Order.
Question or your vote?
Your party.
Order on my right. Order. Minister Wong, please continue.
Your party just voted against laws which enabled tougher action being taken on visas. Both the cancellation of visas and the refusal of visas. So, Senator Bell, to come in here and say you want stronger action taken on hate, whilst your party over there votes against legislation which would enable stronger protection on migration in terms of visas for hate preachers and others, that your party voted against laws which are designed to crack down on those who preach hatred, and organisations which do that. With respect, Senator, I think
you,
that is not a consistent position.
Has expired. Order. Order. Order on my right. I've called order 3 times. I should not have to do that. Senator Bell, first supplementary.
Minister, you talk about hatred, you talk about perversions, but we want you to talk clearly about radical Islamic extremism. And this government's failure to enforce existing laws since the October 7 attacks
Senator Bell,
2 years ago.
Senator Bell, please resume your seat. Order again on my right. The senator has the right to have his question heard in silence. Senator Bell, please continue.
The refusal to unequivocally call out radical Islamic ideology driving anti-Semitism in Australia has allowed this problem to escalate into a terrorist attack on Jewish Australians. When will this government accept responsibility?
Thank you, Senator Bell. I'm waiting for the Senate to come to order. Minister Wong.
That has just passed the House, that you will have the opportunity to consider shortly, is a bill that, amongst other things, enables the Minister for Home Affairs to cancel or refuse a visa for people who want to come here and spread hate. It's a bill your colleagues voted against, and I would ask you to give, if your position is you want government to be able to crack down on those who spread hate, to reconsider your position on this legislation between now and when it comes to this chamber.
Ask your leader Barnaby what to do.
Thank you. Senator Bell, second supplementary.
Minister, you talk about passing legislation to deal with the problem, but what we've actually seen today occur in this parliament is a farce. Your government, with help from the Liberals on one hand and the Greens on the other, you are rushing through massive changes to our nation's laws with no real scrutiny. 2 bills with no real scrutiny, and you are shutting down debate. When will your Prime Minister accept responsibility for this farce and resign?
Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Order. Minister Wong.
Senator, we believe that the worst terrorist event on Australian soil in our history requires a serious response, a responsible and serious response, and that is the approach the government is taking. With respect, that question was not a serious response.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Darmanin.
Question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Emergency Management, Senator McAllister. It's been a tough summer for communities across Australia who have experienced severe weather events, from dangerous bushfires in Victoria to flooding in northwest Queensland. Communities in my home state of Victoria have experienced catastrophic fires, with thousands of firefighters courageously facing challenging conditions to protect communities and bring fires under control. How has the Albanese Labor government worked with the Victorian government to respond to the fires and support communities as they recover?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Darmanin. I know that all Victorian senators will have been standing with their communities in what has been a very difficult time. In the last weeks, we have seen communities across Victoria devastated by dangerous bushfires. And I want to thank the thousands of first responders who have braved very challenging conditions and protected their communities. We know that it is a very difficult time, and many in the community have had to evacuate, and many have experienced damage to their homes and to their businesses. And I want to thank all of those Victorians who have listened to the authorities, and also those who have reached out and helped out their neighbours. Our thoughts are with the family and the friends of the person who died in the Longwood bushfire and the rescuers who were with them at that time. While the firefighting effort is far from over, we want to support Victorians to get back on their feet as quickly as possible. The Albanese government has activated the Disaster Recovery Allowance for workers who have experienced a loss of income as a result of the bushfires, as well as the Australian Government Disaster Recovery Payment, which provides one-off financial assistance for Victorians who have experienced major impacts from the fires. We're working hand in hand with the Victorian Government to activate more than $77 million in additional assistance. Primary producers are the backbone of many of these local economies, and we are providing $75,000 grants to help cover the costs of clean-up and reinstating their enterprises. We've established a $12 million council support fund to support bushfire-affected councils to restore vital community assets and services, and we're investing more than $82 million to restore and repair bushfire-affected roads. We continue to monitor the situation in Victoria, and our government will work with the Victorian government and stands ready to consider
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator Darmanin, first supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. Many communities across northern Queensland are also experiencing the impacts of ongoing flooding and severe weather. Emergency service workers, volunteers and the community have all been supporting each other through this very difficult time. What assistance has the Albanese Labor government activated to support Queensland communities impacted by the recent flooding?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Senator. Northwest Queensland has experienced a series of monsoonal floods, and ex-tropical cyclone Koji has caused widespread damage to people's homes and to their livelihoods. Queenslanders are resilient, supporting each other during these challenging times, but this is a time to help them. Supporting these communities in Northwest Queensland is and will remain a priority for the Albanese government. We know that recovery starts with people. That's where we always start. It's why we've worked with the Queensland Government to activate personal hardship assistance to help ensure impacted residents can meet essential needs like food and clothing. We know that the extensive flooding has been particularly tough for farmers in Northwest Queensland, and it's why we have made available disaster recovery grants of up to $75,000 for impacted primary producers and activated $7 million in emergency fodder assistance to help farmers keep their stock fed.
Answering has expired. Senator Darmanin, second supplementary.
We know Australians are facing increasingly frequent and severe natural disasters. The Albanese Labor government has been committed to strengthening the government's capacity to respond to events like these and to help people recover. What measures has the government invested to prepare for this higher risk weather season?
Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Well, the Albanese government has made record investments in the Commonwealth's emergency management capabilities to better prepare and protect communities. We've increased funding to the National Aerial Firefighting Fleet. It includes the large air tanker and the Black Hawk helicopters, which were deployed to Victoria to provide extra support to state authorities who lead the response. We established the National Emergency Management Stockpile, which includes items like generators and emergency accommodation, which states and territories can call upon. We know that as the climate changes, we can expect more frequent and more severe disasters, and it's why we want to help communities. We want to build resilience against future disasters with our $1 billion Disaster Ready Fund, and we recently committed $14.6 million, as an example, for a cyclone shelter on Palm Island in northern Queensland to protect that local community.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie.
My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Wong. Australia doesn't have a gun problem. It has a problem with anti-Semitism and Islamic extremism. The government has failed for 2 years to take effective action against anti-Semitism and extremism. Minister, can you provide a guarantee to the Australian public that the 2 terrorists who perpetrated the 14 December Bondi attack would not have been able to do so had the government rushed these flawed firearm bills been in place at the time?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister Wong.
Senator Mackenzie, I think what most of us believe is that this attack does highlight the need to get guns off our streets, we know that.
Order.
Senator, I understand.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Order across the chamber. I cannot hear the minister's response. Minister Wong, please continue.
We know that Australia's gun laws were substantially reformed in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy, and we saw bipartisan support from...
Order. Order.
Bipartisan support from John Howard, Kim Beazley, Tim Fischer for Mr Broadbridge, thank you, for action. And it is, I think it is sad that for the Australian community that we see such politicisation.
Minister Wong, please resume your seat. Senator McKenzie.
On relevancy, my question was, would the Bondi Beach have been attack been able to occur had the unfair firearm laws been in place?
Do not continue speaking when I call you to order. You've made a point of order. I've noted your question, and the minister is being directly relevant. Minister, please continue.
Well, this is the advice I have, Senator. If the national reform package had already been in place, the gunman would not have been eligible to hold firearms at all.
There you go.
The father would have been ineligible because he was not a citizen. The firearms that they were using would not have been available to them. And the son, who did not have a firearms licence in any event, had he tried, any intelligence holdings with respect to him would have formed part of the licensing decision. So,
right?
Senator, this is one of the many reasons why you should be voting for it. Now, Senator, no one is pretending that guns deal with everything. And the gun buyback legislation is only one aspect of what the government is doing and what the parliament is doing. As I said, as the Prime Minister said and I referenced earlier, the gunmen at Bondi, the murderers at Bondi, had hate in their minds and guns in their hands, and we need to deal with both. And it is a matter of great regret.
Thank you, Minister. The time for responding has expired. Senator McKenzie, first supplementary.
Australia already has tough gun laws in place. The question is, are the existing laws being implemented effectively? How did a person who was assessed by ASIO for close ties with an Islamic State terrorism cell able to access firearms in the state of New South Wales?
Senator McKenzie, resume your seat. I reminded those on my right particularly, when questions are being asked, the senator has the right for that question to be heard in silence. That is my expectation. Senator McKenzie, please continue.
Madam President, I did finish. I finished on New South Wales.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Minister Wong.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, President. Well, Senator, that is precisely why we need the legislation that you seem to wish to oppose. That is precisely one of the reasons why we need this legislation. And look, I understand the constituency and the communities that you seek to represent, and you're right. There are many decent, law-abiding gun owners. But we also know that we have more guns now in our country than after the Port Arthur reforms were in place. We know, as I said earlier, that if we had stricter gun laws in the shape that is coming to this chamber, that the two gunmen responsible are unlikely to have been able to obtain a weapon. So what I'd say to you, yes, it is worth doing. It is worth regulating. David Marr, the brother of the police officer, Mr Peter Marr, who was killed, has made some comments, and I'll refer to them in my next answer.
Minister Wong. Senator McKenzie, second supplementary.
If the government's firearm reforms are purportedly intended as a response to the 14 December terrorist attack, why is the government proposing new restrictions on the imports of gel balls for toy skirmish markers and handguns for competition sports? How does restricting these items respond to what happened at Bondi Beach?
Thank you, Senator McKenzie. Minister Wong.
Thank you. My recollection is those provisions were in part as a result of the advice from national security agencies, but I'm sure that will be, well, you know, that is laughing at that, Senator, I find remarkable. But anyway, Senator,
order.
And
order. Once again, order across the chamber. Minister Wong, please continue.
Thank you, President. David Marr, the brother of former police officer Peter Marr killed at Bondi, has said an anti-Semite without a gun is a hate-filled person, an anti-Semite with a gun is a killer. So, Senator, I'll take the interjection. What about a car? They are not the same thing, Senator.
Order.
They are not the same
Davey.
thing.
Order. Order. Senator Cox.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health and Disability and Ageing, Minister McAllister. We know the events of December 14 have had a profound impact on our Jewish communities and people across Australia. What mental health support is the Albanese Labor government providing to those affected by the Bondi terror attack?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. This has been a difficult summer for all Australians, but particularly for the Jewish community and to those who were at Bondi on the 14th of December. And to those who were affected by the attack, I want to acknowledge the grief, the trauma and the distress that you are working through. Every Australian's heart is with you. I also want to thank the mental health workers who have been supporting the people and the families who have been impacted by the attack. The work you do is often hard, and it is always important, and I know that many of you have been managing your own grief while you are helping others. As the Senate acknowledged yesterday in its condolence motion, the impact of the Bondi attack includes the trauma of the men, women and children who were injured physically and psychologically, including those who witnessed the horror. And that is why our government is responding with formal mental health supports, responding promptly after that attack to deliver immediate assistance. The $42.6 million package is intended to help those most affected by this tragedy. It includes $14.2 million for targeted mental health supports for the Jewish community, and this funding has been made available through organisations with established links to communities nationally, such as Jewish House and Jewish Care. A further $4.5 million has also been provided to primary health networks in the Sydney region and areas with significant Jewish communities. We've committed to establishing a Medicare mental health centre within the Bondi area. The centre will have a specific focus on trauma support and will provide free walk-in services. Work is well underway and we expect operations to start next week.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. In the wake of such a traumatic event, coordinated support is critical. How is the Albanese Labor government working with New South Wales agencies and non-government organisations to deliver support?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cox. We know that this event may affect people in different ways, and it's why our package includes targeted support for particular cohorts in addition to the support that I have already mentioned. We've provided $5.6 million to the Black Dog Institute's National Emergency Worker Support Service. This service provides an online mental health assessment and triage service, as well as free psychological sessions with a particular focus on PTSD. 12 free sessions will be made available to any first responder, including lifeguards and other community members who responded to the attack. We've provided $3 million for targeted support to young Australians, and this will extend the hours of Headspace Bondi and support Headspace mental health training and education sessions to school staff, students, parents and carers in schools across Australia.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. We know the devastating impact that the Bondi terror attack has had and continues to have on all Australians. How can people access support during this difficult time?
Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President. Violence casts a long shadow, and many Australians will carry the scars from December 14 with them for a lifetime. Lifeline, Beyond Blue, eHeadspace, Your Town's Kid Helpline and 13 Yarn have been provided a share in $7.6 million to scale up capacity and provide additional crisis support. Many who have visited the Bondi Hub will have seen Lifeline teams on the ground, and I thank them for their ongoing assistance. Support is available to all Australians, no matter where you are, through the Better Access Initiative. And through the Better Access Initiative, eligible people can access Medicare benefits for up to 10 individual and 10 group psychological services per calendar year. We are monitoring service usage and eager to hear from service users directly, and we stand ready to do more over time.
Thank you, Minister. Minister Wong.
Thank you, President. I ask that further questions be placed on notice.
Thank you. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Oh, beg your pardon, I skipped over it. Sorry. I'll go back a bit. Are there any notices of motion to be given for another day? No one? Okay, I knew that. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? Senator Askew.
I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I move that leave of absence be granted to Senators Kovacic, Henderson and Hume from the 19th to the 20th January for personal reasons.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
President, no postponement notifications have been lodged today, but a committee has lodged an extension notification as shown at item 7 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the business is postponed. I call the clerk.
We've got some committee members.
Oh, beg your pardon. The President has received letters requesting changes in the membership of committees. Minister Gallagher.
I seek leave to move a motion to vary the membership of committees.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister.
Thank you. I move that senators be appointed to and discharged from committees as set out in the document available in the chamber and listed in the dynamic red.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Gallagher, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremist Firearms and Custom Law Bill 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
That this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
Amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Minister. I believe I am calling Senator Duniam.
President, I'm pleased to be able to rise on behalf of the Coalition to start debate in the Senate on the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Firearms and Customs Laws Bill 2026, President. And as the Senate would recall, this legislation that we're currently debating was in fact part of a broader package of laws all jammed together, all tied in together as an omnibus bill. Now, these laws, for the most part, deal with gun laws, a framework to set up a gun buyback scheme, a system to enable Commonwealth intelligence agencies to share information around background checking for state and territory law enforcement agencies, which are the responsible bodies to issue licences for firearms in this country, expanding that background check arrangement. It expands the importation controls and new tests. It expands customs import and export prohibitions relating to extremist and hate-linked materials, symbols and weapons. But, Deputy President, one of the big concerns we had about this legislation in the first instance was it was legislation jammed in with other legislation relating to matters to deal with the anti-Semitism crisis we face in this country, to deal with how we might prescribe and manage hate groups in this country, how we might deal with individuals under these laws who, of course, are spreading hate, inciting violence, are seeking to do terrible things to unpick the social fabric of our country that are not in our national interest, to deal with people who hate this country, who do not want democracy to succeed, who do not feel that the way we live in this country is indeed the way that it should be. They want to change everything. So to have this set of laws jammed in together was a huge concern for us. I will also point out to Deputy President that, of course, these laws were slapped down on the table by the Prime Minister, by his government, and he said, in doing so, you've got a week to look at this, the Parliament will be coming back, and here we are, and you've got to get it right by then. You've got to go through the 150 pages or thereabouts of legislation, you've got to read the 350 pages of explanatory memorandum, all of it very complex, all of it impacting on existing laws across our statute book, all of it having impacts on things that many of us have raised as concerns toward freedom of speech and the like, and you've got to get it all done within the week. This truncated process, off the back of legislation having been tabled that no one outside government had any input into prior to the legislation being made available public Tuesday last week, 7 days ago, 9 a.m, Tuesday last week, the government released for public consultation this legislation, or draft version of it. And of course, since then, Deputy President, the legislation's been taken out of the omnibus bill they'd tabled because they did see the writing on the wall. They realised, of course, that in its form and the approach being taken, the take it or leave it, we've drafted legislation and you're going to have to pass it or we'll blame you for the failure of this legislation, was not going to work. Now, of course, as anyone tuned into this debate might realise, the Australian Greens political party has offered their support to the government to pass the firearms component of this legislation and the related customs element as well. They saw fit to pass this. They were able to do that in short form. I'm not sure what interrogation was had into this legislation, but they've reached that conclusion anyway. The Coalition does support elements of the legislation. I mean, if we start with, of course, the expanded background check using intelligence holdings provision, frankly, it's baffling that today we don't actually have that in place, that is not a standard form, that a police or law enforcement agency, whoever the licence issuing authority in any state or territory is, doesn't, as a matter of course, go and interrogate the holdings of intelligence information or seek to understand whether there is any information held by national intelligence agencies. The fact that here we are in 2026 and that's something that we did not know, was not actually happening. And so to that end, it is a good move to have that arrangement in place, that we are actually able to ensure that that level of information, which was, as at today, unavailable to agencies who are making decisions, is important. It has also highlighted the very slow-going nature, Deputy President, of the National Firearms Registry. As I understand it, there are some jurisdictions, and this is the reason we don't have a National Firearms Registry, that still have a paper-based registry. It's not electronic, it is not online, it's not even an Excel spreadsheet, Deputy President. It is an antiquated system which, of course, makes one wonder how it can be properly administered, especially when there is quite a number of people in our community that do have firearms who are lawful, law-abiding citizens. But how do you manage this sort of system if it's in a book or on a bunch of scraps of paper? Who knows how that operates, but it does show that the government does need to speed up. The expansion of importation controls and the new tests contained in this legislation, of course, does have some concern around unintended consequences, Deputy President. We are concerned about the impact of changes to the types of weaponry, the types of ammunition that can be imported and for what purpose, and the arrangement that a firearm licence holder would have to go through to get to it and to comply with the law. My colleague, the Leader of the Nationals in the Senate, Senator Mackenzie, will be moving amendments on behalf of opposition to give effect to some of the, or deal with some of the concerns we have. We think it is important, given the rushed nature of the legislation here, that we do get the balance right, that we do actually make sure that this does not improperly impede law-abiding gun owners and licence holders from being able to continue to abide by the law. Some of those concerns, of course, relate to what changes these laws might have on the ability for an individual to continue to earn an income. You've got individuals out there, of course, Deputy President, who draw an income from controlling vermin, who will have an array of firearms as part of their toolkit to be able to do the job they need to do. And a colleague, Senator Colbeck, showed me a picture last night of an individual who manages property at a place called Barrington in Tasmania, where in his scope there were hundreds of wallabies destroying the pasture for his livestock. I mean, that is an impact on business, and so that person legitimately needs a range of weapons which have a range of fixtures, and there's a range of ammunition related to it, which will be caught up and impacted by this legislation. So some of those things, as I say, will be dealt with under the amendments to be moved by Senator Mackenzie, who ordinarily would have led debate on this, but
Order.
I'm not sure what Senator Shoebridge is worried about there, but I was just giving a voice to some of the concerns that have been raised in a very reasonable fashion.
Senator Shoebridge, order.
And indeed, I'm sure that I'll be able to interrupt Senator Shoebridge's contribution on the subsequent bill, which of course will be very interesting to hear.
Interjections are always disorderly. Senator Shoebridge. Senator Dunningham.
And praise the Lord, yes. So, look, if we could please just stick to the issues at hand here. And of course, the other concern that the Coalition had, Deputy President, in this was that to suggest that dealing with gun laws was going to be a silver bullet to deal with issues related to anti-Semitism, because the first response of this government after Bondi was to announce that there would be a review and changes to gun laws. That is not the cause of what happened here. The gun laws we have in this country were not what caused the event in Bondi on 14th of December last year. Yes, firearms were used. They were a weapon, along with homemade bombs, and of course, as we know, by the proliferation of terrorist activity across the globe, there are a range of weapons that people use beyond firearms, sadly, and indeed an impassioned contribution by another colleague of mine, Senator Little, around perpetrators of domestic violence and how there are a proliferation of weapons used there. So to suggest that in response to the terrible terrorist event perpetrated by Islamic extremists, the worst terror attack on our soil in our history, would be fixed by changing the gun laws in the way we do, is sadly a misnomer. And so we took issue with the fact that the government's first and only response for a period of time was indeed to change the gun laws, and you know what, all will be well. Well, as we know, as history has shown, as the Prime Minister was forced to concede, of course, there was a need for a Royal Commission. Everyone was calling for one. The world united to have that beyond response in the form of firearms legislation amendment. You had the victims' families calling for a Royal Commission. That's much more than just changes to gun laws. You had business leaders, community leaders. You had not only the opposition but others in this party calling for a Royal Commission. They finally did it, beyond firearms legislation amendments. And indeed, there was much more required. Now, as I say, an omnibus bill was landed on the table of this parliament, or not even this parliament, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, 150 pages, which included the racial vilification provisions which the government said were necessary to tackle anti-Semitism in this country. But again, as some of the witnesses to that inquiry said, the changes proposed under the racial vilification, Part 5 of Schedule 1 of the bill as it was originally slated, were the biggest changes to laws governing speech in this country for more than half a century. And that is a serious step that Parliament would take, and requires more than 7 days of rushed consideration on laws that have such a dramatic impact on freedom of speech. But it is pleasing, though, that the laws have been separated, and we are dealing with the firearms laws and the custom laws separately. I will also indicate that the Coalition were supportive of the provisions of the schedule relating to customs, which were originally, I believe, Schedule 3 of the previous bill. But, of course, we do have a myriad of concerns relating to the firearms provisions. I have given voice to those elements we support, and I'm sure other colleagues, including Senator Mackenzie, will go into greater detail around the provisions that we actually have real issue with, including through the amendments that the opposition will be moving, including a second reading amendment Senator Mackenzie will move. But we do want to deal with genuine issues, including the illegal manufacture of firearms, in dealing with some of the issues around unintended consequences relating to electronic files. I mean, there are people out there who access information about how to reload ammunition, and they need to genuinely understand, so that they don't cause injury or harm to themselves or others, how to do it properly. But under these laws, what they do to try and reach a safe outcome will be deemed illegal. And so these are unintended consequences that the representatives of shooting bodies, of farmers and graziers associations across the country, as Senator Mackenzie and others will, I'm sure, talk about, give voice to. So look, with that, Deputy President, I'm pleased to have kicked off debate in the Australian Senate around these laws, and obviously the position is clear. We don't support these matters as they stand today. There are elements of the bill we are supportive of, but not as a total, and unless amendments can be agreed to, we have real reservations around this, and the Coalition will not be supporting this legislation.
Senator Sheldon.
Deputy President, I rise to speak on combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremism, firearms and customs laws Bill 2026. 37 days ago, Australia was shaken by the worst terror attack on our nation's soil. It was meant to be a day of celebration, of love and joy. But in mere moments, it turned into pain, grief and tragedy. 15 innocent lives lost and many others injured. As they were celebrating Hanukkah and their loved ones in Bondi in an act of anti-Semitic terror that defies comprehension. That's what they faced. Now more than ever, we need unity across our nation and a parliament that is prepared to act to strengthen our national security, our social cohesion, without weakening the values that defined us as a country. Rabbi Mendel Kestel, who lost his brother-in-law in the attack, said, "I think it's time that people actually step up and say, you know what? We need to step forward and say, we are with the Jewish community. We care about you. We're here to support you." Rabbi Ullman, who lost his son-in-law, Rabbi Schlenger, urged communities to stay strong. He said, "We have to step up now. They're looking to us. Now is the time to unite and forget petty things." To them and to all Jewish communities across Australia, we say clearly and without hesitation, we are with you. You deserve more than words. You deserve action. Now that means confronting both how this atrocity was carried out and why it happened. The terrorists at Bondi had hatred in their hearts and in their minds and guns in their hands. Right now, there's a record number of over 4 million firearms in Australia. There are more guns in this country now than the time of the Port Arthur massacre. And just like the Howard government then, we can't address this horror without confronting how this violence was carried out. Dr. Gideon Meyerowitz-Katz, a Jewish Australian, public health expert and senior research fellow at the University of Wollongong, said, "Our legislation has long been the envy of the world, but time and distance have done its work, and we are no longer as safe as we once were. It is vital that we take the lessons of Bondi to heart and ensure that future generations of Australians are protected as we have been for decades." Now that's what this bill seeks to deliver, and will introduce some of the most significant changes to our Commonwealth gun laws in decades. We're making sure firearms can only be imported by Australian citizens. We're strengthening licensing and background checks so that national security and criminal intelligence can be used when someone applies for, renews or holds a firearms licence. We're tightening the rules around importing dangerous firearms and related equipment, including straight pull weapons, high-capacity magazines and speed loaders, the same kinds of tools used by the Bondi terrorists in their horrific attack. And on top of that, we're also introducing a new public safety test for firearms and weapons imports, which will allow the Minister to block items that pose a real risk to the safety of the public before they ever reach our shores. We're making it a serious crime to use the internet to assess or share instructions for access or share, instructions for making guns or explosives, including digital blueprints used for 3D printed weapons. And we're establishing a national gun buyback, the largest since the Howard era, to reduce the overall number of firearms in the community. These laws support the National Cabinet commitments to make Australian citizenship a condition of holding a firearm licence, accelerate the rollout of the National Firearms Register, limit the number of firearms any one person can own, and limit open-ended import permits so every firearm brought into this country must be individually approved. And it's not just guns. We're also shutting the door on the export of violent extremist material, hate symbols, and the goods that contain such things. And I want to be very clear about something else. These laws are not about putting a blanket bans on guns for farmers or sporting shooters or law-abiding Australians who have legitimate reasons to own guns. These laws are aimed at stopping extremists. Extremist beliefs combined with access to firearms are what turn hatred into deadly action. And we've seen this again and again. We saw it last year with Desi Freeman in Victoria. We saw it in 2022 with Wimbler, Queensland, where Gareth, Stacey and Nathan Train shot 3 police officers in a neighbouring cold blood. And now we've seen it again in the terror attack at Bondi Beach. All these changes could have made a practical difference at Bondi. If this national reform package, including the hate crimes bill and the gun law reforms, were in place, the gunmen involved in Bondi attack wouldn't have been eligible to hold firearms at all. They would have not had none at all. The father would have been ineligible because he was not a citizen and the firearms not available to them. And the son, facing charges who hadn't had a firearms licence, but had tried, it would have stopped him from any intelligence holdings with respect to him would have formed part of the licence decisions. He wouldn't have had the gun. The means is not the only issue, but it's such a vital one we must deal with it. Just today in a statement, the families of Constable Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold, who were murdered by those extremists at Wembley in 2022, spoke out in support of our stronger gun laws. The families that lost those constables in just 2022. And they said this: "We fully support the federal government in its plan to tighten gun laws and promote the national gun buyback scheme. All the Australian population must play a role in shaping firearm legislation in Australia. Instead of the bickering between parties and across law enforcement agencies, we hope they will come to their senses and work together for change." That's the victims. That's the victims, those families and many others. Now I want to quote David Marr, brother Peter Marr, a former police officer who lost his life at Bondi. Gun reform alone will not solve hatred or extremism, but an anti-Semite without a gun is just a hate-filled person. An anti-Semite with a gun is a killer. These laws would not have erased the hatred in their hearts, but they would have made it vastly harder for that hatred to be turned into mass murder. How could anyone in good conscience vote against these measures? We owe it to the families grieving, we owe it to the Jewish community who are hurting, and we owe it to every Australian who deserves to feel safe in their own country. I commend this bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Sherwin. Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. In 1996, in the wake of the Port Arthur tragedy, state and federal governments came together to take decisive action on gun laws in Australia. They united to remove semi-automatic and pump-action shotguns and rifles from our community. In total, more than 700,000 guns were surrendered and destroyed. It is devastating that we are here needing to pass these laws because of another mass shooting, this time at Bondi. But the loss of 15 innocent lives demands action. There are now more guns in our community than there were in the aftermath of the Port Arthur massacre, almost double the number recorded in 2001. And at least 2,000 new firearms are lawfully entering the community every week. The Bondi tragedy was made possible by gun laws that are no longer fit for purpose. The Greens welcome today's long overdue gun law reforms. The Greens have consistently called for limits on the number of guns in our suburbs and clearer restrictions on the most dangerous weapons. So we welcome this bill. And we welcome the fact that it was separated from the government's proposed changes to the Migration Act and new powers for the Home Affairs Minister, which the Greens remain in solidarity with the community in opposing. In its original form, the hate speech bill drew criticism from legal experts, faith groups, academics and the wider community. The vast potential for unintended consequences, the unanswered questions about the impact on political freedoms and the exclusion of many groups from its protections made the bill impossible to pass or to reform with amendments in the extremely tight timeframe enforced upon it by the government. After close consultation with gun safety advocates, the Greens confirmed that we would back the important gun safety reforms. But we could not support the other parts of the bill, which scapegoat migrants and create wide-ranging, divisive, one-sided laws. We were originally willing to see if the laws could be amended and fixed, but with every passing moment, fresh concerns were raised by academics, faith leaders, experts about the vast consequences of rushed hate speech laws. And we now see that the hate speech laws have been made even worse, with a last-minute deal stitched up between the government and the opposition. The original bill was rushed and lacked time for legal experts and stakeholders to review it. These changes in the last 48 hours are even more hasty, more dangerous and even less scrutinised. The government has chosen to join the coalition's race to the bottom. Far from narrowing these laws, the amendments that Labor have agreed to in this dirty deal with the coalition expand the reach of an already unreasonable crackdown on free speech. There are real questions about the constitutionality of this expansion. These expanded laws will also allow the government of the day to capture conduct retrospectively, a terrifying overreach. A process that was looking rushed last week, with only days to consider it, is now looking downright dangerous, with the Parliament legislating a bill that is still warm from the photocopier. Giving the Home Affairs Minister the power to ignore procedural fairness and ban or criminalise organisations is a blank cheque power grab. These are Trumpian powers that remove the usual checks for good decision-making. These changes are bad, and the Greens stand with the community to oppose them. Hate and hate groups do raise very real problems, but there are existing powers to ban neo-Nazis and other groups that promote or incite violence. We have repeatedly asked why those powers have not already been used against neo-Nazis, and we have not had adequate answers. Allowing the government to prescribe organisations is a serious step, and it needs to come with safeguards and protections, including procedural fairness. Currently, the minister can refuse or cancel someone's visa if their presence poses a risk or they would generally represent a danger to the Australian community or a segment of the community. The bill would change the threshold for the ability of the minister to cancel a visa from that existing threshold of would pose a risk to might pose a risk. This broadens the immigration's powers to impact almost anyone, dramatically increasing the minister's powers within an already opaque system. The legacy of the appalling violence at Bondi cannot be the undermining of civil and political rights, or laws that can be used to weaponise racism and hate against everyday Australians who follow their conscience and speak out when they see wrong being carried out either here in Australia or overseas. We need to ensure that these laws cannot be weaponised to shut down legitimate political protest. Criticism of Israel's actions, just like those of Russia, China or Australia, should not be criminalised. The firearms bill that we have before us at the minute is an opportunity to take dangerous weapons off our streets. And it is critical that it's not bound up with rushed legislation that would divide people by religion, prevent them from critiquing governments and their human rights abuses, including Israel's genocide in Gaza, or allow the Home Affairs Minister to ignore procedural fairness in banning or criminalising organisations. We consider the national gun buyback and information sharing among national, state and territory law enforcement and security agencies the bare minimum of what's required to ensure that we never see a tragedy of this magnitude in Australia again. Many gun laws are state-based, leaving us with inconsistent implementation of rules across the country. What we need now, as we saw after Port Arthur, is a national commitment to change. A patchwork of laws just creates opportunities for people to shop around for the weakest of jurisdictions. A patchwork of laws makes police monitoring of gun ownership and licensing more difficult. Information about a person's criminal history and any previous screening that made them ineligible to own a gun in one state is not necessarily shared with other states when they move. A history of domestic violence, affiliation with hate groups, animal cruelty, none of that will necessarily prevent them from getting access to firearms in other jurisdictions. The changes proposed in this bill allow AUSCHEC to manage a background checking scheme for gun licensing and improve data sharing with ASIO and the Australian Crime Commission. That is a welcome move towards better transparency and more robust decisions. Regular reviews of eligibility should be conducted to ensure that risks can be reassessed as circumstances change. Restrictions on the type of guns that can be imported have not kept pace with changes in technology. We welcome the public safety test for imported firearms and the proposed restrictions on fast-loading weapons and accessories that enable mass killings. It's difficult to conceive of any justification for such weapons. Terrifyingly, there's also been a rise in 3D printed weapons, homemade guns that often escape safety regulations and without registration escape notice. 2 high-powered 3D printed guns were seized by police in a raid in Tasmania just last weekend. New offences in this bill targeting materials for the home manufacture and modification of weapons will go some way towards addressing this. One key reform from Port Arthur, which still hasn't been actioned, is a national firearms register. The Greens, and in particular my colleague Senator Shoebridge, have been vocal about the failure to deliver this register for many years. Work on creating the National Register was largely dormant following Port Arthur, until renewed calls followed the fatal shootings in Wyambilla in 2022. Again, action was prompted by tragedy rather than getting ahead of it. In the absence of a national register, Senator Shoebridge established the toomanyguns.org website as a tool to see how many weapons are in a local area, revealing the sheer scale of gun ownership in our suburbs. But because of the limited transparency nationally, there's currently only comprehensive data available for New South Wales. Australians should have a right to know how many guns are being held by people in every state and territory. The Greens welcome the government's new commitment to fast-track implementation of the National Register and have it operating this year. We will continue to call for the register to include public access and regular reporting. Despite its urban location, Bondi has 190 guns in the 2026 postcode, with one gun owner possessing a shocking 24 registered weapons. In Mantreville, one firearm owner has 295 registered guns. No sensible firearms laws would allow massive private arsenals to be amassed like this. This is a serious weakness in Australia's firearm laws that is being exploited and putting the public at risk. Nobody needs 295 guns. The Greens accept that there are people in the community who have a genuine reason to own a gun. Farmers on rural properties often require firearms for euthanasing injured stock and additional different firearms for controlling invasive animals. Target shooting at a registered gun club is also a long recognised and legitimate sport. Members of a shooting club, Olympic and other competitive shooters and farmers may reasonably be able to establish the need for a number of guns to address their different needs. Those legitimate needs should be reflected in any firearms reforms, and they have long been the Greens' stance. But there is simply no reason to have dozens or even hundreds of guns. The Greens will work across state and territory parliaments to ensure that communities are safe from gun violence with fewer dangerous weapons, limits on gun numbers, robust background screening, implementation of the buyback scheme and comprehensive data sharing. It is reprehensible that Liberal governments in Queensland, Tasmania and the NT are refusing to contribute to the cost of a national gun buyback. We need a uniform national buyback scheme, and people in those states deserve the protection of a national buyback. Federal Labor should commit to paying the full cost of that so that we can have a national approach. Let's not let politicking get in the way of doing a good thing to keep people safe. The Greens are pleased that the federal government has, under pressure from the Greens and gun safety advocates, decided to take the advice to establish a Firearms Safety Council. This council will provide independent advice on the status of gun regulation across Australia, develop national best practice standards informed by expert advice, and promote transparency, integrity, harm prevention and public education. We thank the government for agreeing to do that extra good thing. Even before Bondi, the community had been calling for action on gun control. Polling by the Australia Institute showed that around 70% of Australians think gun laws should be strengthened to make it harder to get a gun. The tragedy of Bondi means we must not ignore those calls any longer. This moment is beyond politics. Our resolve to act is a test for our common humanity, and I hope that all of Parliament will join together to ensure that no one can walk the streets of Sydney or any Australian city with a high-powered gun. I'm proud on behalf of the Greens to support these gun law reforms today.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator McKenzie.
Very much, Madam President. And I think the over 1 million law-abiding firearm owners in this country need protection from the dirty deal done by the Greens political party, who have always sought to demonise hunters, sporting shooters, farmers, feral pest managers and environmentalists from doing what they should lawfully be able to do. And they've found a willing partner in a Prime Minister that sought to demonise law-abiding firearm owners in the wake of his flaccid, weak response to an Islamic terrorist attack on our shores. What was his first response? Wasn't to call out Islamic radical terrorism or extremism, which has now found terrorising expression on one of our most iconic landscapes. No, that wasn't the Prime Minister's first call. In fact, he is still yet to say those words. In the legislation we'll debate later today, doesn't even mention it. And yet here we are, literally driving the bus over 1 million lawful Australians who are going about their business, enjoying their sport, working hard, etc. And I just am so thankful that they have risen as one. They have said no to unfair gun law changes, and that is why I do seek leave from the chamber to table a non-conforming petition. And, Madam President?
I understand leave is
leave
granted.
has been granted.
Yes, thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. Where over 65,000 Australians have signed up to say no. We are not the problem here, Prime Minister, and you need to stop saying we are. The National Party and the Coalition are opposing these laws. And we don't make an apology for that at all, because we know it's not the gun that saw 15 lives lost, Jewish Australians targeted on the 14th of December. Australia was confronted with a brutal and senseless act of violence on Bondi. Innocent people going about their lives in a place that should have been safe and ordinary were murdered, families shattered.
Senator, just a moment. I understand the agreement that was arrived at was you would have a bundle of the petitions on the desk and the rest would remain on the trolleys.
So the agreement was that I would table a non-conforming petition.
And the agreement with the clerks was that they remain. You would have some on your desk and the others remain.
That wasn't agreed.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator Mackenzie. That is what I am requesting. So please put the rest back on the trolley, because I'm not. Oh, you're not in a debate with me. So put the rest back on the trolley. They need to be removed from the floor because that's a safety. Well, not by you, because you need to continue your. Well, you've got other senators there.
We're happy to do our own heavy lifting. Our nation was reminded once again that the forces of hatred, extremism and radical violence are not abstractions. They have real victims, real names and real consequences. And the Coalition's message has been very clear and consistent. Anti-Semitism, terrorism, hate-fuelled violence in all their forms must be confronted, condemned and defeated. Making law-abiding firearm owners your scapegoat is very convenient. It allows the Greens to do something they've wanted to do for a long time, but it does not get to the heart of the issue. And you've heard a lot from the Labor Party about what the real issue is. The reality is the Coalition called for a Royal Commission after the Bondi attack so that we could understand how this Islamist had firearms in his home. He should never have had access to firearms under existing laws.
Order.
And we need to find out who knew what when and why these firearms weren't removed before 15 innocent Australians had to pay the ultimate price. This bill seeks to instigate a national gun buyback. We have state and territory governments who have made it very, very clear that they do not see this as an appropriate response. I'm happy for these to stay in front of me, if you don't mind. We've got the other 60,000 signatures behind us not being out in front of everybody, so I think we've found an agreement. The amendments are required to make the proposed I'm going to be moving on behalf of the Coalition amendments. Amendments are required to make the proposed buyback more consistent under 1996, a buyback where the agreement struck on the 10th of May 1996, all states and territory jurisdictions agreed to a process to create and amend firearms legislation, insomuch as this would, for the first time, create consistent and agreed processes that would manage all elements of firearm legislation across Australia. The states and territories being responsible for that. for various firearm acts, and the Commonwealth is responsible for changes to the importation and end-user certification. That actually reflects our Constitution. And for the first time since 1996, the federal government has decided to abandon that process that we all agreed to over 25 years ago, and had made us the envy of the world when it came to strict gun laws that still allowed lawful Australians to participate in their sport, farmers to practice animal husbandry, environmentalists to ensure that feral pests were managed, and Olympians to win gold medals, of which we're all very, very proud, but you can't do that if you're not getting young people through the pipeline of this great sport. The advice I have is that if you really want to participate in the over 60, all the disciplines available in the firearm disciplines, you'd need over 50 different guns to actually participate in everything. That's like banning your 3-iron, your putter and your wedge and trying to get your handicap in golf under 20. But after this federal government, after 2 meetings of the state and territory attorney-generals and police ministers, the proposals of the Albanese government were comprehensively rejected by the majority of the signatories to the National Firearm Agreement. Instead of accepting the result of the process, state ministers saying, well, thanks very much for your advice, Mr Albanese, but we've got it from here, which has been the system for 30 years, the Albanese government has chosen to use the powers of the federal government to prohibit certain firearms by denying import certification, leaving Australia in a situation that a firearm that has previously been approved will now be banned. You're leaving us in a situation that things that have been prohibited by the federal government is still able to be legally owned and purchased in the majority of Australian states and territories. These guys, helped by the Greens, actually don't know how this works. The National Firearm Agreement, sadly, is an agreement in word only. By trashing this most important agreement that was arrived to thanks to the leadership of John Howard and Tim Fischer, is an agreement in word only. The future of firearms management in Australia has now been set back many years, and instead of the envy of the world, we are now the laughingstock. Real leadership would dictate using the National Firearms Agreement as the agreed pathway forward and accepting the outcome of that process. And if the majority of states said no thanks, then that, I'm sorry, Prime Minister, is how government works. It's how our Constitution works. But here we are, debating a bill which has several flaws, and that is why I will be moving amendments on behalf of the Coalition. With respect to these amendments, there is no detail around this buyback. Which firearms and equipment would be banned by the states? How many guns can a person own? Is there going to be fair market compensation paid to lawful firearm owners? Are there many dealerships that operate around the country who have millions of dollars worth of stock sitting on the shelves right now that will be unable to be sold or used, going to be fairly compensated? Our Constitution requires federally for that to happen. The amendment sheet that will be circulated will also provide that compensation be available for those businesses' loss. I'll also be moving amendments that require states and territories to give notice by March, 3rd of March 2026, that if they're going to participate in this gun buyback or not. Because when it comes to the state of Victoria and when it comes to the state of South Australia, both of them are going to state elections. Firearm owners in those states need to know, is Jacinta Allen going to throw the hundreds of thousands of law-abiding firearm owners, including her husband, under the bus before the election? Is Premier Malinowskis going to tell South Australian firearm owners what he's going to do before his election? Firearm owners deserve transparency in this so they can put their vote behind the National Party and the Liberal Party, who support their lawful right to hold firearms and to participate in our society lawfully. Amendment Sheet 3595 will seek to delete the proposed ban on assisted repeating and straight pull repeating firearms. These are not semi-automatic weapons and in most states are subject to a genuine reason process. So you can't just walk in and buy one. You've got to have a genuine reason for knowing this. And Senator Little and I were talking about, if you're out hunting deer, you don't need a repeating rifle. But if you're out hunting feral pigs, you do, because one shot and they're all gone. Anyway, it just shows a complete misunderstanding how firearms are used appropriately in this country. Amendment 3597 will prevent a costly administrative and bureaucratic burden on compliance agencies. Currently licensed gun importers can bring in bulk firearms under a B709DA permit. Labor's bill will require individual permits per item. So that's a problem not only for the importers but for Home Affairs and for state agencies who are going to have to assess all these permits. I'll be using a bill that seeks to support the legitimate prohibition of downloading instructions on a carriage service for 3D printing of illegal and unlawful firearms. We support that measure, but there doesn't seem to be a clear defence for lawful firearm owners to seek information from the internet relating to reloading, spent ammunition or access to manuals for firearms a person lawfully owns. We need to have a merit review process when it comes to adverse criminal intelligence assessments, which currently isn't in the bill. And I will be moving an amendment that provides clarity that the provisions in the bill do not effectively ban the import of pistols, which I am told will have severe and unintended impacts on our elite competition and sporting shooting that goes on in clubs right around the country in a very safe and secure environment. The government originally proposed to impose the restrictions worn on equipment such as shooting vests and cartridge belts, and I'd like to give a huge shout out to SSAA and Beretta, who provided me with a shooting vest yesterday. I was able to say, you're not allowed to have clothing that would allow you to have more than 30 cartridges. Well, there goes your Olympic vests. You need to be able to carry over 50 cartridges. After putting that up on the internet, guess what? Government's changed because firearm owners are saying this is nonsensical. So thank you to the government who's doing that. The failure to properly distinguish between legal firearms, which are used safely and securely, and the acts of terrorists will demonise the over 1 million people. The petition I'm tabling today has over 65,000 law-abiding Australians who are standing up to the Labor Party and saying no. I want to make it very, very clear that the Coalition supports the firearms registry process. We don't know why we're still waiting for it to be implemented. The government has been in charge of this process for over 4 years, and yet here we are announcing it as if it's something new. The reality is they didn't put money towards it, and that is why it hasn't been seen as a priority. Let's make sure that we can do better next time. We know that the Labor Party's dirty deal with the Green is a step back, and as I've made outline, it is in contravention to the National Firearms Agreement that we all signed up to in 1996. And for the Prime Minister to say he's just like John Howard shows what a mockery this is. John Howard and Tim Fischer took on their own constituency, took on the farmers, took on the sporting shooters, who are typically coalition voters, in an effort to address the mass shooting at Port Arthur. This Prime Minister has failed to take on his own constituency. In the Labor Party, in Western Sydney suburbs, that is the cause of this shooting event. I also move my second reading amendment as circulated in the chamber. I would like to move that. This is an amendment that requests that this legislation goes to a Senate inquiry in the Legal and Constitutional Committee for 4 weeks. We need to have the chance for firearm owners to have their say. For the National Rifle Association, CIFA, SSAA, Shooters Union, Clay Target Association, Target Pistols Australia, all of Gympie Pistol Club would also like to have a say, to let the people, the experts and our agencies have input into this firearm legislation so it's actually not harming the people it's supposed to protect.
Senator Mulholland.
President, 15 innocent lives were tragically lost at Bondi Beach. They were gunned down by 2 terrorists. One of the shooters had a firearm licence and he was legally in possession of 6 weapons. Australia's current firearms laws entitled that gunman to own an uncapped number of guns. This bill will stop that. He was not an Australian citizen, and this bill will stop non-citizens from holding a firearm licence. This bill will also stop the importation of rapid-fire guns. These are sensible reforms in response to the Bondi massacre. They will protect our community and protect our law enforcement. These are important reforms for Queensland, where we have lost far too many police officers to criminals and murderers in possession of guns. So as someone who has spent most of my career working alongside police, today I say their names: Constable Matthew Arnold, Constable Rachel McCrew, Senior Constable Brett Fort, Detective Senior Constable Damien Leedy, Constable Brett Irwin, Senior Sergeant Perry Irwin, Senior Constable Norman Watt. Each of them a Queensland police officer murdered by a person with a gun while doing their job. So I say their names as a reminder that the gun debate is not an attack on law-abiding gun owners. It is about reducing risk. It is about safety. It is about protecting Australians and our law enforcement. You see, the idea that Australia is safe from guns is a myth. And the events of December 14 at Bondi are a shocking and painful reminder of that truth. The reality is that there are more guns on Australian streets now than when John Howard's original gun buyback scheme...
Order, Senator Mulholland. Senator Chisholm, on a point of order.
We listened in silence to Senator Mackenzie's speech. I'd ask the same for Senator Mulholland.
Indeed, Senator Chisholm, and senators should be in their seats if they must heckle. Senator Mulholland, you have the call.
There are more guns on Australian streets now than when John Howard's original gun buyback scheme took 650,000 guns off our streets in 1996. 1 in 30 Australians holds a firearm licence, according to research by the Australian Institute. And there are now more than 4 million registered firearms in Australia, an average of 4 guns per licence holder. And here's another myth that we need to confront, that the majority of the guns are in rural communities. They're not. The overwhelming majority are in the suburban streets and cities of Australia. This legislation clearly exempts farmers who need guns for legitimate purposes like pest control and livestock management. This is about keeping Australians safe from people who stockpile weapons in our suburbs to kill others. Like at the William Beeler siege in the Western Downs of Queensland, where police constables Rachel McCrow and Matthew Arnold were gunned down and killed with a neighbour, Alan Dare, and an officer, Randall Kirk, was injured by the gunfire. The shooters were fundamentalists, conspiracy theorists, and one of them was a registered gun owner. Days before the siege, he was able to buy ammunition in Queensland using a suspended gun licence from New South Wales. Obviously, we need to close this loophole to ensure we have a truly national firearm register with live data linked into intelligence agencies. In 2024, Queensland Police launched Operation Whiskey Firestorm in response to 3,290 firearm offences across Queensland. And the purpose of the operation was to get licensed gun owners to properly secure their firearms. Why? Because hundreds of guns are stolen from suburban homes in Queensland every year via break and enters and end up being used in violent, murderous crimes. Fortunately, the majority of gun owners audited were found to be compliant, and I commend the many responsible gun owners in Queensland for how seriously they take this responsibility. But there were still almost 110 gun owners who the police found with guns stored under beds and in cupboards, leaving them susceptible to theft or misuse. Not to mention the fact that in this country, a woman is killed every 9 days by a current or former partner, and it's estimated around 10 to 15% of those homicides involve firearms. So we cannot talk about guns without talking about the domestic violence and safety risk these present in our communities. And when Queensland saw upwards of 3,000 firearm offences in 2024 alone, we don't need to wait for someone else to die. We need to act now to make necessary change, and we need political courage. And nowhere is that more important than in Queensland. Queensland has the second highest number of registered firearms in Australia, with 1 million guns in circulation. And as a Queensland senator, I feel enormous disappointment that our LNP state government is refusing to participate in the national buyback scheme. I have to ask myself why. Last month, the Courier Mail revealed that within hours of the Bondi massacre occurring, gun lobbyists contacted the LNP government, urging them to resist gun reforms. To the Queensland Premier and to the Queensland Police Minister, I say this: you cannot be tough on crime and soft on guns.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I acknowledge that we're on Ngunnawal Ngambri country, sovereign custodians of the land, and sovereignty was never ceded to this colony. I welcome strengthened gun laws, but if we're serious about gun safety, accountability can't stop at just civilian firearms. Oversight, tracking and transparency must apply to all guns, including those issued to police, prison guards, security guards and defence personnel. I move the second reading amendment in my name, which calls on this Parliament to implement robust and nationally consistent oversight of firearms. The public has a right to know what firearms are imported into this country and who imports them, how they are stored and used, and what happens to them at the end of their life cycle. International evidence shows that firearms can and do move from police stockpiles into criminal markets when oversight is weak. Australia should be learning from that, not pretending it can't happen here. We already know that stolen firearms are the biggest source of illegal guns in this country, and that most guns used in crime are stolen guns. A recent report by the Australia Institute shows that approximately 2,000 firearms, 2,000 guns, are stolen each year, averaging 1 every 4 hours. Just recently, firearms were stolen from police in Townsville. We've also seen evidence presented in court cases showing that weapons stolen from army facilities have been used to commit serious crimes, including murder and armed robberies. These are some of the few cases we know about, but there is no consistent public transparency around these incidents. It has also been reported that a police-issued firearm was allegedly used in the horrific domestic violence murder of Jesse Baird and Luke Davies, raising serious questions about the management and oversight of police weapons. Police defence armouries remain largely opaque. That limits accountability and undermines our gun control framework. A national firearms register that excludes police weapons is incomplete. If the goal is public safety, then transparency has to be universal. This also leads to the point that the armoury and strength of police, in particular, is used against the very people they are supposed to protect. Whether it is violence against protests, standing against genocide and war crimes, or police deaths in custody. A 2020 Deakin University study showed that even though Australia has half the population size, they had more fatal shootings by police than the UK. Shame. Recently, we saw the shooting of Kumanjay Walker by Northern Territory Police Officer Zachary Rolfe in Yuendumu. And also the shooting of 29-year-old Yamaji woman, JC, who was shot using hollow point bullets. They explode in your body. That's what a hollow point bullet is. That's what the police use in this country. They explode in your body. These bullets have been banned in international warfare by the 1899 Hague Declaration. This is why one of my amendments restricts law enforcement from importing hollow point bullets to use against civilians. We know that globally, purchases of militarised equipment is creating a new, profitable market for defence contractors rather than really putting questions of public safety first. In a 2023 study led by Brown University Associate Professor of Political Science Rob Blair, studied a militarised crime intervention in Cali, Colombia, and found little evidence to support the idea that military policing reduces crime. Safety cannot be found through violent colonial institutions. More police, more cops, or more prisons, especially for First Nations people. On the hate crimes bill, I cannot support this bill. Racism, including anti-Semitism, is a real and serious problem in this country. But this legislation does not represent a good faith effort to combat hate and racism. It seems designed to suppress legitimate criticism of the State of Israel and to restrict protests and political expression, especially on the topic of genocide, and to create hierarchies in who deserves protection and who does not. This Parliament must genuinely commit to protecting everyone from hate and racism, not selectively, and not in ways that undermine fundamental rights or erase the foundational racism against my people. Expanding hate crimes law for a select few protected attributes and excluding religion leaves communities who continue to be affected by rising hate, violence and vilification at risk. There has been, and no one, you don't see this in the newspapers, especially in the right-wing Murdoch media, there has been a 2,297% increase in Islamophobic incidents reported to the Islamic Council of Victoria in 2025 alone. 2,297% increase. A recent incident where an imam and his wife were attacked, driven off the road and threatened with stabbing in Melbourne. There have been 33 Aboriginal deaths in custody just last year. And since the horrific attack at Bondi, we have shamefully seen attempts to blame the actions of two violent extremist men on the entire anti-genocide movement and on Muslim and Arab communities more broadly. No one's talking about violence of men in this debate. These false and dangerous claims fuel the very racism and Islamophobia this Parliament apparently wants to address. In the words of Jews Against the Occupation, to conflate the speech and actions of people motivated by deeply held convictions on justice and universal rights with the speech and actions of people motivated by racist hatred is not only wrong but dangerous. To do so because the interests of a foreign nation, communicated via politically motivated lobby groups, coincide with a desire by the state to clamp down on the democratic rights of people in our own country is cynical in the extreme. All the while, more than a year after the National Anti-Racism Framework was handed down, this government has still not provided a formal response to getting rid of racism in this country at a national level. You haven't even responded to the work of the Race Discrimination Commissioner. You say you want to fix the problem in this country, and believe me, hate arrived on these shores over 200 years ago, and my people have been subjected to hate all of that time. You haven't provided anything back to the Anti-Discrimination Commissioner, let alone committed to implementing any part of it, which says that everyone should do racism training in this place. We know that we've got racists in this place that inform the legislation. Instead, we are presented with rushed legislation, done a deal with the Libs, the coalition on the hate crimes, done a deal with the Greens on the guns. So the crossbench have no say in any of it. Deal done, late night meetings and conversations and backroom discussions. So it's stitched up. And as a member of the Human Rights Committee that is meant to scrutinise legislation, it didn't even come to us. So you haven't even followed your own colonial procedures here, which you tell me to do all the time, don't they? So you didn't even follow proper process. So anyway, here we are, rushed legislation that's very dangerous to everyday people out there, that dangerously expands state power, is riddled with legislative inconsistencies, and undermines fundamental principles of the rule of law and due process. We don't have a human rights bill in this country either, so human rights in this country is not protected. People's human rights. Despite removal of the racial vilification offence, the bill as a whole continues to pose a risk of discriminatory enforcement and disproportionate impact on Muslim people, Palestinians, First Peoples, and other racialised or marginalised people. For example, it grants sweeping new authority to the Minister for Home Affairs to cancel or refuse visas with minimal safeguards. So the Minister can just say, yep, yeah, we heard what that one's been saying, cancel his visa, forget about the family, children, connection here, he can go. This is a government with a long record of cruelty towards migrants and refugees, now using the language of anti-racism to further undermine fairness, due process and accountability in our immigration system. This bill also treats religious instruction as a risk factor, lending legitimacy to Islamophobic public, political and media narratives that justify heightened scrutiny and over-policing of Muslim communities. I see here the same White Australia policy that criminalised, killed and punished my people for practising culture, for gathering and for speaking our languages. If this Parliament truly wants to confront hate, it must do so by addressing racism as a whole, This is a racist country. Australia is a racist country. No doubt about it. But we're not addressing that, are we, here? If this parliament wants to confront hate, it must do so by addressing the racism, protecting all communities and defending democratic rights, including the right to protest and speak freely. Protest is important. Protest is part of democracy. Peaceful protest. We've got nothing by standing silent and idle, waiting for who? The government to do it? We have to protect protest. Anything less is not justice. It is shallow politics dressed up as protection. And as Chelsea Watego says, it's another day in the colony.
Senator Thorpe, just to assist the chamber before I give the call to you, Senator McDonald, we already have a second reading amendment before the chair, so your amendment that you wish to make will need to be foreshadowed now and moved later on in the debate.
Okay.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, this legislation is bad. It's rushed. There was no consultation with affected Australians. 1 million constituents. 1 million Australians who didn't get a say.
That's right.
And there was definitely none done with firearm-related researchers and with academics who are saying this legislation will not work. It will not achieve the outcome of reducing illegal firearms. This is instead a very expensive stunt to distract from the Prime Minister being forced kicking and screaming to a Royal Commission and to respond to the tragedy of the Bondi massacre. What an outrageous and discriminatory and dumb statement to say that there are too many guns in Australia. This demonstrates the anti-gun agenda of Labor and the Greens, their lack of understanding of different sorts of firearms. Apparently all guns are the same. And Senator Mackenzie gave us some great examples of why you have a need for different firearms as well as for different golf clubs. Their lack of understanding of why Australians need and enjoy firearms. Worse, this is a government who seeks to deny Australians a very basic right to choose what firearms they own for their enjoyment. Of course, there are more guns in Australia. There are 9 million more Australians than Port Arthur. Australians who enjoy competitive shooting, clay target shooting, hunting, and many Australians who use guns for work, such as farmers, graziers and pest contractors. But be clear, there are fewer guns proportionally now than after Port Arthur. Less. Australia has some of the strongest firearm laws in the world. They are strict and they have been shown to work. But this bill before us today does not build on what works. It risks punishing the wrong people for the wrong reasons. There was no input from legal experts, from criminologists. Their subsequent submissions that have been sent to me show that the rate of firearm-related crime is less. Crimes with knives and cars and fists and hands, that's increasing. Perhaps the next time the government will introduce legislation that would limit the number and type of knives that could be owned by Australians. Well, of course not. That would be ridiculous. But not much more ridiculous than this massive overreach. The Australian Institute for Criminology has data that demonstrates these laws won't work. They are simply an attack on everyday Australians who enjoy guns. 1 million Australians. Maybe it's not the sport that you enjoy, but that does not make it wrong. Let us be clear. about the rushed nature of this legislation. The legislation that would have prevented the importation of clothing and equipment used by competitive shooters and clay shooters. Senator Mackenzie's talked about it. Olympic vests. That had to be changed once the member for Hunter pointed out how ridiculous that was. What about those Australians who reload their ammunition?
That's right.
Sometimes it's for cost. That's what my father did in drought years. That's what Australians do who want to be really accurate with the sort of missile and the powder that they use. That's the fun of being an expert at something. That's the joy of competition. But we won't have that in Australia. This bill also allows us the use of AI to assist with decision-making on intelligence findings. Contravenes a recommendation of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission, but it's in the legislation. So let us be clear about who lawful firearm owners are in this country. At the last count, and this is a couple of years ago, there are 943,000 licensed firearm holders nationwide, including farmers, professional pest controllers, sporting shooters and collectors. Forget the stereotypes. Lawful gun owners aren't hillbillies blasting away. They are white-collar professionals, tradies, police officers, veterans, military personnel who take the responsibility of gun ownership, and I would like to add senators to that list, who take the responsibility of gun ownership very seriously. They are also the people who volunteer for the SES. They help at community groups. They're mums and dads and grandmas and grandpas. There are more than 4 million registered firearms, each tracked, regulated and subject to strict licensing conditions. In Queensland alone, there are over 224,000 licensed owners. For the Queensland senators in here, the people we come to represent. In New South Wales, there are more than 252,000, Senator Cadell. In Victoria, Senator Mackenzie will know this, 236,000 Australians who are licensed for guns. These Australians are not criminals, they're not extremists, and they are not responsible for terrorism or hate-motivated violence. They go through stringent police checks, and they will tell you the hoops that they are required to jump through, to purchase, to store and to use firearms. Yet under this bill, they're just collateral damage in what amounts to a policy response driven by fear and not fact. Australians, who we should be here to represent and defend and protect. And at last week's parliamentary hearings, the department made some absolutely extraordinary admissions. When asked whether it had conducted any research into gun buyback schemes overseas, the answer was no. When asked if it had modelled whether this bill would reduce gun crime, the answer was no. When asked if the buyback scheme would reduce the number of illegal firearms in Australia, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission said it was highly unlikely. Highly unlikely. That matters because Australia has an estimated 260,000 illegal firearms circulating in the criminal black market being used by organised crime groups and illicit drug barons. But this bill does nothing to address that. It will not stop gunland shootings. It will not stop criminal trafficking networks and standover men. Perhaps the government could turn its mind to that rather than undermining ordinary, law-abiding Australians. It will not prevent terrorists from accessing illegal weapons. Instead, it targets firearms that are already licensed, registered and securely stored. Expert evidence tells us this approach is fundamentally flawed. Dr Samara McPhedran, an internationally recognised firearms violence researcher and former member of the Queensland Police Weapons Advisory Panel, has shown that over nearly 30 years in Australia, legal firearm ownership has increased. That's a good thing. That's a good thing. Firearm homicide and misuse have declined. There is no demonstrated relationship between levels of legal gun ownership and firearm violence. That evidence directly undermines the core premise of this bill. More legal firearms has not meant more crime. If anything, Australian data shows the opposite. Industry groups are also sounding the alarm. The Shooting Industry Foundation Australia has made it clear that legal firearm owners and businesses are not the problem. This bill lacks evidence, it lacks detail, it lacks fairness. Poorly designed buybacks can actually increase safety risks, not reduce them. Unlike the 1996 buyback, this bill provides no guarantee of fair market value, no certainty for small businesses, and shifts massive financial risk onto the states. The federal allocation of around $1 billion falls dramatically short of industry estimates, which suggest costs could exceed $15 billion. That shortfall will be pushed onto taxpayers, or worse, onto compliant businesses and volunteer-run clubs that simply cannot afford it. Clubs like the Ipswich and District Rifle Club have said plainly these reforms do not address criminal misuse or hate-motivated violence, but impose significant burdens on lawful sporting communities. Even Labor's own member for Hunter warned on Christmas Eve that when you rush things through, it has unintended consequences. And yet, here we are, rushing again. What was the urgency? Could this have not waited 2 weeks for it to be properly considered? Let me be very clear on one final point. This bill dangerously links lawful firearm ownership with anti-Semitism and terrorism. That linkage is wrong. It is unsupported by evidence, and it unfairly vilifies Australians who have done nothing wrong. I urge critics of gun ownership in this country, especially those opposite, visit your local shooting club. There you will find men and women with a total commitment to safety and the law. Cowboys aren't tolerated. Education is paramount, and there is constant reinforcement that breaking the rules is totally unacceptable. We should also bear in mind that those who own businesses supplying lawful firearms, accessories, spare parts, ammunition and hunting gear. The lawful firearms and shooting sector represents a multi-billion-dollar, highly regulated industry, contributing between $2.8 billion and over $3.5 billion annually to the Australian economy and supporting tens of thousands of jobs, many in regional Australia. Terrorism is driven by ideology, not sporting rifles locked in safes. If the government is serious about community safety, the evidence is clear about what works. Targeted policing, disrupting trafficking networks, including at our international borders, seizing illegal firearms, investing in intelligence and counter-extremism capabilities. That is where resources should go, not into a poorly designed buyback that won't reduce the number of illegal guns. This bill should be amended, paused for proper consultation, rejected, anything but rushed through and passed today, because legal, lawful firearm owners are not the problem. Criminals are.
That's right.
Terrorists are. And our laws should focus squarely on them. These laws are a sellout on law-abiding Australians under an unholy alliance between Labor and the Greens. They are not supported by science, they are not supported by data, and they are not supported by ordinary Australians who just want to live their lives. I urge you to reject this legislation, as I will.
Hear, hear.
Thank you. Senator Cox.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Today I speak in support of the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Law Bill 2026. And I do so not only as a senator, but someone who's lived through what major firearms reform looks like when it moves from this place into practice. I was a police officer during the last gun buyback scheme that followed Port Arthur nearly 30 years ago. And for those who remember that period only through the headlines, it's worth recalling what that meant on the ground. During the buyback, police officers, just like me, worked at front counters, which are normally known as non-operational spots. But we were handling surrendered firearms every day. And we did not always know whether those firearms and weapons were loaded. We also didn't know how they had been stored. We didn't always know the emotional state of the person standing on the other side of the counter, whether they were angry, whether they were distressed, whether they were unwell, or simply having the worst day of their life. That is what police did do back in those days. We wore our tactical accoutrements during that period, and not to escalate situations, but because the risk demanded it. It is a good reminder that gun laws are not theoretical to first responders. They are lived. They are lived by police, by paramedics, by emergency services workers, in police station front counters, in rural sheds, in roadside stops, and in people's homes. And when those laws are fragmented, outdated, or incomplete, it is police and the paramedics who absorb the risk first. Australia learned a hard lesson at Port Arthur, and the response was decisive, it was national, and it was, in fact, bipartisan. It worked. Firearm deaths fell, mass shootings stopped, and lives were saved. But nearly 3 decades on, we are no longer in the same conditions or facing the same level of risk. There are now more than 4 million firearms in circulation across Australia, more than at the time of Port Arthur, which held under close to 1 million licences. In several states, the number of registered firearms alone exceeds 1 million. This is not an argument about responsible ownership. It is about scale and it is about saturation. And it is about what happens when the scale collides with moments of crisis. Because as firearms numbers rise, so does the likelihood that weapons are lost, stolen, poorly secured, or accessed by people that they were never intended for. And for police and paramedics, again, those risks do not stay theoretical. They show up in call-outs every single day, in split-second decisions and in situations where the errors had permanent consequences. And my good friend and colleague, Senator Mulholland, already has articulated that in her home state of Queensland. Firearms rarely stay confined to their original context forever. They in fact move between households, between relationships, and sometimes into those moments of crisis. And it is also critical that we're honest about the relationship of firearms and family and domestic violence. Domestic violence call-outs are among some of the most unpredictable and dangerous situations first responders attend. They are emotionally charged, fast-moving, and often unfold behind closed doors. But when a firearm is present, or even suspected to be present, the risk to victims, responding officers, and children in the home escalates immediately. Presence of a gun changes the dynamic entirely. It compresses time, limits safe options, and removes those margins for error. This is not an abstract concern. It is the reality that first responders confront repeatedly. In 2023, in Floreat, in my home state of Western Australia, Jennifer Patulik and her daughter Gretel were murdered by a man with a history of family and domestic violence, looking for his former partner and his own daughter before he took his own life. Subsequent reviews identified clear warning signs in the period leading up to those deaths about his escalating behaviour, feared expression by those close to him, and the ongoing access to firearms. As the number of firearms in circulation grows, so does the chance that weapons remain accessible despite signs like this. Again, they may be poorly secured or drawn into moments of coercion, instability, or loss of control. Jennifer and Gretel's case is not an anomaly. It is a pattern encountered again and again by police and paramedics across this country. This is why firearms reform must be understood as domestic violence prevention measure, not merely as a matter of crime control. Reducing overall firearm numbers, strengthening licensing decisions, and ensuring intelligence is considered when risk emerges are interventions that prevent harm before it becomes fatal. Gun laws are not only about what happens behind closed doors. They are about how risk escalates when hatred, grievance and instability are combined with access to weapons, whether that violence occurs in a home or in a public space. The Bondi Beach terrorist attack on 14th of December 2025 was the most devastating expression of that risk. 15 innocent people lost their lives in an attack motivated by anti-Semitism and carried out in a place meant for community, celebration and belonging. In response, we are right to say we must deal with both the motivation and the method. That is the why and that is the how. This bill does exactly that. It recognises that firearms policy must be fit for purpose in a changing risk environment, one shaped not only by volume but also by technology. We now live in a world where weapons do not always arrive in a crate. Sometimes they arrive as a download. Digital blueprints for firearms and explosives can now be accessed online. Components can be ordered separately. Firearms or critical parts of them can be manufactured using 3D printers outside regulatory oversight. First responders and investigators, this represents a profound shift in the risk. An unregistered, unserialised and untraceable firearm does not just breach the law, it defeats prevention, frustrates investigation and enables repeated harm. And that is the reality this bill responds to. It addresses not only the physical imports, but the digital pathways to violence. It introduces targeted offences related to the use of carriage services to access and possess material that facilitates the illicit manufacture of firearms and explosives. These offences are carefully framed and proportionate, with clear pathways for licensed manufacturers, law enforcement, public officials, and legitimate academic and scientific research. This is not about criminalising lawful activity. It is about interrupting a pathway to harm that is already being exploited. The same preventative logic that applies at the border. Our borders are often the last opportunity to stop high-risk firearms, parts and accessories before they enter our communities. And when those controls fail, the consequences are not borne by systems, they are borne by people. That is why this bill tightens controls on rapid-fire weapons, high-capacity magazines, belt-fed firearms, unserialised components and sound suppressors. It removes open-ended import permits that allow bulk imports with minimal oversight, and it introduces a clear public safety test so that the items posing an unacceptable risk can be stopped before they actually enter into circulation. This bill also establishes the legislative framework for a national gun buyback, building on the approach that was taken after Port Arthur. This is not unprecedented or ideological. It is a proven public policy, one for which Australia has been praised for internationally. And by compensating a voluntary surrender of surplus, newly restricted and illegal firearms, the buyback supports state and territory reforms and reduces overall exposure to harm. Fewer guns mean fewer opportunities for diversion, misuse and escalation. Finally, this legislation strengthens the way firearm licensing decisions are informed. It allows security and criminal intelligence to be considered while also preserving state and territory decision-making authority. As someone who has been a police officer, I can say this plainly. A clean criminal record does not always equate to low risk. Intelligence exists to identify emerging threats, and ignoring it does not protect civil liberties. It endangers lives. This bill is not about punishing lawful firearms owners. It is explicitly protecting legitimate occupational and sporting use for farmers, pest controllers, professional shooters and competitors. But access to firearms is not a right. It is actually a responsibility, one that must be assessed in light of public safety, changing technology and also lived experience. But when a firearm laws fail, it's not the politicians who face the consequences first. It is the police responding to the calls, the paramedics treating the injured, and the emergency workers managing the aftermath. It is the families and the communities living with the irreversible loss. It is all Australians right now mourning the 15 lives taken at Bondi. People in this place have made the hard choices before when the stakes were high, and now it's time for us here in this place to do it again.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. Just over a month ago, two hateful, violent men killed and shot 15 people in an appalling anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach, just a few miles from my home, in fact. That appalling attack happened with guns that were obtained legally. Indeed, those two hateful men between them had access to 6 firearms, legally obtained and signed off under our national firearms laws. We need to stop and reflect on that. And those who are opposing this legislation should stop and reflect on that fact. The appalling fact that our gun laws have failed in this instance needs to be part of a national response to this appalling anti-Semitic attack in Bondi. And the Greens are glad that we've been able to work with the government to ensure that legislation that will establish a national firearms buyback, legislation that will ensure that security agencies, police around this country will be able to share in real time the security information they have about individuals before they're given a gun licence and before they're given guns will become lawful and essential and necessary after this legislation passes. And we're also proud to be supporting legislation that stops some of the most dangerous weapons being imported into this country and available for acts of violence. But we won't be supporting, and we've made it clear to the government, we will not be supporting their raft of other proposed changes to ban people and organisations whose core values are about supporting human rights and opposing genocide, to target groups who have been saying clearly that our government should do all it can to stop a genocide in Gaza. And we know that there are millions of Australians right now deeply anxious that not this legislation, but the legislation that will follow it, about prescribing organisations, about putting people in jail for their thoughts, that legislation, far from making them safe, is threatening them, their friends, their families and their communities for the crime, in the eyes of the Labor Party and the Coalition, of opposing a genocide and standing up for global human rights. But I want to return to this legislation. This is legislation to support the national firearms buyback, to allow that information sharing to happen and to stop some of the most dangerous weapons and components coming into this country. And I want to start by thanking the Australian Gun Safety Alliance, the Alana and Madeline Foundation, Gun Control Australia, the Public Health Association of Australia for their advice and collaboration, because this legislation, unlike the other legislation being rushed through this parliament, this legislation has been a long time coming. And it's been the subject of detailed submissions, repeated calls from civil society to say, ensure that our national firearms laws are meeting the moment. National gun buybacks are not novel. They've happened before. They have taken weapons out of homes that should never have been in homes. They've reduced the number of firearms in this country. They have saved countless lives. And as a Greens senator, I feel sure that this national firearms buyback will also save countless lives. But the advice of those community organisations has been consistent, it's been principled, and it's been focused on gun safety. Unlike the Coalition, the Greens aren't taking advice from firearms manufacturers like Beretta. We're not taking donations from firearms importers and sellers like Nyoa. We don't follow the lead of the global arms industry like the Coalition does. And we definitely don't import toxic concepts from the United States, Trumpian US concepts like the right to bear arms when we're talking about firearms. Firearms are not a right in this country. They are a privilege. And when we have the Coalition come in here and try and equate firearms laws with vehicle safety or guns with motor vehicles, it shows how they have so lost touch. And they don't understand that unlike motor vehicles, guns' purpose is to kill. Guns' purpose is to kill. And if the Coalition can't understand that, if they can't understand that basic principle, if they're not troubled by the fact that those two hateful men on Bondi Beach had access to legal firearms, more than 6 legal firearms, if they're not troubled by that, if they're not troubled by the fact that when New South Wales Police gave the firearms licence and gave the firearms to one of those men, that they didn't have access to the security information from the AFP and they didn't have access to security information from other police. And because of that, and it wasn't shared in real time, that these two hateful men had access to firearms, if the Coalition isn't troubled by that, they should review their conscience. And they most definitely should review their politics. Because the Greens are deeply concerned by those gaps in our firearms laws. And we've been concerned about gaps like that for well over a decade. I also want to note the extensive work by the Australia Institute on tracking the number of firearms in this country and checking and looking at the gun control settings that have allowed the rapid growth of lethal weapons in our community. And I want to also thank my team, my Chief of Staff and others, who have for years now been tracking gun numbers in New South Wales. We have seen a disturbing rise of firearms in this country since Port Arthur. And can I say that as a state MP and now as a senator, we have continued to press for data, initially from New South Wales, but now nationally, about the number of guns in this country. And appallingly, only New South Wales provides that data. And can I say, only New South Wales provides that data because my office, over a number of years, took them to court to produce that data so that we could see the number of guns in suburbs and so that people had a sense of whether or not they were living near private arsenals. And what that data that is now found in our toomanyguns.org website shows, it shows that as at 2016, when we first began getting that data, there were 850,000 registered firearms in New South Wales. But the data that's now been released as of June of 2025 showed that there are over 1,026,000 registered firearms in New South Wales, and that doesn't include collectors or dealers. There are private arsenals in our suburbs where people hold almost 300 firearms. Multiple individuals in suburban Sydney who hold over 200 firearms and dozens who hold over 100 firearms. Why do our firearms laws allow private arsenals to be held in our suburban centres in this country? And thankfully, after pressure from the Greens, pressure from the gun safety advocates, some of those loopholes have been closed in New South Wales. But the Coalition is still fighting this in Queensland, still pushing that they don't get adopted in South Australia, and still basically silent in Tasmania, while the Northern Territory Coalition has said that they don't support caps on firearms. This is about community safety, and the Coalition comes in here armed with donations from the firearms industry, and they oppose community safety laws, and they make specious arguments about needing dozens of weapons to shoot wallabies, or the most extreme case relating to somebody who wants to compete in every single shooting sport in the Olympics, and that's why these gun caps don't work. Take a reality check about what's going to make our communities safe. And a gun buyback and sensible gun limits in our suburbs, in our cities, definitely take a step towards safety. So I want to acknowledge that this is a moment where we can take practical steps to take guns away from people who should never get them, to allow for the sharing of real-time security information so that where police in one state, or the AFP, has information about people who are taking part in hateful ideologies, that can be shared with police in real time before they get gun licences and firearms. And I say again, how is it that One Nation and the Coalition oppose those law changes? How is it you could oppose the sharing in real time between our security agencies of information about whether people are engaged in hateful extremist ideologies so we can ensure they don't get a firearm? Because we've seen the effect of it in Bondi. And all the politics, all the hateful language directed against the Greens in this debate. Take a moment and reflect on the Coalition opposing those law changes here. It shows their politics. And it shows that they take funds from the firearms industry. And it shows that they'll never partner with the community about gun safety laws. And what a change from 1996, where the Coalition actually had some backbone and actually did good work. I am no friend of John Howard, but I will acknowledge at that point the Coalition showed the leadership that's been missing in the last 4 weeks on this. I do note that there are concerns raised by groups including the National Farmers Federation, that there are questions still to be answered about the gun buyback. And we want to ensure, and we'd like a commitment from the government, that fair value will be paid to ensure that the guns buyback will be as effective as it possibly can and take as many guns that shouldn't be in circulation out of circulation as we can. And we'd ask the government to make that commitment in the course of this debate. But I also want to credit the Gun Safety Alliance with pressing for another essential reform. One of the reasons we're in this mess is there's no body, no organisation in this country whose job it is to future-proof our firearms laws, to see whether or not there are gaps that need to be fixed. There's plenty of lobbying from the firearms industry trying to put new gaps in our laws, but there's no way in this country that sits together with the national government, state and federal governments, to plug the holes and check for community safety. So I am glad that in the course of these negotiations, the Greens have secured a clear commitment from the government, in writing from the Home Affairs Minister, to establish a National Firearms Safety Council that will do that work, bring together those gun safety advocates from the Gun Safety Alliance, community representatives, and ensure that we're regularly reporting to Parliament to make our national gun laws not just safe for the 19th of January 2026, but future-proof them going forward. Can I also raise concerns that I think are valid about the potential proliferation of 3D printed weapons? And I want to thank the Minister for Home Affairs' office for their engagement around some of the firearms offences that deal with the issue of 3D printing. I note that these federal laws will allow some 3D alteration printing to firearms as long as they comply with the licence and class of weapon that's been obtained. These are areas of hard regulation. And the National Firearms Register and any national laws need to ensure that there is immediate, constant reference back and communication back to the state registries and territory registries about any such alteration. And this Parliament and the National Firearms Safety Council needs to keep a close and continued surveillance on 3D printed weapons. But can I finish with this? Two hateful men with a hateful ideology are dangerous and need to be addressed by our parliaments, and need to be addressed by all of us collectively if we can. But two hateful men with access to multiple firearms, and if they've got access legally to multiple firearms, we have an obligation to act. The Greens are proud to always support the community and gun safety. We're proud to talk down and oppose those whose primary interest comes from the firearms lobby. And we're proud to support legislation in what is otherwise a toxic mess of a week in this parliament that will take those important steps for gun safety across the country.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you. As a Liberal National Party Senator for Queensland, I know these gun laws are bad laws and I won't support them. These gun laws punish millions of Australians. These gun laws punish millions of innocent law-abiding Australians. These bad laws are punishing millions of law-abiding Australians who use guns for work, for recreation, for sport, or they just like to collect guns. We know that Labor are traditionally soft on crime, but today we learn that Labor are hard on law-abiding Australians. Because the real dangerous weapons are anti-Semitism and radical Islamic extremism. Islamic extremists have used knives, they've used cars, trucks, bikes, planes, but Labor didn't call for bans then, did they? These gun laws are a classic but sad overreach by a left-wing government who will punish innocent Australians as a diversion from their own failures to deal with anti-Semitism. Because remember, the Bondi massacre did not start at 6:42 p.m. on Sunday the 14th of December. The Bondi massacre started on the steps of the Sydney Opera House, where an ugly mob of Islamic extremists gathered and shouted, "F the Jews, gas the Jews, where's the Jews?" And what did this Labor government do about Islamic extremism and the rising tide of anti-Semitism? Nothing. Because over the past 2 years, Jewish Australians have suffered a cancerous tsunami of anti-Semitism. Jewish schools have to have high fences and security guards. Jewish school students hide their school uniforms when on public transport. Universities have become madrasas of hatred. Synagogues are firebombed, businesses are boycotted, artists are cancelled, homes and cars are attacked. And even last night, young Jewish Australians were abused on the streets of Melbourne. We wonder how this has come about. When people shout out from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, people in this chamber have said that phrase. And we wonder how and why Bondi happened when anti-Semites, including those in this chamber, have given a green light to such conduct and such behaviour. So the Prime Minister won't say sorry to Jewish Australians. He won't say sorry to Australians for failing in his number one duty to keep Australians safe. But he will punish millions of innocent law-abiding gun owners as a diversion. So to all the Queensland gun owners, gun clubs, shooters, whether for recreation, sport, safety, You like to collect guns. The LNP is standing up for you. So thank you for reaching out. I especially want to mention Matt Crossley and Laurie Choate for your counsel and your advice. My colleagues in this chamber will move a series of amendments to try and improve these bad laws, but because of the dirty deal between Labor and the Greens, the amendments won't get up, so a bad law will pass. And sadly, debate will be guillotined because of the said dirty deal. We will vote against this bill because this bill punishes innocent Australians, when in fact what the government should be doing is going after radical Islam.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Part of the Bondi massacre horror was the realisation that the great Australian should be right, mate, has failed us. We've watched the growing pro-Gaza demonstrations openly calling for violence against Jews and anyone who supports them. We've watched Islamic clerics preach hate against Western civilization and their calls for jihad, violence against unbelievers. And many Australians thought, should be right, mate. This is Australia. This will sort itself out. It did not. For many years, the left-wing commentariat, politicians and media, accused those who sought to raise the alarms around rising anti-Semitism and Christian phobia with the crime of threatening social harmony. The very elastic crime of racism has now been extended to describe as racist anyone who defends Australia and their way of life. Many Australians have been guilty of shooting the messenger, while the message itself, the hatred and radicalisation, went unchallenged. We were told that highlighting radicalisation was the problem, rather than the radicalisation itself. Well, now look! Australia will not be a safe and tolerant society again until the evil encouraged to fester in our beautiful country is cast out. An evil that's become an ecosystem of poison, as Labor's Mike Kelly so aptly recently described. The Bondi massacre was not Islamic on Jewish terror imported from the other side of the world. The gunman did not stop to ask if the victims were Jewish before executing them. We must call Bondi what it is, a radical Islamist attack on all Australians. Why were the Labor Party, the Greens, the Teals and the globalist Liberals so blind to the growing threat of Islamic terror in this country? As recently as the 16th of May 2023, Prime Minister Albanese denied the reality of Islamic terrorism when he said, quote, "The strongest threat to our security identified has been right-wing extremism." This statement from the Prime Minister and Quisling bureaucrats is misdirection. Fascists and white supremacists are a straw man argument. Their numbers are tiny and their influence non-existent. Yet the Prime Minister knowingly and deliberately uses them to divert Australians' attention away from radical Islam. The Greens are advocating extension to the hate crimes legislation to cover hate against LGBTQ+, transgenders and anyone else who does not worship the religion of the sky god of warming. OK, I threw in the climate. Yet once censorship laws such as those the Prime Minister is pushing are introduced, the inevitable outcome is to deplatform political opponents. The Greens' call to extend the hate crimes provisions are designed to confuse the issue, to create multiple moving targets, and to allow the government to pretend it's doing something without ever taking action against the real problem, Islamic terror. One only has to look at the history of Islamic terror attacks against Western civilization to see strong measures are needed now. Munich Olympics massacre, 1972, 12 dead. Bali bombings, 2002, 202 dead, including 88 Australians. Second Bali bombings, 2005, 20 dead, including 4 Australians. London bombings, 2005, 52 dead. Charlie Hebdo shooting, Paris, 2015, 12 dead. Brussels airport bombings, 2016, 32 dead. Nice truck ramming, 2016, 86 dead, and no calls for a truck buyback. Berlin Christmas market truck ramming, 2016, 12 dead, no truck buyback. Pulse gay nightclub attack, Orlando, 2016, 49 dead. Manchester arena bombing, 2017, 22 dead. Hamas attack in Israel October 7, 2023. 1,180 dead. Moscow Crocus City Hall bombing and stabbing attack, 2024. 145 dead in Russia. And now Bondi, which was not the first Islamic terrorist attack in Australia. Lind Cafe siege, Sydney, 2014, 2 dead. Melbourne Burke Street car ramming, 2017, 6 dead, no car buyback. Bishop Mario Emanuel stabbing, 2024. Islamic terror is here, right here on Australian soil, and it's been here for 25 years. All these terrorist attacks were predicated on a hatred of Western civilization and a fundamental belief that Islam will rule the world and non-believers will convert or die. ASIO can't warn against what it can't see. ASIO's budget is now over $1 billion a year, double what it was 5 years ago, and it's not enough. Australia must decide, do we further increase ASIO funding or do we start sending people home who have demonstrated hatred for Australians? At ASIO, there are 230 potential terrorists being monitored participating in de-radicalisation therapy at taxpayers' expense. Here's One Nation's de-radicalisation therapy: boarding passes, immediate deportation, remigration, never to return. While ASIO were busy mollycoddling violent extremists, they missed the Bondi shooters travelling to a known Philippines terrorist training ground for an extended stay before returning and committing their terror. ASIO missed that the father of a suspected terrorist purchased 3 guns on the same Thursday night in September 2023 from the same New South Wales firearms dealer. ASIO missed that hate preacher Wasim Haddad holds a current New South Wales firearms licence. Haddad led Sydney's Al Medina Doa Centre, where one of the Bondi shooters, Naveed Akram, studied. Akram's father had a gun licence for 6 guns in New South Wales. How did none of this trip a red flag at the New South Wales Police, the Home Affairs or ASIO? A Royal Commission must determine if this was willful ignorance to protect a demographic that's much more likely to vote Labor than Conservative. Australia is not the country it was when I was growing up. The destruction of social harmony started when successive governments let in people who came to live apart from us, not assimilate with us. Those who betray the hospitality we've shown them must be required to leave. Those who wage war crimes against Australians should be charged. As an example, ISIS brides travelled overseas to conduct war against Australia and against our armed forces. ISIS bride Zira Duman spoke on social media in 2015 and demanded that the faithful, quote, attack the UK, Australia and the United States, kill them, stab them, poison their food, your food. This is who Minister Burke knowingly and secretly enabled and helped to be smuggled back into our country. They perpetrated criminal activities and should be prosecuted instead of making work for ASIO following them around. Under our Westminster system of government, the buck for these failures stops with Prime Minister Albanese and Premier Minns. The terms of reference for the Royal Commission, if we ever see them, must allow scrutiny of how these failures occurred. This is no doubt why the Prime Minister refused for so long to call a Royal Commission, to protect himself and his ministers, to hide the truth. Today the Senate is voting on legislation which could have been brought in a regular sitting later in the year. What we are not voting on is the enabling legislation for the Royal Commission, to first get the data and the facts. This is what Royal Commissions are for, to inform bills like this. The Albanese government is putting the cart before the horse, burying the facts. Prime Minister, Australia is watching this Royal Commission. Do not cover up anything. If the cards are not allowed to fall as they may, then it will be your government that will fall. One Nation will oppose this rushed dog's breakfast bill and the second bill coming after it later tonight. There are processes to produce good legislation. This government has made a mockery of them all. The atrocious, shoddy legislation reflects contempt for our democratic process, for the people of Australia. The hate provisions of the Commonwealth Criminal Code Labor introduced in 2010 and subsequently amended to make prosecutions easier have never been used, not one prosecution. Australia does not need more laws which take away the right to free speech, freedom of association, freedom of movement and freedom of protest. We need the government to start policing the laws we already have. Whether people are Christian or another civilised religion, there can only be one set of laws, and those are laws based on our Christian Western heritage. There can be only one allegiance in our community, and it's to those laws. Tolerance has been weaponised. Labor, Greens, Teals, and now the Liberals have elevated tolerance to be the end itself. The thing being tolerated became irrelevant. Speaking about Islam has been made prima facie criticism. Yet speaking about Islam has been made prima facie racism. Yet criticism of Christianity and Judaism is encouraged as being the religions of white-skinned people of colonisers. White-skinned people are being demonised from the left-wing lobby, from other white-skinned people, like Green Senator McKim, who you said yesterday that Australians will not be safe until we've eliminated Islamophobia. In Greensland, apparently there's no radical Islam. The terrorist attacks I listed earlier never happened. It's this illogical, suicidal empathy that's led us to this moment. The list of terror attacks I read used guns, bombs, knives, cars, trucks. Guns are a straw man argument. Look over here at these evil guns and don't look at the person wielding the gun. Failing to act against radical Islam will lead to more Australians losing their lives. Australia does not have a gun problem. We have a radical ideology problem. One Nation strongly supports the right to own and use firearms lawfully and responsibly. This Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Firearm and Customs Laws Bill 2026 penalises legitimate, law-abiding gun owners. The poor wording fails to understand how guns are used on farms and in sport. This is what happens when city-based anti-gun groups are consulted and gun owner associations are not. The bill proposes to limit the use of carriage services. This is pitched to limit the use of the internet to access blueprints and use 3D printers to print guns. This is already illegal under state law. This bill elevates the description of illegal material to mean whatever the hell the government decides is illegal. It could include a legal owner downloading the manual for their gun, or educational YouTube videos on how to pull down, clean and reassemble a gun, or on the science of a gun, like how the striking pin works, and how to detect chain damage or wear to machine parts which may render the gun unsafe. Merits review of a refusal to grant a gun licence under this bill is eliminated. Appeals would now have to be undertaken through the federal court, so that's, what, $20,000 minimum? The Administrative Review Tribunal system is working just fine. So now the government is fixing a problem that doesn't exist so it can use a spurious argument to take guns off anyone they dislike. As Minister Watt raises on gun numbers, let me assist him. There are more guns in Australia now than 1996 before the Port Arthur buyback because our population has increased. The number of guns per person today is less than in 1996. Less. And the number of gun owners per person is less. Honesty is important, Senator Watt. One Nation supports the right of Australians to participate in sports involving firearms, to use firearms for hunting or recreational shooting, to collect antique and historically significant firearms, and to use firearms in rural areas for pest and stock management. One Nation seeks to end discrimination against legitimate firearm owners and users, ensure all stakeholders are fairly consulted in the development of firearms laws and regulations, and make existing laws fairer. And we seek to improve community safety, cracking down on illegal firearm use with stronger penalties if firearms are used in committing crimes. The buyback scheme is a blank cheque, which industry sources we spoke with said could cost up to $15 billion. This is a tax on everyday Australians because it must be paid for with a tax. One Nation supports castle law, the right to use force, fatal force if necessary, and proportionate, to defend one's home and family from an intruder. Bring that legislation before Parliament and One Nation will support it. The Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal Migration Laws Bill 2026 has been so badly rushed that critical passages are inconsistent to the point that a court is likely to refuse prosecution based on these inconsistent provisions. The changes on which the government and Liberal leader Susan Lee surrendered do not justify Liberals supporting this bill. The government said that creating a new offence of racial vilification was removed from the hastily redrafted bill. Yet some elements are hidden in the revised bill. The bill still includes supremacy. Anyone who says Australian society is superior to Islamic society is off to jail for 5 years, 12 if you're a priest or a lay preacher. Will the government start rounding up hate preachers in the electorates of senior Labor ministers like Messrs Burke, Butler and Bowen for declaring the superiority of Islam over Christianity? Of course not. Make no mistake, this bill continues the war on Christianity and the promotion of Islam that's been a feature of left-wing politics for a generation. I welcome the last-minute government amendment to include a clause attempting to guarantee freedom of political communication, even if that protection is already in the Constitution. It may make it less likely this bill will be used to ban political rivals, including One Nation. The bill still does not mention anti-Semitism, not once. It was never about protecting Jews. It was always about promoting Islam over Christianity. Liberal leader Susan Lee has sided with the Labor Party to wave it through without due process, with onerous clauses that take away people's freedoms, that will cost all Australians more in taxes, and that will in the end fundamentally change the nature of Australian society without protecting and recurrence. Australians, your choice is now One Nation or no nation.
Senator Blythe. Thank you very much, Acting Deputy Chair. Now, this bill is a case study, I think, for this parliament on how not to legislate. Labor has taken a national tragedy and responded not with calm, precision or competence, but with a rushed, poorly targeted and deeply flawed piece of legislation. It has been pushed through this parliament with inadequate scrutiny, truncated consultation and a take-it-or-leave-it attitude that shows contempt for proper lawmaking. Australians deserve better than policy made on the run. And let me be clear about one fundamental point that this bill deliberately obscures. Australia does not have a gun problem. What we have is a radical Islamist extremism problem, and this government has consistently failed to confront it honestly and directly. Every major terrorist attack on Australian soil in the past 2 decades has been driven by radical Islamist ideology. That is the uncomfortable truth the government refuses to name. Instead of tackling that ideology, dismantling the networks that promote it, and stamping out the anti-Semitism it fuels, Labor has chosen an easier political target: lawful Australian gun owners. Farmers, sporting shooters, collectors, dealers, and licensed competitors are being treated as collateral damage for the government's failure to act decisively against anti-Semitism and extremism when it mattered. This is unjust and it's dishonest. This bill uses the horror of the Bondi attack to justify sweeping firearms changes that would have done absolutely nothing to prevent that atrocity. Nothing in this legislation would have stopped the attack. Nothing in it addresses the radicalisation pathways that led to it. Nothing in it confronts the ideology that motivated it. Instead, it punishes people who already comply with some of the strictest gun laws in the world. Labor wants Australians to believe that confiscating more firearms, tightening imports, and expanding bureaucratic control over lawful ownership will somehow make us safer. It will not. It simply diverts attention from the government's long-standing inaction on anti-Semitism, radicalisation and community safety. This bill has been rushed. It is poorly drafted. It was originally so unworkable that Labor was forced to split the bill in two. That alone is an admission of failure. And yet, even after that embarrassment, the government persists in trying to ram through the remainder of this bill without proper inquiry or scrutiny. It's not leadership, that's panic. Law-abiding Australians should not pay the price for the government's refusal to confront hard truths. Farmers should not lose tools essential to their livelihoods. Sporting shooters should not see their disciplines strangled, and small businesses should not be driven under. Lawful gun owners should not be treated as suspects because the government lacks the courage to deal with extremism at its source. Anti-Semitism must be crushed wherever it appears.
Radical Islamist ideology must be confronted, named and dismantled. Terrorist networks must be disrupted. Non-citizens who promote hatred or violence should be removed from this country without hesitation. But none of that requires punishing lawful, gun-owning Australians. This bill does exactly that. It targets the compliant instead of the dangerous. It expands bureaucracy instead of security and offers symbolism instead of any kind of substance. Australians are entitled to safety, but they are also entitled to honesty. And the honest assessment in this: you do not defeat terrorism by targeting farmers. You do not defeat anti-Semitism by confiscating sporting firearms. And you do not strengthen a nation by eroding trust in law-abiding citizens. For those reasons alone, this bill deserves criticism, scrutiny and resistance. And this Parliament should have the courage to say that Australia's problem is not guns, it is extremism, and the solution lies in confronting that reality, not in avoiding it. For that reason, I won't be supporting this bill.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Acting President. On 14 December, 2 individuals undertook a cowardly act at Bondi Beach. Their aim was to terrorise and to murder Jewish Australians as they gathered to celebrate Hanukkah. From the moment that the first gunshot was fired, so many lives were changed forever. I won't repeat in full what I said in my condolence speech yesterday. However, I will emphasise this. Such attacks leave scars that will last generations. They leave an empty chair at the dinner table. They leave wounds on bodies and hearts. They leave moments and memories that will never be able to be made. It is a cruelty to lose those we love, to acts such as this, acts that should have never taken place. We must not let the actions of these 2 men define entire religious, ethnic and racial groups. As politicians, we have a responsibility to act. We must strengthen our laws so that what happened that Sunday can never happen again. It is our responsibility to counter racism and hatred in all of its forms. And in this moment of deepest grief, we must be shoulder to shoulder with one another. The Australian Greens supported the recall of Parliament. We supported the establishment of a Royal Commission to identify what went wrong and what must change. Whether in our hate speech laws, our gun laws, our intelligence agencies, we owe it to the victims, their families and the whole community to make sure that this never happens again. And I will turn my contribution now to the need for gun law reform. We must close loopholes in our gun laws that allowed these terrorists to legally access rapid reload weapons. Many of us look at the gun violence pandemic in the United States in horror. We are rightly proud of Australia's gun law. We are rightly proud of the reforms that were enacted nearly 30 years ago in the aftermath of the Port Arthur massacre. And because gun violence is not so widespread here, some people assume that our laws must already be strong enough. The reality is that as of December 2025, there are more guns in Australia than there were before the buyback of '96. In the postcode 2026, where Bondi is located, there are 370 registered firearms. One individual has 24 registered in their name. There is no acceptable reason or justification for someone living in the inner city to own 24 firearms. None whatsoever. And that is why the Greens will support the changes in this bill. We support tighter controls on what can be imported. This bill places restrictions on the importation of assisted repeating and straight pull firearms, on magazines of more than 30 rounds of firearm suppressors and speed reloaders. We support better background checks. Moving federal firearm checks into AUSTRAC is progress. This will enable agencies and police to force and to enable the sharing of relevant information in relation to background checks. One of the clear failures in the Bondi attack was that the gunman was known to ASIO, but the information could not be used in federal firearm checks. We support a national buyback scheme, as the amount of firearms in this nation is, as I said, now higher than it was at the time of the Port Arthur massacre. We have a saturation of rapid reloading rifles and shotguns. This reality goes against the goals of the post-Port Arthur action. It is the alarm bell ringing to tell us that urgent action is now needed. But even once these changes have been made, we cannot be complacent. Firearms manufacturers have a long history of finding ways around strong gun laws. In the past, they have changed the reload mechanisms just to dodge around the restrictions. Their motivation is profit, not public safety. We need to stay vigilant to safeguard these changes. In 2023, in my hometown of Perth, a 16-year-old accessed his father's gun cabinet. He took 2 legal rifles and ammunition and drove to a school car park and fired 3 shots, 2 of which hit the building. That incident showed that gun laws must evolve to stay effective. After that, Western Australia strengthened our gun laws. The Greens WA, led by Dr. Brad Pettit MLC, voted in support of these stronger and tougher laws. I want to see changes made today because public safety matters. A community free of gun violence matters. I also want to be clear that these laws should not punish responsible, legal gun owners who have a genuine reason for owning a firearm. Western Australia is home to some of the most threatened species on the planet, including the numbat bilby, the western ground parrot and the northern quoll. These animals are not only losing their habitat, but they are being hunted to the brink of extinction by feral predators. Licensed landowners, professional pest controllers and conservation-minded hunters have an important role to play in protecting these species against feral predators. These laws must be strong so that they can protect the community while also allowing legitimate conservation and land management work to continue. We owe it to the community to make sure that we are safe from gun violence, and that the attacks that we saw in Bondi can never happen again. This bill will make it harder for illegal and legal firearms to fall into the wrong hands, while making sure that those who have a legitimate reason for a firearm can still access them. It is common sense legislation, and we must now get it done.
Thank you. Senator Colbeck.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to make my contribution to the very poorly named Combating Anti-Terrorism, Hate and Extremism, Firearms and Customs Law, Bill 2026. If you'd called it the Firearms and Customs Law Bill, it would have been much more honest, but I do acknowledge that we are dealing with the horrific events or the aftermath of the horrific events of Bondi on the 14th of December, and there's a desire to make a connection. And as I said yesterday, we must do everything that we possibly can in this place to ensure that Australia again becomes safe, and we'll pass some other legislation later in the day to do that. But this legislation I can't support because of the flaws that are in it. And the fact, frankly, that the government wasn't able to, or wasn't prepared to work with the coalition to get a bipartisan support for this legislation in the same way that John Howard did after the tragic events of Port Arthur in 1996 is an indictment on this government and a demonstration of the fact that they are about the politics and not the reality of the situation. I was a candidate in the 1998 election for the seat of Lyons, and I won't forget those lawful firearm owners who came to me, A, to put their perspective, but B, to place their trust in me as someone they intended to vote for, despite the fact that we'd legislated for them to have tighter access to firearms. No, I wasn't successful in that particular election, but I haven't forgotten the conversations nor the responsibility. And this legislation is a complete demonstration of the failure of leadership of the Prime Minister in managing this. The fact that the legislation was tabled a week ago, nobody had seen it, he hadn't come to the opposition, who had indicated for a considerable period of time since Bondi that we were prepared to work with the government as the Australian people wanted us to do, to make some changes. But the Prime Minister, despite calling for us to come together, has done nothing and failed to actually do the things that would bring us together. He mocked the coalition, he criticised the coalition, and quite frankly, in calling for us to come together while not bringing us together, was gaslighting the opposition, gaslighting the Jewish community, in fact gaslighting the Australian community. A complete failure of leadership. And for him to now try and compare this legislation and some of its actions with John Howard, who actually did bring the country together, who got bipartisan support and the National Party to agree to the legislation in 1996, is actually quite offensive, that he tries to appropriate the actions of John Howard in this debate. Because in this sense, he has completely failed. There are a number of measures in this legislation that we should have been able to agree on. And there are others that, with some improvement, could have formed some very sound legislation. But of course, Labor think they know better. And I really wonder who they were actually listening to when they built this legislation. They clearly weren't listening to their own backbench, because up until this morning, this legislation prohibited a piece of equipment that Olympians use in Olympic competition. So who were they listening to? Who were Labor listening to in developing this legislation? And when they tell us that this will have no impact on farmers and rural Australians, and when they tell us that this will have no impact on sporting shooters, I don't believe them. And why should I? Because the evidence is completely to the contrary. Why would I? Because they don't even know what the impact is. They have no understanding. And we hear it so often in the trotted out talking points that they run in this debate in relation to this matter. They have no concept of what tools are required by farmers to manage browsing on their farms, or the different forms of browsing, different firearm that you might need to deal with wallabies or wild deer, or as Senator Mackenzie said earlier, wild pigs. And so the limitations, the artificial limitations on the number of firearms available are a limitation on the toolkit available to farmers and Australians, rural Australians, in managing their farms. They say that if you're not a citizen, you won't be able to get access to firearms. Well, what about the non-citizen farmers? What about the Australian residents who run farms, and I know some? They're not Australian residents, but they have the same problem as every other farmer in managing feral wildlife. That's not considered as part of this legislation. What about the non-resident Australian farming workforce that also assist? Senator Steele-John was talking about managing feral animals in parts of Western Australia. And I'm sure that some non-resident farmhands are assisting with that role, that very important role. But of course, under this legislation, they can't, because they won't be allowed to have a firearm licence. They're excluded under the simple fix. So this government have no idea what they're legislating. They have no understanding of the unintended consequences in this legislation. So why should anybody trust them when they say it will have no impact on farmers? We know it will. What about those farmers who reload their shells? If they want to use a carriage device to find information about reloading the shells appropriately so that they get the right amount of shot in the shell, that's an offence under this legislation. We're not sure about the impact of that. What if an Olympian finds out that in the United States there's a new technology around reloading shells that gives the Americans an advantage? Are they going to be impacted? This lot don't know. They can't tell us. And nobody was consulted. I was listening to the evidence at the hearings last week. They have no idea what they're legislating here. So why should we trust them? I don't believe them when they say nobody's going to be impacted, because they don't know themselves. They don't know themselves. So why should we pass bad legislation? But it's a pattern that we've sadly grown used to with this government, a failure of leadership, a failure to bring us together, failure of consultation, and in this circumstance, a failure to genuinely understand. Acting Deputy President, here's a photograph through a scope of browsing pressure on a farm in Tasmania. There's hardly room to put a sheep or a cow on that farm in between the browsing animals. Farmers need to have the right tools to be able to manage their properties properly. On that same farm, where all those wallabies are competing with grass that might be used for sheep or cattle, is a vineyard, and the next day there's deer in the vineyard, wild deer. Different firearm required for the wallabies, to the deer, or perhaps the birds that might come in and take the grapes off the vines at different times of the year. Farmers need to have the toolkit. They need to be able to have the toolkit, and I don't believe the government when they say this legislation won't restrict them, because it's clear to me that there are unintended consequences, and the fact that until this morning an Olympian couldn't have a jacket that would hold 50 shells, which is Olympic requirement, because they were restricted to 30. And in terms of the buyback, another example of the failure of leadership of this government. And as I said before, it's offensive that the government try to appropriate John Howard's buyback in their arguments for this buyback. Because what John Howard did was work with the states, set up a process, made sure that appropriate payment for the firearms was paid, supported small business, and then he paid for it. He paid for it all. He didn't just announce it and say, by the way, to the states, you're paying half, without having had no consultation first, which is what this government did. I mean, this government talks about us coming together and a time for us to come together, and yet they have done nothing to bring us together. And they present us with this flawed legislation, and I'm not surprised that they've done the political deal that they've done with the Greens, because they have no care for Australian farmers. And here we are with this bad and flawed legislation, which I cannot support. And it's a sad situation, because had the Prime Minister gone to the Leader of the Opposition in the days and weeks after the terrible events at Bondi and worked with her and other members of the Parliament, we should have been standing in this place today with an agreement on legislation which we all understood and which did the job that we wanted it to do. And it is a failure of leadership of the Prime Minister that we are not in that situation. It is a very, very sad situation for us to be in, because with genuine leadership, this legislation could have been so much better, and it could have been something that we all supported. As I have said, there are a number of things in this legislation that we should be able to agree on. The background checks, some of the controls. But because of the failure of leadership of this government, we're not in a position to be able to do that, and therefore I'm not in a position to support the legislation.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to this bill and foreshadow a second reading amendment in my name and in the names of Senators Lambie, Tyrrell, Payman and Thorpe. I begin by again expressing my deep condolences to the victims of the horrific ISIS-inspired anti-Semitic terrorist attack in Bondi and that targeted members of the Jewish community, to the families who lost loved ones, to those who were injured, and to a community that's been left shaken and grieving. Our thoughts remain with you. What occurred in Bondi was not just an attack on individuals, it was an attack on a community, an attack on the freedom to live, worship and gather without fear, and it has left a deep scar on our country. The men who perpetrated that atrocity should never, ever have been able to access firearms. Australians are united in the wake of that tragedy. We must do everything in our power to ensure that this never happens again. But before I turn to the substance of this bill, I want to acknowledge a broader truth. Trust in politicians and in government in this country is bad and is getting worse. And frankly, after what we've seen in the Parliament in recent days, it's not hard to see why. Australians expect this Parliament to act decisively, but they also expect us to act carefully and consult effectively, to actually collaborate and ensure that we are passing good laws. At its core, this bill seeks to do something that Australians overwhelmingly support, to prevent firearms from falling into the hands of terrorists and others who seek to do harm. That principle is totally uncontroversial. Australians want strong firearms laws. We want dangerous weapons kept out of dangerous hands, and they want governments at every level to work together to make that happen. Over the weekend, I surveyed people here in the ACT, and nearly 1,000 people responded. 80% told me that they support or strongly support state and territory firearm buyback schemes backed by the federal government, and 93% support or strongly support stronger import controls on firearms. That is overwhelming support for stronger action. But the hundreds of thousands of responsible, law-abiding firearm owners must not be treated as collateral damage in our response to terrorism. Farmers, pest controllers, sporting shooters, veterans, people who use firearms legally and responsibly for agriculture, for invasive species control, and for recreation. These Australians are not the problem. And many of them are deeply unsettled right now. Many of them are angry. Many of them feel attacked by this legislation and by the lack of detail and time for consultation with people in that community. Because the way that this bill is being rushed through the Parliament, there has been minimal consultation. There's been limited scrutiny, and this has created a vacuum of information. And in that vacuum, we've seen uncertainty, we've seen confusion, we've seen misinformation. And I've heard directly from people that I represent here in the ACT who feel under attack, who do not understand what these laws will mean for them, who are struggling to get clear answers from the government. That is not how good laws are made. Yesterday I held 2 roundtables to hear from people across the spectrum on this issue. I heard strong support for the intent of this bill, but I also heard serious, very legitimate concerns. I heard from gun control advocates who told me that without proper resourcing and enforcement, legislative change alone will not deliver the outcomes that we need. I heard from community advocates that any reform to the regulation of firearms should also look at how we can continue efforts to stop family, domestic and gendered violence. I heard from organisations representing firearm owners who told me that they have deep concern about implementation, about vague definitions, about procedural fairness and about uncertainty around compensation. Many questions remain with this legislation, and the farcical way that the Labor government has decided to deal with this legislation, where there will likely be no committee of the whole, there'll be no time to actually ask questions to clarify some of these concerns, means that these questions will likely remain. Will buybacks offer fair market value for firearms and ammunition? What about ammunition? If firearms are bought back, what happens to the hundreds of thousands of shells out there, of ammunition out there? What happens to the small businesses that may be forced to shut their doors due to changes at a state and territory level? What exactly is captured by terms like firearms and explosives manufacturing material in the context of these new offences? Does that apply to farmers, to pest controllers who are reloading at home? Very hard to get any clarity on that. Where is the funding for security agencies, law enforcement and Home Affairs to implement the scheme? I've been banging on about resourcing for the AFP for the last 3.5 years. If this is important, we've got to resource it. We have to resource it better. And these aren't fringe concerns. They are reasonable questions, and too many of them remain unanswered. Outside the legislation, questions are being asked about why it's taken so long to stand up a national firearms register. Here in the ACT, more than 4,000 gun licences are administered on a paper-based system. A paper-based system in 2026. One part of this bill that I do unequivocally welcome is the strengthening of information sharing and background checks. If we are serious about preventing another atrocity like Bondi, then intelligence must flow more effectively between agencies. The federal government has a clear role to play here in coordination between ASIO, the AFP, state and territory police, firearm registries. The federal government also has an important role in strengthening import controls and in supporting nationally consistent approaches to buybacks. Stopping acts of terror requires preventing those who wish to commit acts of evil from accessing the tools to carry it out. But support for the intent and for the majority of the provisions of this bill does not excuse a failure of process. Ramming complex legislation through Parliament without adequate consultation undermines trust. That is why, while I support this bill, I cannot ignore the serious deficiencies in how it has been handled. We owe it to the victims of the Bondi attack, to the Jewish community and to all Australians, including those who lawfully own and use firearms, to get this right. For that reason, I will move a motion that, once passed, this bill be referred to the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee for inquiry to report by the 2nd of March 2026. That inquiry will allow this Senate to hear from the community, to test the legislation, to identify unintended consequences, and to make any necessary amendments without delaying the urgent protections Australians rightly expect. I will also put forward an amendment to establish an independent statutory review of this legislation in 2 years' time. I'm hopeful that these amendments put forward in good faith will help to improve public trust in these laws and in our political process. Just over a month ago, we witnessed the worst terrorist attack on Australian shores in our history, targeting the Jewish community. It was an attack that shook our nation, and I support this bill as part of the response to that attack, but there is much more that needs to be done to combat anti-Semitism and to combat all forms of hate, and we must never lose sight of that.
Senator Cadell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I will be shorter than my allocated time here because I know many people wish to talk, but I do want to address some things that have been said. I would like to start by saying something that I know is controversial, but I mean it. If you were to seek to punish 813,000 Muslims in Australia after this attack, you would be called an extremist because you would be. Fair and simple. But if you want to punish 940,000 gun owners in this country for what happened, you are the Prime Minister. And that is unfair. It is unfair that a group of people who have done nothing are being punished for something they have never done. And when we heard some of the things Senator Pocock said, really across party lines and across everything, we hear about gun buybacks and we hear about potential for the capping of state funds out there. So if you went to Southern Cross Firearms and bought a Taipan X for $1,800 yesterday or the day before this happened, do you get $500 back for it? You mentioned ammunition. If I go and buy Barnes 416 Rigby ammunition, I buy a box of that, 20 of those, $20 a round. I have $400 in a single box of ammunition. So where does that go to protect the people who have done the right thing? No one should be able to group punish. I remember in school, someone did something stupid in school. We got all held back. We hated that kid, right? But we are group punishing again here, and it is unfair. I do not blame the Greens for being consistent in their policy position of supporting these bills. They are consistent, they are where they are, and they want to do. I blame the government for rushing this through, us being told that it was not for changing. We are not splitting this, and we are not changing this. We are here, it is being split, and I can't keep up with the changes from the 4 different versions that were yesterday, the one that came in at 6:13 this morning, where things like the importation of sporting apparel changes, where there was a ban last night, and I think even this morning first thing, for belts, ammunition and clothing that can hold more than 30 rounds. Well, my Levi's can hold 30 22s in their pocket. My Wranglers can hold 30 rounds of 22 in their pocket. Now, that's changed. We are talking about the reaction of banning the importation of gel blaster beads as a reaction to a terrorist attack. Gel blasting, which is a sport in Queensland, much like paintball, much like any other things like that. We're talking about banning gel blaster beads as a response to a terrorist attack. And this is not fair. This is not a position that the government is trying to make the problem go away for Australian people. This is a problem where the government's trying to make the political problem go away for a Prime Minister. That is what this is about. coming back early to discuss, to be sensible, to do what this place does best, and we have seen it in many times where we have worked together to get solutions that are important, has happened. To come back to be given a bill of take it or leave it, no consultation, then change it, is ridiculous. It is ridiculous. And we sit here, another bill coming this afternoon, and I don't think anyone in this chamber is absolutely for or against either of these bills. It is nuanced, some of these positions, but we have to make a binary choice, yes or no. And on this ammunition bill, I hear people getting up from the other side saying about this bill will stop non-citizens getting firearms. It will not. It does nothing about that whatsoever, but they want to pretend it does. It doesn't do that. That is a state basis because, as was said before, state and territories have the point on this. When we are talking about a buyback program that doesn't have the buy-in of all the states yet, we have no number of states saying they're not involved, it goes against the gun accord, it goes against all of these things, and it is wrong. So, people in the Hunter Valley, where I come from, so many hunters up there, you know, I could name some of my friends who have weapons now who have to give them back. I talked about that Taipan straight ball, Taipan X from Southern Cross Firearms. It is not a self-loading rifle. It is not a repeating rifle. It is a straight pull. It is potentially a pump pull. It is a good sporting weapon for recreational hunting and pest eradication. And now that is illegal in New South Wales, not part of this, but now you can't import it either. So if I am a hunter, if I am a target shooter, if I am a sports shooter, I am limited in what I can get. There are still questions about whether all the weapons used in the Olympic events, especially around the pistols, are able to import all parts of these things. It is a positive thing that there is finally funding after 3.5 years for the National Register. That is a good thing. I don't pretend it is not, but we have had 3.5 years to fund that. So, to all my friends, to all those people out there, to the 60-odd, 4,000 people that we got in trouble for carrying the non-compliant petition for earlier today, I say to you, I am sorry that we haven't been able to stop this to make this better. There are definitely things that we support in that, like the ASIO checks, like the National Register, but there is some stuff in there that has just been in the bottom drawer of a wish list of a bureaucrat who doesn't like guns, who wants to get them out. And it is not the crossbench fault, it is not the Greens' fault, it is not this side's fault. It is the Labor Party's fault for wanting a political problem to go away quickly and not a policy solution. So to the 940,000 registered gun owners out there, I am sorry for what is happening to you. It is being done unfairly, it is being done quickly, and it is being done without due process. And I will not vote for that. I cannot vote for that. And you need to know who is to blame for that, and it is solely the government.
Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Deputy President. Gun reform is certainly not the whole solution to keeping us safer, but it is a crucial first step, taking away one of the most dangerous tools used to cause harm. It is a step that I would have assumed uncontroversial in the wake of the tragic events in Bondi. That is why this bill has the support of the Australian Greens. Right now, Australia's firearms laws contain serious loopholes. Loopholes that allow gun owners to endlessly recycle the same justification to accumulate dozens, and in some cases hundreds of guns. No sensible regime should allow what are basically private arsenals of this scale to exist in our suburbs. It is entirely indefensible. A farmer needs access to a gun, sure. One gun, a few guns, for legitimate purposes. But 100 guns? Why? To the opposition senators opposing these reforms, I ask a simple question. Why does a farmer need 100 guns? This isn't just about whether ownership is technically lawful. It is about scale, concentration and risk. It is also about the very real possibility of firearms being stolen or misused. Every year, more than 2,000 guns are stolen. That is one gun every 4 hours. Most illegal guns come from thefts of legally owned firearms. To put it simply, the more legal guns there are, the more illegal guns end up in the wrong hands. We cannot talk honestly about gun reform without recognising the warning signs that have too often gone unheard. For decades, women and domestic violence survivors have warned us about the danger of firearms in violent homes. They've told us again and again that access to guns escalates threats in fertilities, and yet our own gun laws have remained too weak and too fragmented. We also cannot ignore the influence of the gun lobby in this country. Per capita, it spends amounts comparable and by some measures even higher than the NRA in the United States. And just like in the US, that influence has worked to stall reform and normalise dangerous levels of gun ownership in Australia. How many debates do we have to have in this place where major party and One Nation politicians argue positions against the interests of their own communities because of dodgy political donations? Fossil fuels, gambling, guns. Take the donations away and then you honestly tell me that you would oppose these reforms. We are watching in real time the consequences of weak gun laws elsewhere. Rising political violence, extremism becoming normalised, mass shootings treated as inevitable. When Australians see mass shootings in America, we look at the lack of action from politicians in the pockets of the gun lobby and thank our lucky stars that we don't have politicians like that here. Well, we do. A mass shooting happens and here we have politicians opposing gun laws while accepting donations from the gun lobby. Is this the Australian Senate or is this America? Those are not values that Australians accept. That is not the future Australians want. It is time our policy and our leadership catch up. The Greens have consistently, always recognised that legitimate needs must be respected in gun law reform and that any reform must reflect that reality. But the Greens do not accept, and we do not believe the Australian public accepts, that any one private citizen has a genuine reason to own dozens or hundreds of guns. The buyback contained in this bill will begin to right this course. When I think about what happened in Bondi, I feel a deep mix of grief and anger. Grief for the lives lost, grief for the families and communities who will never be the same, and anger, real anger, that once again we are here after another act of devastating violence, asking ourselves what we could have done differently. I also feel an overwhelming responsibility, and the Greens feel an overwhelming responsibility. A responsibility not to reach for platitudes and not to hide behind symbolism, but to act decisively and seriously in a way that genuinely reduces the risk of this happening again. If we mean what we say when we say this isn't us, then we must be prepared to take difficult, concrete steps. And taking dangerous weapons off our streets and out of our communities isn't radical, it's rational. It is the most basic act of harm prevention. And it is an essential first step in stopping violence like what we witnessed in Bondi. In Victoria, my home state, there are around 960,000 registered firearms owned by more than 236,000 people. And look, these numbers are higher than before the Port Arthur massacre. As the daughter of a fourth-generation farmer, I understand deeply that there are legitimate reasons for firearm ownership in this country. Farmers participate in legitimate regulated activities, and of course no one is disputing this. But when I look at this data, I feel alarmed, because what we are seeing goes far beyond legitimate use. We know from Port Arthur what decisive gun reform can achieve. After that tragedy, Australia acted, and it saved lives. More recently, our neighbours in Aotearoa showed that governments can act swiftly and with moral courage after an Islamophobic mass shooting carried out by a white Australian. Those reforms sent a clear message. The tools of mass violence do not belong in our society. What a shame it is then that this reform is not treated as a shared national responsibility today. What a shame that the National Party would rather engage in culture wars than commit across party lines to getting unnecessary guns out of our communities and off our streets. This issue should not be partisan. I also recognise today, after work from the Greens, my colleagues, the agreement to establish a National Firearms Safety Council as another step towards meaningful gun safety. And I want to thank my colleague Senator Shoebridge and Senator Larissa Waters for their leadership in that area. These reforms must be our first step, but of course we can't pretend that they're the only ones. Because when I look at my home state of Victoria, particularly in the weeks of horror after Bondi, I feel something else as well, and I feel pride. Pride in its diversity, pride in its resilience, because in the days and weeks after Bondi, I saw communities come together across faiths and across cultures. Solidarity matters. It reminds us that removing the tools of violence must go hand in hand with confronting hatred, extremism and social fracture before they take hold. But let me be very clear. Suppressing democratic freedoms, protecting some groups over others, or vilifying migrants will not make us safer. It will do quite the opposite. Knee-jerk reactions from Labor that follow the coalition down this twisted path of culture wars and divisions do not make us safer. They will not make us safer. So yes, we must take back firearms as tools of destruction and violence and chaos. But we must make sure that what we do today isn't just symbolic, but serious and grounded in evidence, in courage, and a refusal to accept the slow drift towards violence as normal.
Senator Canavan.
Thank you, Acting Deputy Chair. Well, I've returned this week, hopefully with the same intent of other senators, that what we should be doing here in this shortened day is to take actions that would reduce the risk of the horrific events of the 14th of December happening again. I don't support this bill because I don't see a significant link here between what we saw, the tragedy of what we saw, and what we are doing here today. In fact, much of what we are doing here today seems completely irrelevant to those issues, and perhaps instead the pursuit of a broader agenda that has sought to demonise the otherwise legal recreational use of firearms in this country. I've listened to some of the debate this afternoon and this evening, and I have heard it said often that, well, the evil monsters there on the 14th of December that committed these acts, they would be breaking the law if we passed these laws. If we passed these laws, one of the assailants was a foreign citizen, and foreign citizens won't be able to have guns anymore, so December 14th couldn't have happened. I can't accept that level of naivety as a reason to pass laws to restrict rights on the rest of law-abiding Australians. Those two people, those two murderers, were breaking the law already. They were terrorists, they were murderers, they were killers, they were criminals. And the idea then that somehow passing a law to make something illegal is going to stop crime does seem the height of naivety. And if it was that simple, why don't we just pass a law banning all crime and then everything will be peaceful, apparently. Those two individuals we know now were very committed to do what the evil they did. They possibly, well, we have seen, they did train. They did train to do what they did. They possibly went to the Philippines and continued that training. They went to great lengths to commit the acts of evil that they did just over a month ago. The idea somehow that in the future any two similar murderers with a warped mind, an evil intent, could not somehow find a way around the laws we're passing today, it indicates that we are not approaching this issue with the seriousness of what happened over a month ago. There are millions of illegal firearms in this country. We know there are hundreds of thousands of them possibly in Western Sydney, where these two murderers came from. The idea they couldn't get their hands on something that was illegal, it's just absurd. It's totally ridiculous. So these, whatever provisions are here in particular, is not really going to tackle the major issue that confronted this nation over a month ago. Yet it was this issue, it was gun law reform, as the government describes it, that the Prime Minister first latched onto in his response. Within days of this terrible event, the greatest terrorist attack in Australia's history, within days the Prime Minister was latching on to the issue of guns, almost certainly, transparently, as a means to avoid having to confront the more difficult issue for himself and his political party of the spread of radical Islamic extremism inspired by anti-Semitism that this government has done far too little about. And so that already, of course, that did. The Prime Minister's initial bumbling of this issue has left a bad taste in the mouth of those Australians that do use guns. Use guns for work, use guns for pleasure. It's not illegal to do that. There has not been good faith from the Prime Minister or the Labor Party on this issue, because from the get-go they sought to demonise gun owners as somehow contributing to the risks of this event, when that was, I think, to most Australians completely absurd. Now, because of that public pressure, because that initial response was so cynical, was so transparently desperate, the Australian people didn't buy it. They didn't buy it. I mean, I think the Australian people could see after the Port Arthur massacre, they saw a Prime Minister who was taking on his own political base, who was tackling a difficult issue. There were assault and semi-automatic weapons available out in the general public then. So they saw a legitimate issue that the then Howard government was taking on, a tough issue, but one they took on. This time, very clearly, the Australian public saw that this was very political and not really a serious response to what happened. Yet, here we are, just a few weeks later, and the first bill the government has proposed, after splitting their broader bill, it's a complete shambles, we'll get to later. This bill that they're proposing tackles not the root cause of what happened on December 14th. It tackles a whole lot of ancillary issues that don't go anywhere close to what happened on the 14th of December or the days leading up to it. And it has led to the demonisation of 1 million Australians who own firearms, sometimes because they have to for work, sometimes because they enjoy the pastime and the pursuit. And we have heard of, just in the previous speech, we've heard Acting Deputy Speaker that this is not a time to demonise fellow Australians or divide fellow Australians. We've all got to come together and unify, except if you own a gun. If you own a gun, apparently, you can be demonised. You can be judged. You can be prejudged. You can be prejudged that because you may collect guns or have more than 5, apparently the people I think have never shot a gun seem to understand how many guns you need. If you have more than 5, you're an evil person, you're a terrible person, you're a risk to society, you're a public enemy. Well, don't give me this rubbish of uniting. Don't give me this veneer of saying we're all Australians after this event when you make your response to it transparently politically divisive, that divides some Australians against others. And I completely understand, someone who doesn't own guns myself, rarely shot a gun. I don't mind doing it, it's a bit of fun, but it's not my main pastime in life. But we've got to get over this idea that just because I don't do it or I don't like it, I should take it away from a fellow Australian, stop them doing it. Because there are a lot of people in this country that legally pursue these things. We cheer them on when they win gold medals at the Olympics or the Commonwealth Games. We're happy for them then. But when it suits us politically, we'll say that they're the problem and distract then from the more difficult discussions that we might get to later tonight, which are also being glossed over on another story. You can tell, as I said before, you can tell the government is not serious about this, is not taking this issue with the due consideration it should be, through both the completely irrelevant provisions that are in this particular bill and the fact that in the last day or two the government's had to drop a whole lot of changes because it didn't consult properly on its initial bill released only a week ago. This bill had restrictions on how many shells you could hold in a vest. I think it was limited at 30 rounds in a particular vest. You wouldn't be able to, in the initial drafting of this bill, you wouldn't be able to import a vest that had more than 30 rounds. Took someone to point out to the government, well, you know, if you want to practice for the Olympics, you want to compete at the AIS down the road, you actually do need more than 30 rounds to do that. No one had checked that. No one had checked that in the government. Right? Now, they thankfully have removed that provision, but the problem when you do these last-minute amendments is you start as a legislator to think, well, what other gremlins are in this bill? What other things haven't they thought of properly here? Because that is so silly, it should have been picked up in any first early consultations that clearly have not happened before we got here. This bill also, for some unknown reason, goes after people who use gel blasters. Now, I'm not the expert on this. I don't know if I have shot a gun, as I've said, but I don't know if I've ever even shot a gel blaster before. There's a group in Rocky where I live, I know, do it all. Seem like good people. They put on parties and events and team bonding stuff you can do. Good luck to people. But why is that in this bill? Why is it? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if we're having a committee stage. Is everything just getting guillotined? Perhaps the minister can tell us. Has there been an incident in this country ever involving a gel blaster with a fatality? Has a terrorist organisation or group ever sought to acquire gel blasters to commit acts of terror? I mean, they do it with cars. They do it with homemade bombs. And now, unfortunately, they've done it with some guns. But have they done it with gel blasters? And if not, why is that in here? Because this goes to show that this has obviously been a laundry list of things that certain people have wanted to get done, and they've just chucked it in. They've just chucked in this bill because they didn't think people would be watching. And worse, quite in quite a contemptful fashion, they have used a national tragedy, the worst terrorist attack on our shores ever, to pursue an unrelated agenda under the guise of trying to do something about terrorism. That's what's happening here. That's what the government has done to people who are otherwise law-abiding citizens. The government here hasn't thought through the provisions around a national gun buyback. They're trying to force this through. It's very much putting the cart before the horse because most states haven't even signed up to a buyback yet. There is time to put funds in place if and when that ever happens. But by rushing this here, the government has not seemingly considered, well, why wouldn't ammunition be part of that buyback like it was in the original buyback? That's not included at all. Some simple details have been glossed over by this government. So that is why, for all these reasons, that's why the Nationals Party and the Liberal Party will not be voting for these laws. They will not appreciably reduce the risk of a terrorist attack happening again on our shores. Terrorists are unlikely to be the kind of people that are going to obey the law in any event. We would be much more sensible for us to focus on the root cause of what's happened here at Bondi, which is these evil ideas, the anti-Semitic ideas, the divisive ideas, the hateful ideas that lead to violence. Focus on that instead of reducing the rights of other Australians who have done nothing wrong. And on the gun issue, on the issue itself, what clearly should happen is for a renewed effort to clamp down on organised crime. Because, as I mentioned before, there's a lot of focus on the fact that there's more legal firearms in Australia since Port Arthur, although I'm indebted to my colleague Senator McDonald, who has pointed out that there's much fewer actually per person per person number of firearms in this country has fallen. Don't hear that. But for all the focus on the legal firearm market, there's almost an ignorance and unwillingness to look at the fact that we have enormous numbers of illegal firearms in this country that are controlled largely by criminal gangs and organised crime that is growing like topsy in our country right now because we've created enormous lines of businesses for these groups through our ineptitude on tobacco policy, our pig-headedness on vaping policy, our distractions then away from illicit drugs and substances that have given those organisations enormous streams of money to import all kinds of contraband into this country, including presumably illegal firearms out there. And this brings my final point that I worry a bit that by rushing something like a national gun buyback, how are we going to be sure that this won't be abused as well? I mean, we've seen, well, not just this government, but the Commonwealth government fail to run basic programs time and time again. The NDIS has become a pot of gold for people doing the wrong thing, as seemingly has some of the childcare funding that's massively increased recently as well. And I worry here that setting up a gun buyback scheme in a rushed fashion without considering all the details of it could easily be an ability for people. I mean, what's stopping someone from importing a gun and then going to sell it in the buyback and making heaps of money? I mean, I'm told that did happen apparently in the first round of the buyback, but this could be on steroids here because we've rushed this, haven't got the details right, are still changing it within hours of this bill passing this evening. And that's why we should reject this bill. We should, if we have to, support my colleague Senator Mackenzie's amendment to push this to a Senate inquiry and get the details right and consider it in more detail. But right here, right now, tonight, this is not going to reduce the risk of another terrorist attack. It's only going to take away rights from Australians, and for that reason it should be voted down.
Senator Bell.
To every law-abiding firearm owner and to every Australian watching what is happening right now, One Nation's position on this legislation and this policy issue is very straightforward. One Nation supports law-abiding gun owners. And One Nation believes we should be punishing extremists and not punishing law-abiding gun owners. The Albanese Labor government has dumped this major gun reform package, and they are expecting everyone to simply accept this while ignoring the normal processes of scrutiny. And the truth is the people who will be affected by this first will not be terrorists or criminals. It will be you. It will be farmers. It will be regional Australians. It will be pest controllers. It'll be sporting shooters. It'll be collectors. It will be licence holders, law-abiding citizens who have never committed a crime in their lives and who would never commit a crime. They will be the one who will be punished. These are the people, they do the training, they keep their firearms secure, they comply with inspections and they live by the law. And to those people, know that you are not the problem and we have your back. Because One Nation knows that criminals do not line up for gun buybacks. Criminals do not register illegal weapons. Criminals do not care about new paperwork, new rules or new announcements. They operate in the shadows through trafficking, importation and organised crime, and they will keep doing it while the government is focused on quick headlines instead of criminals. I'll say it again, One Nation's position is straightforward. We support law-abiding gun owners. One Nation believes we need to punish extremists, not shooters. We need to punish the root cause of the things that happened in Bondi, radical Islamic extremism, not law-abiding Australians who have never committed a crime in their life. If the Albanese Labor government was genuinely concerned about public safety, it needs to be honest about this. It needs to be honest about what is driving the violence that we saw in Bondi and this extremism, and we should be confronting it directly. We should not be dodging it with vague language and political slogans. Unfortunately, what we've seen is Labor's instinct has been to punish people who are already doing the right thing. Law-abiding Australians who have never committed and never would commit a crime in their life. And the other issue is here, One Nation is not prepared to sign you up for a blank cheque. We actually don't know how much this is going to cost. We know that the states, a lot of them are rejecting this proposal. We know that in Queensland, Northern Territory and Tasmania, they're not on board with this. Here is what One Nation wants instead. We want policies that actually target criminals and protect the public. That is how you improve safety, not by scapegoating farmers and licence holders, not by punishing law-abiding Australians, not by pretending criminals and terrorists will comply with a gun buyback. And so again, to the law-abiding firearm community, One Nation hears you and we will stand with you. And to the wider public, do not be fooled by this farce. Do not be fooled, because real safety comes from confronting the cause of the threats and enforcing laws against criminals, not cracking down on the people who are already abiding by the law. One Nation opposes this buyback. We will keep fighting for common sense and fairness. We will keep standing with farmers, regional Australians, pest controllers, sporting shooters and collectors. We are not about to support a policy. We don't know how many billions it's going to cost, and it's in the billions. How many regional hospitals could we be funding?
Thank you, Senator Bell. Your time has expired. Pursuant to order agreed to yesterday, the time allotted for the debate on this bill has expired. I will now put the question before the Chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. The question before the Chair relates to the second reading amendment moved by Senator Mackenzie. That amendment on sheet 3607. So the question is that that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Thanks. Lock the doors. So the question is that amendment on sheet 3607, as moved by Senator Mackenzie, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Dumanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I advise senators that if further divisions are required, the bells will be rung for 1 minute only. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3614 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Just record the Green support for that second reading.
Certainly, so no division required. Thank you. I will now deal with the second reading amendment circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman and Tyrrell. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3611 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3611 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendments circulated by the Nationals. The first question is that subsections 5(4)(e) in brackets 3 and brackets 4 and subsections 5(4)(j) brackets 4 and brackets 5 in item 24, division 1 of part 5 and part 6 of schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the first question is that subsections 5(4)(e) bracket 3 and bracket 4 and subsections 5(4)(j) bracket 4 and bracket 5 in item 24, division 1 of part 5 and part 6 of schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Senator Grogan, you need to be sitting down. Senator Grogan, you need to be sitting down. You're not appointed a teller. Order. There being 38 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is that the remaining amendments on sheets 3597 and 3602 and the amendments on sheets 3593 and 3594, 3601 and 3603 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question now is that the remaining amendments on sheet 3597 and sheet 3602 and the amendments on sheets 3593, 3594, 3601 and 3603 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 28 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Thorpe. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3592 and 3606. Senator Pocock.
Thanks, President. Sorry, I just wanted to note my opposition to 3594, 3602 and 3597. Thank you.
I'll just make sure the clerk got... Could you just say them slowly, Senator Pocock?
3594, 3597 and 3602. Thank you very much.
So the question is that these are Senator Thorpe's amendments, that the amendments on sheet 3592 and 3606 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3609 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the door. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3609 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now put the question on the amendment circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell to the motion that the report from the committee be adopted. Those of that opinion be agreed to. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell to the motion that the report from the committee be adopted be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Darmanin as teller for the noes. Order. There being 29 ayes and 33 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 38 ayes and 26 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to customs and background checking and to create a scheme to buy back firearms and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremist Criminal and Migration Laws Bill of 2026 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is, the motion is moved by the Minister be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
I call the Minister.
I table a revised explanatory memorandum relating to the bill and move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Thank you, Minister. Senator Duniam.
President, well, what a sorry road as a country we've travelled to this point in time. And, President, by that I refer to the years leading up to the massacre at Bondi on the 14th of December last year, an event we've talked about in this place in an appropriately respectful way in our condolence motion yesterday, and of course in relation to the legislation that has just passed the House in the form of the firearms laws. But the event of the 14th of December is not a standalone event. It didn't just happen in isolation. The sorry road this nation has traversed I refer to are the years of anti-Semitic behaviour that's been allowed to flourish in this country, unabated, unchecked, unchallenged, and which has resulted in that culmination of events in Bondi just over a month ago. Events which will have changed this nation forever, deeply wounding the Jewish community in a way many of us can't even begin to imagine. Of course, as a starting point, it's important to remember this is the worst terror event that has happened on Australian soil in our history. And not only that, of course, one motivated by hate, one targeted at a group of people, President, defined by who they are, the Jewish community. It was a targeted event relating to Jews celebrating the beginning of Hanukkah, the Festival of Light, that so many people referred to in their condolence speeches yesterday. As I said before, what led to those events on the 14th of December was 2 years or more of failure to stand up against, to stamp out and challenge the source of anti-Semitism which has been ravaging our world. We only have to turn our minds back to the 7th of October 2023, those terrible events, the atrocity in Israel committed by Hamas, again targeting Jewish people, an act of pure anti-Semitism where so many people lost their lives, the biggest loss of Jewish life since the Holocaust itself. 2 days later, of course, we saw those terrible, those despicable events on the 9th of October on the steps of the Opera House, where we had individuals revelling in what had occurred in Israel, the deaths of so many innocent people. Again, events that went unchallenged, unchecked, unabated, and were allowed to occur. Over the next 2 years, 2023 and 24, we saw countless events and incidents of targeting of Jewish businesses and Jewish schools, and Jewish daycare centres, where of course now we know that in unbelievable scenes we have schools and daycare centres with sentries, guards at their doors to protect the young people inside who are children. People who are not going to cause harm to anyone else, but sadly who are the target of harm in our community. And in the years 2024 and 25, those despicable attacks again on places of worship, synagogues, fire bombings while people were inside, graffiti and the like. This sort of thing is not what marks our country, what makes it great. These are things that lead to, again, the events we saw occur in Bondi just at the end of last year. Allowed to happen, unchecked, unchallenged, unabated, and here we are today. Years of sad activity, which of course has, as I said before, culminated in those terrible events in Bondi. Inaction by government, even as we reach the crescendo of anti-Semitism, the anti-Semitism crisis that's ravaged our country, is what has fed this beast and kept it going. From the very beginning, there's been a failure of response, no response with resolve, no response with strength, and nothing in the way of clear response to the actual of events that had been leading to this. There was no attempt to even send a message to those who would perpetrate harm, who would direct hate at Jewish Australians by government. There was no attempt to show what was right and what was wrong. There was no attempt to take decisive action when it counted on so many occasions over the last 2 years. Even indeed after Bondi, the response was wanting. The initial response, Acting Deputy President, was of course in relation to firearms laws. And again, an event driven by hate, driven by ideology, Islamic extremism at its heart. The response was gun laws. And can I say, Acting Deputy President, gun laws, while reforms to gun laws may well be important, they were not going to be the fix to this issue. And indeed, that is something that thankfully the government heard and altered course on. The ignored calls for a royal commission, of course, from family members of the victims, Jewish community leaders, members of the entire Parliament from across the political spectrum calling on there to be a royal commission, finally heeded. And of course then a failure to work across communities and indeed the spectrum of parliamentary parties on the laws. We had this truncated and rushed process relating to legislation done the wrong way around. The consultation was not done at the beginning, it was done at the end. The interaction with other members of Parliament to gain insights on what might be possible, what should have been included in laws, was done at the 11th hour, after laws had been tabled. We ended up with a mashed together, hastily put together set of laws including gun reforms, which are a very distinct issue from laws governing, as per Labor's first attempt, laws to govern speech, laws to deal with hate groups, laws to deal with hate symbols, all of it a complete hodgepodge, all designed in secret with no input, and the Prime Minister, this government, saying, well, take it or leave it, you've got a week to read the nearly 500 pages of documentation and we're going to pass it, and here we are, that 1 week on, having dealt with this. Now, yes, credit to the government for having come back here quickly. That was something we were all calling for, urgent action. But in addition to urgent action being taken, the urgent recall of Parliament, we wanted laws that actually hit the mark, that passed muster. And frankly, it was a fail. What we're doing now, as I said before, at the 11th hour, is trying to fix this government's mess. The mess and the attempt to legislate that they got so terribly wrong. And I want to acknowledge in this the thousands of emails that I and I know many other colleagues have received over the course of the last few days from members of our community who are very worried about the reach, the scope, the extent of the laws we're debating here today. And their concerns were not unfounded. Their concerns have not been ignored either, I should say. We've heard what's been said, and as an opposition, we have acted. Thankfully, of course, Labor's hate speech laws, which were part of this, the racial vilification laws, were dumped. They were an appalling approach to how to respond to this issue, and the unintended consequences of those laws, as drafted, with 7 days of being able to try and understand what these laws would do, what impact they would have on people's capacity to exercise that loved element of our society, freedom of speech. It was impossible to determine, and officials at the committee inquiry into this, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security, could not give clarity around what the impact of those laws would be. So they're dumped, they're gone, they're not part of this, and that is thankfully a very good outcome. We could never support laws of that nature with such a wide scope. So what's left in the laws, Acting Deputy President? Well, there is the new aggravated offence for religious or spiritual leaders who advocate or threaten violence. Now, the opposition has been able to agree with government on some changes to what was originally proposed, and that included the tightening up of the definitions of who would be included as a religious official or a spiritual leader, to end doubt and to ensure that there is a clear cutout for who would be impacted by this. And the application and operation of those laws would be reviewed by the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security after 2 years. Now, it is important to point out that these laws don't create a new penalty. The existing criminal code provisions apply to people as they did before these laws passed. It is not catching new people out. It is not applying new laws to people that didn't apply yesterday. If people want to threaten violence and use their position as a religious leader to do so, they will have an increased penalty. That's what these provisions do. I think they're sensible. And sadly, some of the misinformation out there around what these provisions do has confused a lot of people. This is not about restricting freedoms or penalising people unduly. This is about dealing with people who use their position as a religious leader, as we've seen with some of the hate preachers, to incite violence in the way they have. It increases penalties for using a postal or similar service to menace or harass, increasing that penalty from 2 to 5 years. It introduces aggravated grooming offences for adults radicalising or recruiting children. Again, I think a very sound measure to have in place, adding a sentencing aggravating factor for hate-motivated offending. It strengthens the hate symbol offences that we passed at the beginning of last year, lowering the fault element to recklessness, extends the bans to symbols of prohibited hate groups, which I'll talk about in a moment, gives police stronger powers to remove and seize symbols, and again, the opposition sought a 2-year review of these provisions because altering fault elements, lowering thresholds and reversing evidentiary burdens is a significant measure. And again, after a period of operation, we want to make sure this is operating properly and not unduly impacting on people in a way it should not. Now, the one that has, of course, garnered most interest, Acting Deputy President, is the one relating to the establishment of a hate group listing regime. There are several elements to this which I think are important to point out in the limited time available to me, so there is no capacity for misunderstanding. We have sought to update the definition of a hate crime that would constitute an offence against a provision of the law under the Commonwealth Criminal Code, and related to that, a number of state and territory provisions. We have insisted that there is a consultation with the Leader of the Opposition, that the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Security and Intelligence review this provision after 2 years. That is on top of the fact that the the Director General of Intelligence has to make a recommendation to the Minister, who then can only list a hate group by way of legislative instrument, which is disallowable. The thresholds in law are incredibly high, and for the most serious of offences, in order for a hate group to meet that threshold and be listed. This is not about targeting pro-life groups. This is not about targeting people who might be seeking to advocate for a particular cause. This is about people who are targeting a group identified by ethno-national or racial origin and seeking to harm them in a violent way as stepped out under the Criminal Code. And there is to be no mistaking about that. Of course, Acting Deputy President, there are other provisions around the immigration laws and changes to the Migration Act around refusing visas to those who do spread hatred and extremism in our country, including for involvement in a hate crime or hateful public statements and links to terrorist and prohibited hate groups. And can I tell you, that is an important part of these laws. The concerns that have been raised, we have dealt with through the information that I have offered to the Senate tonight by making amendments to tighten definitions, to put in place review mechanisms, to ensure that we minimise risk, that this does not unintentionally catch groups of Australians who should not be caught. This is about dealing with those people in our community who hate Australia, who hate the way our country operates. If you don't vote for these laws, the net effect is that we will be left with a regime where groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir will be able to continue to operate in our country. And let me remind you, Acting Deputy President, Hizb ut-Tahrir, someone we would not be listing as a prohibited hate group if these laws don't succeed through the Parliament. Hizb ut-Tahrir, in 2017, in a video uploaded to Facebook by Hizb ut-Tahrir, it involved two panellists who stated that men are permitted to hit women, preferably with a scarf or a piece of fabric or a short stick. One panellist refers to being hit by a man as a beautiful blessing. It also then, this group went on to talk about women being segregated and arguing for women to be seated at the back of a room in public meetings. This is something journalist Alison Beveridge successfully sued Hizb ut-Tahrir for segregating her at a meeting. This group defended a man in his 20s trying to marry a 12-year-old girl in 2014. And this is a group that want to take down Western norms. They're a group that spread hate. They are a group linked to insidious individuals overseas. And if we don't have a regime in place to deal with groups like this, who have no place in our society, then voting against these laws is what you should do. Of course, voting against these laws enables people who come here to spread hate to stay here on a visa. We can't deal with them. They can come in, we can't stop them. That's why these laws are important. It's important to take back control of this situation so that we can actually deal with the hate these people have brought.
Thank you, Senator Dunning. And Senator Stewart.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today in support of this bill. On December 14 last year, Australians experienced the worst terrorist attack on Australian soil at Bondi Beach. 15 people murdered by a terrorists with hate in their minds and guns in their hands. The impact of that day will stay with us for a very, very long time. But it must also be a turning point. This attack did not happen in isolation. Australia has witnessed an alarming rise in anti-Semitism, hatred, extremism in recent years. We have seen this at Bondi, but also through countless attacks on Jewish institutions, including attacks on synagogues in my home state of Victoria, and a neo-Nazi rally in front of the New South Wales Parliament. This bill is focused on a practical package of reforms. It is designed to stop the spread of hatred, disrupt extremist networks, and protect social cohesion in our communities. Firstly, the bill will introduce new aggravated offences to ensure that very serious penalties apply to those in positions of influence and authority who commit hate crimes. What leaders say matters. When religious leaders, preachers, or other figures of influence use their authority to encourage violence against protected groups, the harm is profound. These individuals who are trusted by others and their words carry weight. That's why this bill introduces aggravated offences that specifically apply to offenders who seek to radicalise children. This bill sends a clear message. Exploiting young people to spread violent ideologies will be punished severely. Secondly, this bill seeks to increase penalties for hate crime offences, increasing the maximum penalty of imprisonment for base offences from 5 years to 7 years, and from 7 to 10 years for the offences which involve an added threat to peace, order and good government of the Commonwealth. Thirdly, the bill requires courts to treat radical or ethnic hatred as an aggravating factor for Commonwealth crimes. This means that if hatred of a group or a member of a group is based on race or ethnic origin motivates a crime, courts must consider that when deciding the sentence. Fourth, the bill will create new rules in the Criminal Code that allow certain organisations to be officially listed as banned hate groups. Once an organisation is listed, it will become a crime to run it, belong to it, recruit people to it, raise or receive money for it, support it in any way, or take part in training connected to it. Organised hate groups are dangerous because they recruit, fundraise, train and spread propaganda. Left unchecked, they create an environment where violence festers and is normalised. This bill gives the government the ability to disrupt these groups before they cause further harm. The bill will also strengthen and expand the prohibited hate symbols offences in the Criminal Code to further protect Australians from the significant harm caused by the public display of these symbols. And finally, this bill will strengthen Australia's migration laws to better protect the Australian community from non-citizens suspected of engaging in hate-motivated conduct or extremism. This bill enables a proportionate and targeted response to hate-motivated conduct and extremism to safeguard our national security and social cohesion in this country. So there are a number of reasons that I support this bill. But I want to take a moment to also reflect on the missed opportunity that we have this week here in Parliament, a moment in time that we've had to actually do something that'll protect so many Australians, and that is with the anti-vilification measures that were contained in previous iterations but removed from this bill. In the aftermath of the terrorist attack at Bondi, the Coalition had argued that there needed to be stronger laws to combat anti-Semitism. And we agreed. Absolutely there should be stronger laws. We responded with a proposed law including anti-vilification measure, which would have criminalised serious forms of anti-Semitic rhetoric and promotion of racial supremacy. And I might remind those opposite that that measure that was in the bill was recommended by the Special Envoy for Anti-Semitism, Gillian Segal, and countless leaders within the Jewish community. You cannot, on one hand, claim to stand with the Jewish community and on the other hand refuse to support laws specifically designed to protect the Jewish community from racial vilification. You cannot do that. It is absolute hypocrisy to see that. But it is that hypocrisy is not new from the opposition. We've seen them call for urgent action, bring back Parliament the week of Christmas. And then when we call back Parliament in January, apparently we're rushing. We're rushing when we take a couple of weeks to get those laws right. We're rushing. They're calling for the full implementation of Gillian Siegel's report. But when they have the opportunity to actually support it, you see more backflips over there than you do in the Olympics. It's incredible. The absolute hypocrisy from those opposite. Why not give Jewish Australians and so many other Australians extra protections? The Coalition owes all Jewish Australians an explanation about why you called so strongly for the full support, for the full implementation of Gillian Siegel's report, and then backflipped like nobody's business when you had the opportunity to actually do something that was going to protect them. Absolute weakness from Susan Ley. Absolute weakness. Words absolutely matter. Hateful words about someone's race, they don't just wound an individual, it normalises hatred towards an entire community. And I don't know where the Coalition thinks hatred starts. It feels like they think it starts just at the part where you get hatred that turns into violence. But there's a whole bunch of things that happen that lead somebody to ending up being violent with hate in their hearts towards another group. It starts at the small things that people say to vilify other groups that really normalises that hatred towards another group. And it goes unchecked. Vilification laws could have actually held some people accountable to the things that they say that normalise that hatred and targeted attacks towards other groups. But you didn't want to do that. You didn't want to do that because you are okay, seemingly okay, with the vilification of groups, the damaging attacks on groups of people in Australia, other Australians. As long as it doesn't lead to violence, go for your life. Jewish Australians, like all Australians, deserve to be safe, feel safe, and be respected in this country. Anti-vilification laws would have helped achieve that objective. The Leader of the Opposition, Susan Ley, and the Coalition failed all Australians when you failed to rise to the occasion. Words absolutely matter, but so does action. You had the opportunity to rise to the occasion and you failed. You failed all Australians this week, especially those of us who belong to communities that are targeted and attacked all the time, and we won't forget.
Senator Faruqi.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. What happened at Bondi Beach on December 14th last year was an appalling and horrific act of hate and violence that has shattered our Sydney community and the country, and no one more than the Jewish community. We continue to stand in solidarity with our Jewish brothers and sisters in their grief. Yesterday, in this chamber, we were able to pay our respects and condolences to those whose lives were taken. From today, our job as public representatives is to do everything in our power to stop this kind of violence from ever happening again. The Greens have long pushed for strong gun laws. This is an evidence-based, tried and tested response that reduces gun violence. And we were pleased and proud to support the gun reforms that passed today and made them even stronger. And we will always work to get dangerous weapons off our streets. I have never been silent on what needs to be done to combat hate, racism, and extremism. I've spent my political life focused on anti-racism and fighting extremism and the far right. But this bill is not the way to do it. This bill is not a responsible response. The sham process that the government has undertaken on this bill is as appalling as the bill itself. That there wasn't even a pretense of consultation for some of the most extreme changes to our criminal laws shows just how little the government thinks of the community. From the beginning, the draft bill was quickly exposed to be deeply flawed, divisive, and dangerous. It was clear that these laws were designed to protect some and not others. With this bill, the Albanese government has thrown Muslims and migrants under the bus. After Labour was forced to back down on the dangerous vilification section of this omnibus bill, they made a terrible last-minute deal with the coalition to make other parts of this awful, rushed bill even more divisive and more dangerous. Labour did a deal with the coalition who want the right to be bigots. And this bill will have a chilling and draconian effect on political debate, on protest, on civil rights, and on people speaking up against human rights abuses perpetrated by Israel or any other nation state. This is not social cohesion. This is not unity. This is not equality. This is deeply disappointing, but not surprising. And this is not the first time that Labour has betrayed communities. Over the past month, the Bondi tragedy has been politicized by large sections of the media and politicians. The anger, frustration, and sadness at the weaponization of this attack has been reiterated to me countless times by many of my Jewish friends. In what should have been a time for solidarity and kindness, this horrific tragedy was seized upon to clamp down on, demonize, and silence a movement of peace and justice. These vile murderers who perpetrated the attack had no connection to Palestine, were not Palestinian, had no link that we know of to the pro-Palestine movement, but politicians and the media saw the perverse opportunity to remove a thorn from their side. There seems to be a concerted effort to force some kind of a sick binary, as if one cannot be both against the terror attack at Bondi and show solidarity with Palestine. This is a disgusting lie meant to smear and silence. Let me say this clearly and unequivocally. Standing against a genocide is not anti-Semitic. Being outraged and protesting the killing, starvation, and torture of hundreds of thousands of people is not anti-Semitic. Calling for this government to combat racism in all its forms is not divisive. Calling for this government to end its complicity in genocide is not divisive. However, it is divisive to pretend to care about international law while inviting to this country the president of Israel, a state committing genocide in Gaza. It is divisive to design laws that say to all but one community, your safety does not matter. It is divisive to celebrate multiculturalism and then introduce laws that blatantly scapegoat and demonize migrants. We know that these laws are not being introduced in a political vacuum. They come after over 2 years of Israel's genocide in Gaza, after 2 years of draconian crackdowns on protesters. The absolute lengths that have been gone to silence Palestinian and Palestine solidarity voices has been immense, aided by a predominantly right-wing and pro-Israel media and political class, but also by the Labour government. This bill is yet another example of the Albanese government's authoritarian crackdown on supporters of Palestine. And this censorship was on full display in recent weeks, with the Adelaide Festival Board uninviting Dr. Randa Abdul Fattah from Adelaide Writers' Week, with her mere existence as a Palestinian apparently a problem for them. This was a racist decision that has resulted in the entire festival being cancelled and the board finally being dragged to issue an unconditional apology to Randa. These are indeed dangerous times when there is a whole of government assault on basic human rights. These laws that we're debating today are flawed, fraught, and near friendless. The New South Wales Council of Civil Liberties has said they will irreparably damage our democratic and legal system. The Human Rights Law Centre has stated that the bill risks crystallising and perpetuating an invidious public discourse which casts migrants and refugees as a presumptive threat to national security. The Jewish Council of Australia criticised both the process and content of the bill, noting that the fight against anti-Semitism is not served by rushed legislation, which is not evidence-based, and which may lead to the targeting of religious and migrant communities. The Islamic Council of Victoria has stated that the bill risks exacerbating existing patterns of over-policing, racial profiling, and disproportionate public, media, and police scrutiny of Muslim communities under the guise of countering hate and extremism. Community groups and legal experts have been near unanimous in their assessment that these laws are fundamentally flawed. They provide for extraordinary ministerial powers with limited guardrails and protection. They provide a clear pathway for governments to shut down protest and political dissent. They rely almost exclusively on criminal penalties that decades of evidence tells us do not succeed in combating hate. They unfairly and inappropriately target the Muslim community, while at the same time exceptionalizing one form of hate for protection and ignoring other forms of hate, such as that faced by LGBTQIA+ people, disabled people, and other marginalized groups. We cannot work backwards to amend a bill that is so fundamentally messed up. One of the most concerning aspects of the bill is the prescription of hate groups, the provision by which the minister does not need to provide an individual or a group procedural fairness, dispensing with the rules of law and natural justice. Greg Barnes SC spoke today describing these provisions as the sort of stuff you get in authoritarian countries. The retrospectivity of this provision is terrifying, allowing the consideration of conduct that occurred before the bill even commenced that could result in imprisonment for 15 years when the conduct at the time wasn't even illegal. The provisions can and will easily be used to shut down protest and political activity that the government does not support. We have seen in the UK the danger and absurdity of misuse of proscription and terrorism laws, with thousands of people arrested for engaging in peaceful demonstrations against genocide and in support of Palestine action. I am yet to find a single legal expert, academic, or human rights expert who is in favor of these provisions. It is clear from the context of the bill and the speeches that were made here yesterday, like who these laws will protect and who they will target. Some of the things that were said in here yesterday about Muslims and Islam were shameful, disgraceful, and vile. Of the faith groups consulted prior to the bill being provided publicly, it was only the Australian National Imams Council that was not shown the bill, knowing full well that Islamophobia has risen drastically in recent years, with Muslims being physically attacked, spat on, and verbally abused in public with increasing frequency and ferocity. I know firsthand this hate has reached new levels for the Muslim community. The government's briefing records very clearly show that the Muslim community has been left out in the cold. But then, we have always been the government's lowest priority. Extremism in any form should never be tolerated. Exceptionalizing one form of bigotry over another does not make anyone safer. My friend Barbara Bloch, who is a member of Jews Against Occupation 1948, told me this: I would like this Parliament to mourn the loss of these lives, investigate the circumstances that allowed these heavily armed men to make their way to Bondi undetected and commit those acts of savagery. Then, please take a deep breath and also consider the impact of these laws, not only on Jewish lives, but also on others. And remember that for Palestinians both in Australia and in Palestine and Israel, their struggle is also not over. At the end of the day, we cannot criminalize our way out of hate and racism. Expanding the carceral system is not the way to keep people safe. We know this system is used against First Nations people. We know how the system has been used against activists and protesters. We know who this legislation is going to target if this is passed. Discrimination and racism are institutional and structural in our country, and we must root them out as such. It is not just about one individual here or another one there. It is about overhauling the system and changing society. The National Anti-Racism Framework provides a roadmap to move towards an anti-racist society. It does so in a way that acknowledges the deep roots of structural, institutional, and systemic racism, including anti-Semitism and all forms of racism in this country, and it rightly places truth-telling and First Nations justice at the heart of anti-racism work. This framework has been gathering dust on the government shelves for over a year now, while racism has been getting worse and worse. The Prime Minister should today announce funding for the framework and begin its implementation. Combating hate and extremism must be work that is grassroots and community-led, with significant commitment to and investment in communities to change hearts and minds, behaviors, and attitudes. And let me say this, despite what many of those in here would have you believe, hate and extremism is not some problem that is imported here from afar. We saw that clearly and devastatingly in the Christchurch mosque massacre, where 51 Muslims were murdered in cold blood while praying by an Australian white supremacist who was radicalized right here in this country. Violence, too, is not imported from far away. Australia was built on the genocide of First Nations people, with colonialism and oppression continuing today. We also know that a woman is murdered by an intimate partner every 8 days in this country. The inclusion of migration law changes in this legislation does nothing but demonize migrants and feed far-right white supremacist rhetoric that migrants are the problem. The utter hypocrisy of the Labour and Liberal parties is here on full display. To pretend to celebrate multiculturalism, praise migrants when it suits them, and then propose laws like this is just disgusting. The Bondi attack has devastated the nation. Our response to it should be carefully considered to show compassion, care, and solidarity at a time of crisis. We should, as a society, try to achieve the structural and cultural change needed to reject hate and extremism and to weed it out at its roots. This legislation definitely does not do that. Scapegoating migrants does not make anyone safer. Undermining the right to protest does not make anyone safer. Criminalizing those who raise their voice against injustices is just plain wrong. Saying that one group is worthy of protection while others are not does not make anyone safer. The Greens vehemently and strongly oppose this bill. And you know what? This is the last thing I will say. No matter what you try and do, we will not be silent in the face of genocide. We will continue to call out hate and racism wherever we see it, and we will continue to fight against injustice, inequality, and an imperial system.
Senator Faruqi, your time's expired. Senator Cash.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm very happy to support laws that are going to give the relevant minister in this country the ability to actually chuck out violent Islamic extremists, because that's actually what the laws that we are looking at tonight will do. But before I address those laws, let's talk about the journey to actually get here, because Australians should never forget what Mr Albanese tried to do after Australia's largest terrorist attack. Let's be clear. He tried to push through the biggest expansion of criminal speech laws this country has ever seen. What's worse is he tried to do it in less than 1 week before Australians had had time to properly read it, to understand it or speak up. But guess what? Australians did speak up. And the coalition the Liberal Party and the National Party stood firmly with them. So I say this to all Australians. Congratulations, Australia. Just like us, you saw through what the Prime Minister of Australia was trying to do to you. You saw through the spin, you looked at the substance, and well done, Australia. You stopped the Prime Minister of Australia. As we stand here tonight and debate the legislation that is now before the Senate, let us be very, very clear, because there's a lot of misinformation out there tonight. Labor's hate speech package, the original package that would have silenced you, Australia, has been abandoned. Well done, Australia. You stood up, we listened, you forced Mr Albanese to take action, and that bill has been scrapped. But I have to say, here's a basic question that all Australians should ask themselves. After 15 Jewish Australians were murdered in the largest terror attack this country has ever seen on Bondi Beach, why was the Prime Minister's first instinct to rush laws through that would have potentially silenced ordinary Australians, while at the same time refusing to clearly name the ideology that drove the terrorist attack? And here's the bit the Australian people can't get past. The package he wanted us to put through ran to hundreds of pages, and guess what? Not once in those 500 pages did it actually name what actually happened, the real threat: violent Islamic extremism. And let's be very, very clear. If you can't name the threat that Australia is confronting, Mr Prime Minister, guess what? You actually can't address it. So let me say this plainly, because quite frankly Australians are sick and tired of the Australian Labor Party and the Prime Minister dancing around the truth. Australia must confront violent Islamic extremism. No excuse, not relabelling it, as they tend to do so as not to offend the violent Islamic extremists, and not pretending it's something else. But definitely don't try and make laws around it whilst even refusing to name it. This is an ideology, let's be very clear here. It glorifies murder, it celebrates terrorism, it targets Jews first, and Australians, wake up and understand this. It's not confined to the Jewish people. They start with Saturday, they go after Sunday. For all the Christians out there, wake up. You are Sunday. That's what they do. They target the Jews first, and then they go after anybody else who stands in their way. This extremist ideology, it hates democracy and it hates the Australian way of life. That is the threat. But sadly, instead of focusing on this threat right from the start, Labor's original approach took a slightly different tangent. They introduced laws, or they wanted to introduce laws, that actually risk chilling lawful speech, and worse, in fact I find this so offensive, it built in a dangerous loophole dressed up as a religious teaching defence that the hate preachers would have exploited. Quite frankly, I think the Australian people expect that a law meant to stop hate should never give the hate preachers in this country a roadmap to avoid accountability. But that is what the Prime Minister of Australia did. He gave, by the drafting, the hate preachers, the people we want to stop in this country, a get-out-of-jail-free card. But as I said, good on you, Australia, congratulations. You saw through the Prime Minister, you saw he was trying to silence you, you had the support of the coalition, and we successfully defeated that bill. So to the bill before us today, because there is a lot of misinformation out there tonight, let's talk about what it does in plain English. First, as I said, and this is why I'm supporting it, it makes it easier to kick extremists out of Australia using the visa system. So this is our message as the Coalition. If you come here to glorify extremist violence, if you want to threaten Australians or radicalise others, I don't care. You should not get a visa. And if you're already here and you're doing that, I do think the minister should be given the power to take your visa off you. But I also think the minister should be able to go one step further, which is what this legislation does. It says, guess what? You are never, ever coming back into the great country of Australia. And that is what this bill will deliver. It gives the minister clearer power to refuse a visa, to cancel a visa, and to permanently exclude people who, quite frankly, are coming to Australia to poison our community. And I'll also say this, to anyone who votes against this tonight, you need to be upfront with the Australian people about what you're doing. A no vote, is a vote refusing visas, against refusing visas to hate preachers. A no vote is a vote against cancelling visas where someone is glorifying violence. And a no vote is a vote against keeping these people out for good. So let me be clear amongst all the misinformation that's out there tonight. I'm voting for laws that make it easier for the relevant minister, Labor or Coalition, to throw extremists out of this country and to keep extremists excluded from this country. Why would I do that? Because the Coalition's position is simple. Australia is not a sanctuary for violent extremists. We will not give people visas when they're glorifying terror or they are trying to radicalise others. And if they are here, yes, we do want the minister to have the power to remove them and keep them out. The second thing this bill does tonight is in relation to violent extremist hate groups. And again, there's a lot of misinformation out there tonight, so let me be clear. Despite what people are saying, this is not about opinions. This is about organised, dangerous hate groups that recruit, intimidate and create the conditions for hate-motivated violence. One of the issues in Australia is that the terrorist listing threshold is incredibly high, as it should be. What that has therefore done, though, is this. It leaves a gap where vile hate groups can operate in plain sight, recruiting, radicalising, fundraising and intimidating communities, but they fall just short of a terrorism label. People have seen it. They've seen it of late with the neo-Nazis. These are people who worship Hitler and they glorify genocide. They don't just hold vile views. They build networks, they recruit, they threaten, they target minorities to spread fear. What this part of the bill does is it helps close that gap. It creates a way to prohibit organised hate groups and makes it illegal to take part in them or help them, this is very important, when they are tied to serious hate-driven criminal conduct. And that takes me to a group that, quite frankly, I can't wait to see listed, and that is Hizb ut-Tahrir. Let's be very clear about what this organisation is, for anyone who wants to vote no tonight. This is an extremist Islamic organisation. It rejects democracy, it rejects Australian law, and it openly pushes for a global Islamic caliphate run under Sharia law. I'm sorry, but to anyone who's saying, oh, this legislation goes too far, I can tell you right now that I don't think that is just a slightly different opinion to what I might have. Their whole agenda is to replace the Australian way of life, and quite frankly, I want that stopped. Hizb ut-Tahrir's message is a simple one. Australia's system is illegitimate and it must be replaced. Our parliament, our courts, equal rights for men and women, and our freedom to choose our religion, or alternatively, to not have any religion at all. And sadly, for this group, they don't need to set a bomb off to be dangerous. Their danger is their vile extremist ideology, the propaganda that radicalises, that spreads hatred, and that tells young Australians that our democracy in our great country is the enemy. I don't know about others in this chamber, but I have no desire to see groups like Hizb ut-Tahrir, who want a global caliphate under Sharia law, operating in Australia. Quite frankly, if you come here to undermine our democracy and replace it, you should not get a platform. You should not get protection. And you definitely should not be allowed to organise like they have done and will continue to do if this legislation does not pass tonight in the great country of Australia. So here's the reality again for those colleagues who will vote no tonight. If you vote against this hate group regime, you will need to explain plainly why you are prepared to let neo-Nazi organisations and Hizb ut-Tahrir keep operating freely in Australia, because that is the practical effect. More space to recruit, more space to radicalise, more space to intimidate, and what is worse, more poison in our communities. Many out there, again there's misinformation, are claiming this is an attack on free speech. It isn't. That was the Prime Minister's original bill. That was the bill Australians said no to and we successfully killed off. What we are voting on tonight is entirely different. This targets organised extremist groups that fall just short of a terrorist listing, but still cause real harm. And it is important that the minister, whether they are Labor or Coalition, has the power to act against these vile extremist organisations. Here is the line, and it is the right line. This is not about outlawing unpopular opinions. It is not about shutting down robust debate. It is not about religious discussion, genuine political advocacy, comedy, satire or art. And it is certainly not about the police knocking on your door because of a harsh Facebook post or because you criticise the government. The Coalition would never support that. This is directed at serious conduct of a criminal nature, serious harm to a criminal standard under existing law, and it only applies where the Director-General of Security must be satisfied the conduct would or is likely to increase the risk of politically motivated violence. That is a high bar, and it should be a high bar. So, for anybody out there thinking that we're attacking free speech, the test is not, did someone say something offensive? It is whether it increases the risk of violence, not discomfort, not disagreement, not, I didn't like what was said. Australia is a free country, but it is not a sanctuary for extremists, and it should not be a safe operating environment for vile extremist hate groups. President or Acting Deputy President, Australians want to see Islamic hate preachers gone. They want to see the minister given the ability to ban Hizb ut-Tahrir, and they want neo-Nazis off our streets. These laws will achieve that, and that's why I'm supporting them.
Minister Wong.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. And I rise to speak on the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026. And these laws come at a tragic time for our nation. 14th December 2025 was a day when Islamist-inspired terror came to Australia's shores, when terrorists with ISIS flags murdered Jewish Australians celebrating the first night of Hanukkah and others enjoying one of our most iconic beaches. It was an anti-Semitic attack, an act of evil, of pure evil, and it was the deadliest terrorist attack in our nation's history. They murdered 15 innocents, injured dozens more, men, women and children. It was an attack on a community and on a nation, on every Australian. And that day the two attackers came with hatred in their minds and with lethal weapons in their hands, and today this Parliament is working to address both the motivation and the method of the attack. And we are sending a powerful message that there is no place for anti-Semitism in this country. There is no place for spreading hate in Australia. There is no place for violent extremism in Australia. This legislation continues our commitment to implementing the recommendations of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism. However, this legislation does not reflect one key recommendation of the Special Envoy. Ms Segal recommended that the government strengthen federal, state and territory legislation addressing anti-Semitic and other hateful or intimidating conduct, including with respect to serious vilification offences and the public promotion of hatred and anti-Semitic sentiment. But, colleagues, these laws will not include racial vilification, which the Labor Party has long supported and which the government sought to bring forward. Those opposite have walked away from a key ask of the Special Envoy and a key ask of so many in the Jewish Australian community at this time. I want to quote my friend, the member for Macnamara, from his speech earlier today. He said, "After the leader of the opposition came to my electorate last week, stood up at a synagogue and said that hate needed to be confronted and that there needed to be consequences. She said that if she were the Prime Minister, there would be. Within hours, the Liberal Party refused to support laws in this place that would do exactly that." The Leader of the Opposition demanded that the government implement the Segal report in full, yet the Leader of the Opposition is blocking the government from doing precisely that. The Leader of the Opposition demanded hate speech laws and then opposed them. The Leader of the Opposition demanded the return of Parliament, and when Parliament was recalled, was against it. Yesterday in the Senate we heard these words: "This Parliament has a responsibility to ensure Jewish Australians can live freely and securely in the weeks, months and years ahead, to ensure community institutions are protected, to ensure threats are taken seriously, to ensure the law is enforced, and to ensure that those who incite hatred and glorify violence are met with consequences." That was Senator Cash yesterday. And on this, Senator Cash, we agree. But, of course, we are not able to pass reforms which are directly targeting those who incite hatred, because the Liberal and National Party senators will not support reforms to combat racial vilification. They will not support them. And to even consider today's important legislative reform, we have narrowed the scope of the legislation at the Coalition's requests. So it will be for the Coalition to answer to the Jewish Australian community when instances of vile hate face no consequences. Australians want their leaders to lead. They do not want self-interest. They do not want politics. They do not want division. And Australians want to stand with and behind the Jewish Australian community at this time of profound grief. And we saw this unity in previous national crises like Port Arthur, the Bali bombings, the Lindt siege. But not for Bondi. Instead of reaching for that higher ground, national unity, the opposition sought to drag us down with division. But Australians see what the Liberal and National parties are doing. They see through it. They see through it. Acting Deputy President, Senators, we know that the attackers at Bondi targeted Australian Jews because of who they are. And we know they were inspired by hateful, violent, intolerant and extreme ideology that has no place in our country. And we will not give the terrorists what they seek, which is a divided nation. to turn Australian against Australian. For Jewish Australians, particularly those that came to Australia seeking refuge, their sense of safety, their sense of security has been shattered. And they trust they had in this country, in an Australia that valued Jewish contributions to a multicultural society, that needs to be rebuilt. And it is our collective responsibility to rebuild it. So tonight, in this Senate, is the next step in ensuring that we work to stamp out the violent and hateful ideology that inspired this attack. The new laws being debated here specifically target those who seek to spread hatred, including those who seek to disrupt social cohesion in our community. The laws also create a regime for listing organisations that engage in hate speech or promote violence or racial hatred. The bill amends the Migration Act to introduce new grounds enabling a minister to refuse and cancel visas on the basis of hate-motivated conduct and offences relating to the spread of hatred and extremism. And this is as it should be. Organisations that proffer hateful ideologies must be outlawed and their members held accountable. We know one such group has already announced an intention to disband in anticipation of the effectiveness of these laws. Our Senate, our Parliament tonight can send a strong message to a grieving nation, and we must. We stand together against hate, and together light will prevail over darkness. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. This bill comes as part of the Labor Party's response to an appalling anti-Semitic attack at Bondi Beach that took the lives of 15 Jewish members of our community. And this Parliament, just barely an hour ago, passed laws that directly respond to critical elements of that attack by addressing some of the loopholes in our national firearms laws that allowed hate to be armed that day. And whilst it wasn't unanimous, we did get the majority needed. And that was good work to make the community safer. Much of this bill, however, includes scapegoating migrants and attacking peaceful protests and protest groups. And it's not a legitimate response to the Bondi attack. And it wrongfully conflates caring about international law, protecting the vulnerable, and having a conscience about world events with the cruel ugliness of anti-Semitism. The Australian Greens have deep concerns about the politicised content included here, and we do not have any comfort that it is going to substantially address any form of hate in this country, and that includes anti-Semitism. We're also concerned that the amendments to the migration laws are designed directly to place migrants in the frame in this debate, and to blame migrants and multicultural Australia on the failures of intelligence and security agencies. And again we see how a failure in ASIO, a failure in our security agencies is being used to weaponise against multicultural Australia, and then to give those very agencies more and more secret powers. This Parliament should be coming together to make laws now that bring communities together and that have their confidence and support. Instead, we have a last-minute major party deal to create laws that can criminalise large segments of the community who are following their conscience and their hearts to stand up against genocide. And I know who I am with in this debate, and I'm proud to be with them. We will not sit quietly in the corner while these parties try to make it a crime to stand against genocide and for a free Palestine. And we will remain in solidarity with the community, peaceful, principled and proud. And I want to say thank you to the thousands of people who made submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Commission on Intelligence and Security. Of course, part of the club, populated just by Labor and the Coalition, but the community engaged. And this whole process was a stitch-up between the Labor and Liberal parties with committees like the PJCIS. But I want to thank people who still took the time to ensure they were heard and that their detailed concerns about the proposed laws were on the record. And I note the large number of Palestinian, LGBTQI+ and refugee organisations who raised their strong concerns about the divisive and dangerous proposals in these bills. At all times, the timeframe for consultation was grossly inadequate, and we genuinely appreciate every group who still made themselves available in these last few short days to talk with us about the proposed changes. And every stakeholder we spoke to, every single one, raised new and more detailed concerns about these laws. And the overwhelming response from all of them is that the original Labor Party proposal was just too flawed, too politicised, too biased, too divisive to be fixed. And I agree with them. My party agrees with them. And millions of Australians agree with them. And we thank them for their time. And with your collective help, we have prevented broken vilification laws passing that were biased in their application, broken in their reach and dangerous in their politics. And I want to thank all of those Australians who joined with us in that. I note in particular the difficulty of this proposal for the many communities, including but not limited to the queer community and the disability community, who have long waited for this Parliament to take their concerns about hate attacks against them seriously. And this government brought them in to this Parliament, gave them encouragement, and then just dropped them, like they've done so many times before. This government has again let down diverse communities in this process. They are more than disappointed with this government today. But I want to let all of those vulnerable and diverse communities know you have our word as Greens that we will keep working to ensure a comprehensive suite of measures are adopted, funded, resourced to reduce hate, provide support and make this country safe for all. Thank you to the Law Council for their insightful analysis of the draft and the final laws, including in the few short hours we had them today. Likewise, the guidance of the Justice and Equity Centre, the Victorian Aboriginal Legal Service, Australian Palestine Advocacy Network, the Asylum Seekers Resource Centre, Hindus for Human Rights, the Arabic Council, as well as lawyers from the Australian Lawyers Alliance, among many, many others. And they have said with one voice, indeed, they've been stronger than that. They've said with a diversity of voices, from multiple different perspectives, from multiple faiths and multiple communities and multiple parts of this country, they have said don't support these laws for the damage they can do to society. And in the last 24 hours, the bill has become even worse. Coalition amendments, far from the nonsense we heard from Senator Cash about limiting their scope and saving people from overreach, what nonsense, what rubbish we heard. What facile defences she's trying to build for whoever in her perceived support base. Let us be clear about this. Coalition amendments expand the reach of Labor's already dangerous crackdown on legitimate free speech, political expression, and they do so in unprecedented ways. Far from narrowing these laws, these changes expand the law to expressly cover conduct that falls far short of violence. The Rush changes expand the conduct that can lead to organisations being banned, their members, including informal members, whatever that means, going to jail for 15 years, to include references to 7 different state and territory laws. That raises multiple constitutional issues and significant uncertainty into how these laws will apply across the Commonwealth. That didn't narrow the scope of these banning provisions and prescription visions. It massively expanded them and massively expanded the thoughts and the speech that can be covered by these laws. This Labor and Coalition deal may lead to organisations being banned and people being criminalised across the country if they ridicule or express contempt for a group or a person. These laws cover much more than threats of violence, extending to economic, social and psychological harm, and enforced not by courts, but by secret reports from ASIO and the opinion of the Home Affairs Minister. Labor and the Coalition are expressly intending to capture acts and statements done in the past with retrospective operations of these laws. Groups could be criminalised. People could see their actions criminalised. They could face lengthy jail time for actions or words said before these offences were even created. What was a rushed process last week with poor process, excluding critical consideration, has now become a farce. Unprecedented legal changes are being made law without even a cursory review by experts or the community. And the general principles we have used to analyse these changes as Greens include laws that seek to protect only select parts of the community and expressly exclude protection for other vulnerable parts of our community, well, they are bad laws. They're divisive laws. Rushed, complex criminal laws are a terrible process and risk criminalising conduct nobody would want to see people going to jail for. Well, nobody except for their political opponents, that is. Removing procedural fairness from decisions that could potentially put people in jail for years or over a decade is plain dangerous. And let's be clear, anything that the Labor and Coalition agree on in a late night meeting with the toxic politics they've been discussing in the last few years, especially when it comes to criminal law, is likely to be terribly compromised at best and downright Trumpian at worst. We've spoken in the last hours to a number of lawyers and experts on the changed prohibited hate group laws. They had a long list of questions, a long list of concerns about the provisions, and show that they are very far from clear and possibly completely unworkable. Is that how laws should pass through this parliament? Just on a wink and a nod? The vibe of Senator Cash? The nod of the Prime Minister? The hope of the Attorney General? The toxic politics of whichever part of the coalition agreed to this? And we start by noting, as the Law Council points out, that the banning powers rely in part on underlying conduct that is in part already criminalised and in part never before used as legal tests. That we'll see the Home Affairs Minister relying on secret advice from ASIO about potential future conduct of an organisation before banning them, without any pretence of natural justice, without ever considering procedural fairness. And in this case, the discretion given to the Home Affairs Minister means the courts will not consider a listing and there's no independent oversight. The listing can occur on the grounds where the Minister has a reasonable belief that a person has engaged in a hate crime, and that can be satisfied by a range of state-based vilification offences that only require a person to be critiquing or ridiculing. Again, I repeat, all of that is done by ASIO with a secret report never seen by those being targeted, never seen by the Parliament, never seen by the public, and by a minister who doesn't even have to tell the organisation he's thinking about doing this. And the second limb of the request, of the test, requires the minister is satisfied it's reasonably necessary to protect a part of the community from harm without that harm could include not just physical harm, but economic, psychological or social harm. Under these laws, the anti-apartheid movement would have been captured. Under these laws, federal ministers in the 1960s and 1970s could have threatened thousands of anti-apartheid activists with jail, banned their organisations because of their strident, correct and pointed criticism of the South African government and its hateful apartheid policy. And they're people we now celebrate as proud human rights campaigners. And in 2026, cross out apartheid and write in Free Palestine, and you'll see what these parties are trying to do. Can I point out that in the short time we've had these unprecedented proposed changes, lawyers have said to us that roping in the criminal offences of 7 different state and territory laws, defining them as hate crimes and saying they apply under Commonwealth legislation creates immeasurable legal uncertainty? Does a test that used to only apply in Victoria now apply across the whole country? Are there 7 different tests across the country, depending on where you live, about what you say? None of this has been answered by the government. It's chaos. It's bad in principle. And then even with those laws, the government goes out of their way to say that only 3 categories of offensive conduct will be covered by those 3 laws, writing out protections for other religious groups, for the LGBTIQ community, for gender and intersex. How have we got to this point? And can I finish with this on migration? This bill dangerously lowers the threshold for visa cancellations, from requiring a person would engage in harmful conduct to merely they might. That's not a test. I want to thank the ASRC for their continued positive engagement with this. And when the government says they need these changes to ban hate preachers from this country, they know that's false. Every single one of those could already be banned under the character tests. There are 2 separate legal provisions under the Migration Act that would fully cover all of the conduct that's covered in these migration law changes. And the government is lying when it says otherwise, and the coalition is covering itself with pretend political cover when it says otherwise. We won't accept those lies. It's a false narrative, and at the core of the narrative on the migration changes are they want to blame migrants for the violence and failures of security agencies, for the gaps in our gun laws. And we won't let them scapegoat migrants. And we won't support these changes to the Migration Act, and we won't support the rubbish politics that is trying to give them cover when they do it.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Senator O'Neill? Senator
Thank
O'Neill.
you. Thank you, Acting Deputy President. In Bondi on the 14th of December, 2 evil men, drawing on a perverted distortion of Islam that is the foundation of the terror organisation ISIS, committed a terror attack on our shores. Just for the record, ISIS is funded by Iran. Every part of its existence is to be abhorred. No Australian who shares in our nation's vast democratic success, our collective wealth that thrives in the fertile environment that is enabled by our democratic values. No Australian who benefits from our laws and the peace it brings can never, ever support ISIS or any organisation that harbours support for ISIS in any form. And I don't think there would be any dispute here in this chamber or around the nation about the moral righteousness of that statement. But it is a fact that one of the anti-Semitic, ISIS-inspired gunmen who shot 15 fine citizens that afternoon, Sunday the 14th in Bondi, one of those evil men was born here and raised in Australia. He was known in some glancing way, according to reports, to the intelligence agencies of this nation. The other man, his father, was not a citizen of this country. Their actions, and the actions of others like them, tell us that something is wrong with our current laws. And we must learn from Bondi that threats to our society come from both within and from outside our nation and our population. That father and son act of terror demands that we face the reality of the country we are today. We have to confront, through the myriad of horrific images of people on Bondi on that fateful Sunday evening in December, the reality of our time. It's horrifying. People are scarred at a distance from media engagement, just looking at the images of what happened in Bondi. There's a massive national provision of support for people's mental health who watch those images. But we have to look. We cannot turn away. And it's horrifying for me that in the moment when we could confront and respond to this challenge of our time, when we could have acted in unison, protected the best of what we are, be clear that we align together against the malign actors who would take this nation into the darkness of hate. There has been wholesale failure here in this Parliament by too many who have not read the signs of these times. I listened to many of the speeches yesterday on the day of condolence for the loss of life in Bondi. And one of the words I heard very frequently in the speeches, well-intentioned, people who cared, people who shed tears as they spoke. I don't doubt the sincerity. But how many times people said, Australians should be able to do something. You should be able to walk down the street. You should be able to do this. Our job is not to wish and ponder and hope. Our job is to legislate, not decry the reality and wish it was otherwise and do nothing. Should isn't going to cut it. We actually have to do stuff. And the stuff we have to do here is to legislate. And we need to do it in a timely way in response to the challenges we face. Reality must be faced, and our laws must meet that reality. We live in a time when foreign countries are involved in the attacks on our way of life. We can't just let that reality pass us by. It's part of the emboldening of the 2 gunmen on Bondi, the firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue, according to our ASIO public reporting, was advanced by Iran and their proxies, who they funded in our country. The Iranian ambassador was sent home persona non grata. Now, that is a serious diplomatic act. It's an extraordinary historical moment. But these are extraordinary times. And it gives shape to what it is that we're doing here tonight and why we have to do it. Senators, we cannot continue to do business as usual in a world that has changed. And that is why we need legislation that gives powers to this Parliament and the parliaments that follow to protect the good people of this nation from the evil ones, be they born here or born somewhere else. These laws are needed to protect us from the ones filled with hate, from the ones spewing their vile hatred into our community. And that is why I speak in support of this bill this evening. The bill before us is about addressing what became obvious to every Australian as we watched those images. Action is required now, not next month, not next year, but today. I noted the contribution of Senator Shoebridge just prior to my rising. And there are many principles in there, and as a lawyer and a barrister who obviously cares about the law, and I see Senator Scarr over there with the same respect and regard for the law, there's a degree of caution that we always want to apply, and we need to apply that. But there's application in a time of peace, order, and long-term consideration. And there's action required in response to what we saw in Bondi. That's no time to sit back and navel gaze. This is time for leadership. And the place where leadership has to happen for our country, this democratic nation, is right here in Canberra, in this place. And that is what this bill is about this evening. It's vital and it's necessary that we pass this bill to tackle hateful groups. We cannot keep waiting while the next extremist individuals start or continue brewing a concoction of fear and hatred that targets decent, ordinary, law-abiding Australians. We've seen, under the current structure of laws, malign groups that have strategically flaunted the law by staying just, ever so marginally, just under the current test of criminality. We cannot allow that to continue. And sadly, the resistance that we're seeing to the necessary change to protect the people of Australia, surely our first responsibility. We've seen members in this parliament seek division, find division, push for delay. I said yesterday, if not now, then when? Hate will only spread and further entrench itself throughout our community the longer we wait in calling it out and the longer we wait to bring about the legislative changes necessary. The criminal amendments that are located within this bill will combat hate. They will dismantle extremism, and they will ensure that violence clearly intended against individuals or groups based on race or national or ethnic origin is prevented before it starts. These amendments will include aggravated offences for leaders who promote or threaten violence against protected groups, and for adults who radicalise children. It's got to stop, and it has to stop with legislation that needs to be passed in this place and tonight. This legislation offers increased penalties for existing hate speech offences involving the advocacy or threat of force or violence, because that needs to happen. This legislation has requirements for courts to consider hate motivation at sentencing and the designation of organisations that fuel violence or hatred on the basis of race, nationality or ethnic origin as prohibited hate groups. Your time's up. That's what this legislation says. You've played a dastardly game. The cost is a permanent stain on the history of this nation, but your time's up. That's what this legislation says. This bill will increase protections for our community from the risk of harm posed particularly by non-citizens who engage in extremist conduct. Yet, this parliament must acknowledge that this bill is not all of what was requested from the Jewish community, who urgently seek our response and protection. And this bill, which was offered in one form last week and has been changed through amendments and agreements, doesn't contain many of the elements that would provide stronger protections for people from groups that want to spread hate. The laws that tackle racial vilification have long been an ambition in many of a parliament. And this would have occurred in this parliament if the Coalition and the Greens had done what was really being asked of them by this nation in this most horrific moment. The largest terrorist massacre of Australians in our history. Of course, we have to continue to tackle hate at its source. And I urge the Coalition and Greens to look to their hearts and deeply consider whether they will allow the filth to be espoused on our streets to continue. What we know is that hateful words metastasize into violence and into destruction. And in our social media, these tropes, this hateful speech, the invitation for people to write hateful responses, has turned what once was a source of connection into a social sewer. We're all swimming in it. That has got to change, and we can all do our part with regard to that. In closing, Acting Deputy Speaker, I want to refer to a piece of correspondence that I received from the Australian Catholic Bishops' Conference, because a lot of the resistance to this anti-vilification that has led to that section of the bill being removed is arguable but not defensible in this historical moment. I received with this letter a copy of Pope Leo XIV's first papal document. It's called Dilexi Te. And in Catholic theology, the term option for the poor is for people who are discriminated against or suffering in any way. And the Pope said this: God has a special place in his heart for those who are discriminated against and oppressed. And he asks us, the Church, to make a decisive and radical choice in favour of the weakest. This legislation could have been absolutely a choice, a radical choice in favour of the weakest. But it is weakened, and mark my words, we will need to return and attend to the racial vilification dimensions of this legislation that were so abruptly ripped from it because of inexplicable political resistance that should belong in another time.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Anti-Semitism has no place in Australian society. I condemn the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi. The murderers that carried out this atrocity have terrified Australia's Jewish community. Australians, no matter who they are, where they come from, or who they pray to, should feel safe and be safe to assemble and celebrate a religious holiday without fearing for their lives. The terrorists have also jeopardised the lives of Australia's migrant communities, who have already been subject to increased discrimination and abuse. I support measures that will restrict access to firearms and reduce hate in our communities. Now, support for the latter is conditional on those measures being very specific and targeted at addressing hate, and reasonably appropriate and adapted to achieve that goal in line with the Lange test adopted by the High Court in determining whether a law unduly burdens the freedom of political communication implied by the Constitution. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, the class that proved itself most unable to rise to the occasion has been the political class. The politicking that has occurred in the wake of the Bondi shooting has been sickening. On the night of the attack, the Leader of the Opposition offered the government her full and unconditional support in responding to the massacre. In the days that followed, the Leader of the Opposition, Ms. Lee, moved away from this principled and decent position. She began to echo Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's suggestions that our Prime Minister and our government bore sole responsibility for the attacks. At a time of national crisis, she chose to divide Australians. It was not long until openly bad faith statements were being made, such as demanding that the Prime Minister recall Parliament before Christmas, despite knowing full well that drafting, let alone giving proper consideration to such complicated legislative measures in that time frame would be impossible. Now that the Parliament has returned, she has decided that everything needs to be slowed down. It was wedge politics at its worst. Not long after the attack, the member for Canning, Mr. Hastie, in the other place began making statements that immigration was the cause of this attack. No doubt it was the influence of Mr. Hastie and others like him that pushed Ms. Lee to politicise this issue. The conduct of Josh Frydenberg was similarly beyond the pale. Some of the people now calling for stronger hate laws were arguing a decade ago that Section 18C of the Racial Discrimination Act needed to be repealed. Australians will not forget how the Senate and the Parliament responded to this crisis. The politicisation of this issue has extended far beyond anything that could be reasonably connected to this horrific attack. The New South Wales government has abolished freedom of assembly, instead making the right to protest a privilege that it can dole out as it sees fit. The idea that Australians protesting against a genocide bear any responsibility for what happened is so cynical, so offensive. The adoption of a definition of anti-Semitism by the federal government that sees no difference between criticism of Israel and hatred of Jews is a decision that will further weaken social cohesion, not strengthen it. Now, the Australians who've marched against genocide are on the right side of history. And I will never apologise for calling for a Palestinian state, an action that ended my career in the Labor Party and saw me hounded out of the party that in recognising a Palestinian state last year the Labor Party conceded that I had been doing the right thing all along. In the media, the campaign for a royal commission was as bad faith as the Prime Minister's struggle against it. The avalanche of open letters became farcical when a collective of Australian sports stars offered their opinion on whether letters patent should be issued. At the same time, the Prime Minister dug himself a deeper and deeper hole. He said he did not need input from the families of the victims of Bondi. He was listening to actual experts. This remark was so disgraceful, as were all the other meritless excuses offered during this fight against the Royal Commission. This was only succeeded by the utter goal of, after backflipping on the Royal Commission, pretending it was always the plan of his government. The Prime Minister saying that, and I quote, "This hasn't been done up this morning, we have been working on this for weeks," which will be remembered as the "we have always been at war with East Asia" of this period. I sincerely hope that Commissioner Bell is able to hand down a report that will have practical effects in reducing anti-Semitism hate in this country and addressing flaws in our national security frameworks. If you look at the draft Senate program that was published last week, it says that this chamber should be debating the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026 today. We heard from the Prime Minister that nothing would be dropped and the bill would not be split. Since then, the highly contentious racial vilification offence has been dropped and the bill has been split. We have seen that the government will not move forward with proposals that do not have the coalition support. Once again, as the migration amendments in 2024, as with the electoral reform, as with the mandatory sentencing, the Liberals are governing from opposition. I have a range of concerns with these bills, some of which I outlined in my submission to the needlessly and dangerously rushed PJCIS inquiry. And to summarise, there's a few points I'd like to raise. Much of the hate speech changes are window dressing through increased sentences to existing offences and new aggravating factors for existing offences. The changes to the Migration Act would allow the Minister to cancel or deny visas to people who might incite division. Stopping hatred is one thing, and it's a good thing, but kicking people out of Australia based on a speculation is quite another. Visa holders in Australia should be able to engage in peaceful protest as freely as Australian citizens can. The proposed prohibited hate group frameworks hands an unprecedented amount of power to the executive in a manner, as others have noted, similar to the Menzies government's ban on the Communist Party, which was rejected by the High Court and the Australian people in a referendum. If these powers to declare organisations fell into the wrong hands, the results could be catastrophic. I found it much easier to support reforms to our firearm laws, but I still have concerns with the broad drafting of the new firearm material offences. Now, these provisions, like both bills, were rushed through Parliament and through the Joint Intelligence Committee, meaning the deficiencies of the reforms will not be known until they become law. Section 51 of the Commonwealth Constitution provides that as elected representatives of the people of Australia, we have the power, and I would argue the duty, to enact laws for the peace, order and good government of the Commonwealth. It is the responsibility, however, of the entire apparatus of government to ensure that these laws are operating soundly. While we do not have the full picture yet, there are many questions that need to be asked of counter-terrorism officials, and particularly ASIO, to identify where their processes went wrong. The natural instinct of some, particularly our media class, is to demand more laws, but we must be considered in doing so. Knee-jerk legislation passed in response to an outrage is at best ill thought out and at worst harmful. Terrorism and anti-Semitism in Australia will not go away by sending a few bits of paper down Don Russell Drive. It requires a whole of government and a whole of society push to not only foil terrorist plots before they occur, but to tackle the causes of terrorism and to close off the pathways that lead people towards extremism. The Prime Minister has arrogantly decreed that with unprecedented haste, these bills will pass through both houses on the same day they were introduced. This arbitrary deadline will lead to this Parliament missing issues in the drafting that would have been spotted through a proper inquiry process. While I hope that this Parliament enacts wise laws tonight, unfortunately, history shows that a lack of scrutiny leads to poorer outcomes. I would urge all senators, all of my colleagues in this place, to conduct themselves deliberately, thoughtfully, and with the interests of the nation and the people we represent in mind. Thank you.
Senator, before I hand the call to Senator Scarr, I believe there's a second reading amendment in your name. Will you seek to move that now?
Yeah, I can move that now, but we'll do the divisions afterwards.
Yes.
Thank you.
So you're moving that amendment in your name? Yes. Great. Thank you. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise in support of this bill and taking on board Senator Payman's comments. I listened very carefully to Senator Payman's speech. I do so because I believe this bill is in the national interest. I sincerely believe there's an imperative that we pass this bill, and I believe there's a great risk. Some people have been talking about the risks in some of these provisions, the risks of the process, etc. I say, consider the risk of us not passing this bill. Consider the risk of us not including these additional offences in the criminal code. Consider the risks of us not strengthening the visa cancellation and refusal processes in the Migration Act. Consider how those risks could be manifested again in the future as they were on the beach at Bondi on 14 December.
Thank you.
And that is a risk we have to all carefully consider. And in doing so, and after great careful consideration, I support this bill. I sincerely believe this bill is in the national interest and in the interest of all Australians. Before giving my detailed comments, I would like to first place on the record my regards and compliments to the staff of the Department of the Attorney General's Department and the Department of Home Affairs. They have been working tirelessly in relation to this legislation and all of the extensive supporting material. So I really do want to acknowledge their efforts because it is only through their efforts that we're in a position this evening to pass this legislation in the national interest. So let me put that on the record. There are a number of points I'd like to make in rebuttal to some of the arguments that have been made from those across the chamber. Firstly, there were a number of speakers on the Labor side who attacked the Coalition's issue with the hate speech law, in particular the proposed racial vilification offence. To them, I say this: the Coalition makes no apology at all for deeply scrutinising that proposed offence. We make no apology at all because that's our job, to defend the balance we achieve in this place, in this Parliament, between, on the one hand, the freedoms of all Australians, which we cherish, and on the other hand, making sure we protect all Australians. So we make no apology for discharging that duty, which is our duty as members of this Parliament. Second, I believe that the Labor Party, the Labor government, should have consulted with the Coalition as soon as possible before the briefing which occurred last Monday evening in relation to the proposed bill. And I think if that consultation had have occurred earlier, I think there would have been better prospects in terms of us landing an agreed position with respect to that particular clause. Thirdly, it isn't just the opposition who has raised concerns with respect to that hate speech offence, that racial vilification offence, which is now out of the bill. It wasn't just the Coalition. It was stakeholders across the Australian community. Thousands of Australians made submissions to the Parliamentary Joint Standing Committee on Intelligence and Security in relation to that offence, raising their concerns. Faith leaders, Christian, Muslim, Buddhist, Sikh, raised concerns in relation to getting that balance right in relation to freedom of religion, and they raised concerns. So don't criticise the Coalition for listening to the Australian people, for listening to stakeholders, including faith leaders, and saying that that clause in particular was too rushed. That's our job, to listen to the Australian people, and we did that. Second point I want to make is in relation to the comments which have been made, in particular by members of the Greens and crossbench, in relation to the prohibited hate group section. Those sections are incredibly important. One, they only apply if there has been criminal conduct or conduct in the nature of criminal conduct. That is an extremely high bar. Second, the Director-General of ASIO has to identify a risk of politically motivated violence or the promotion of communal violence. Again, that is an extremely high bar. Third, there's a disallowance process. Any prohibition has to come before this Parliament and provide an opportunity for all members of this Parliament to raise their concerns and for it to be disallowed if a majority of the elected representatives believe it should be. There are checks and balances in relation to these provisions, appropriate checks and balances, and it only applies and will only apply in the most extreme of situations, in situations where it needs to apply to protect the Australian people. And the last point I make on the prohibited hate groups is this, that there is a link to the provisions in the Migration Act and the ability of the government to strengthen processes and procedures to cancel and refuse visas is dependent upon those provisions being passed in part. So you can't strengthen the provisions under the Migration Act without passing those other provisions. They're mutually complementary. The third point I want to make is This law applies for the benefit of all Australians. All Australians. It applies equally to protect all Australians. Whatever their race, whatever their country of origin, whatever their ethnicity, this law applies equally to everyone. To everyone. And that includes our First Nations people. It includes the descendants of those who came to this country generations ago, and it includes our newest Australians. Our newest Australians. It applies to everyone equally. It doesn't matter what your nationality, whatever your race, whatever your country of origin, you get the benefit of these laws. I want to say something about Islamic State, and there have been references to the ideology which appears to have inspired those responsible for the Bondi massacre. And the reality is that the Islamist extremism that underpins Islamic State is a scourge around the whole world. It's a global phenomenon. And let me give you the list of terrorist acts which have occurred around the world as a result of that extremist Islamist ideology, that underpins Islamic State. There have been terrorist attacks in Iraq, Belgium, Canada, United States, France, Saudi Arabia, Libya, Denmark, Tunisia, Yemen, Turkey, Kuwait, Egypt, Russia, Lebanon, Indonesia, Nigeria, Bangladesh, Kazakhstan, Israel, Malaysia, Jordan, Sweden, Spain, all over the world. And the victims of those terrorist attacks have been people of all races, all ethnicities, and all religions. Those terrorist attacks have targeted churches, synagogues, and mosques. They've targeted Christians, Muslims, Jews, ethnic minorities, all over the world, people of all faith. They've attacked hotels, tourist sites, the Supreme Court in Afghanistan before the Taliban retook Afghanistan, attacking women and girls attending universities and schools, attacking the Save the Children office in Afghanistan, attacking voter registration centres. The extremism which underpins Islamic State is a scourge, and we need the ability to do everything that we can to protect all Australians, regardless of their race, their country of origin, their ethnicity or their religion. All Australians. And this bill achieves that purpose in the national interest. The fourth point I'd like to make is this issue that's been raised about the Migration Act being amended to change the word would to might. And I want to put this in context, and I want to read the particular section. And those listening to this debate, listen to this very carefully and tell me what your views are. This is the character test. So this is from section 501, subsection 6. The character test. For the purpose of this section, a person does not pass the character test, which means there are processes so that their application for a visa is refused or a visa can be cancelled. And one of the subheadings is this: if, in the event the person were allowed to enter or to remain in Australia, there is a risk that the person would engage in criminal conduct, harass, molest, intimidate or stalk another person, vilify, etc., represent a danger to the Australian community. At the moment, that provision says to trigger the character test, the Minister or the Department has to form a view that the person would do those things. Is that the appropriate standard? I don't think so. I don't think if you ask the Australian people whether or not it should be would or might, 100% just about of the Australian people would say it should be might, that we shouldn't take that risk. Why should we take that risk? People come to this country from all over the world because of our values, for safety. And the Greens and others are telling us that we should have to make a positive decision that that person would actually pose a risk instead of might. I think it's plain. We can't afford to take those risks. We're talking about the lives of Australian people, and we saw a manifestation of what happens when people are in this country, whether or not, whatever their origin, when they actually engage in this behaviour. So I think it is reasonable and proportionate that that word would should be changed to might. And if there is a red flag, with respect to someone who is seeking the privilege to come to our country, and if red flags are raised, then there is both a preventative element to our responsibilities to make sure that person doesn't have the opportunity to come to the country if they might have an impact on the lives and security of Australians. And there's also a protective element if a person is in that category and they're currently in our country. Preventative and protective. And I think the amendment which is proposed is reasonable and proportionate, especially, as Senator O'Neill said, in the context of what happened at Bondi, which has brought us all together, 15 innocent people shot dead. So I don't believe these laws will in any way unfairly apply to the vast majority of people who come to our country in good faith, who in many cases bring an appreciation for our freedoms because they're coming from countries where they were denied those freedoms and bring so many things to our country. In fact, these laws will assist to protect those people and all other Australians. So I believe these laws are, in fact, reasonable and proportionate. We shouldn't have to wait. We shouldn't have to wait for someone to commit a crime and to cause harm to Australians before we act. We shouldn't have to wait for that harm to occur before we act. We have to adopt a risk-based approach in relation to immigration and in relation to cancellation and also refusal of visas. I note that the amendments proposed to the Migration Act reflect the Special Envoy to Combat Anti-Semitism's recommendations with respect to change to migration laws. And the Coalition made a promise, a commitment, that we would do everything we could to see those recommendations enforced. And Ms Siegel, in her report, recommended government action to screen visa applicants for anti-Semitic views or affiliations consistent with a risk-based approach. And as I've set out, the amendments to the Migration Act do just that, and also to ensure the Migration Act and associated decision-making and review processes effectively facilitate visa refusals or cancellations for anti-Semitic conduct and rhetoric. And the proposed amendments to the Migration Act do that. The Coalition has engaged in good faith with the government in relation to these changes, and I'm very pleased. I'm very, very pleased that we're in a position this evening that this bill will be passed with the support of the Coalition. That is in our national interest, and that is the interest of protecting the safety of all Australians.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak on combating anti-Semitism, hate and extremism, Criminal and Migration Law Bill 2026. Well, December the 14th, 2025 is a date that forever be etched in the story of our nation. It was the first night of Hanukkah, a festival of light, family and celebration that soon became a night of unspeakable, ISIS-inspired anti-Semitic terror. 15 innocent people murdered and so many more injured simply for being who they were. Now, that sort of targeted violence didn't appear out of nowhere. Anti-Semitism rarely announces itself with sirens. It accumulates, it normalises and it spreads. As Chief Minister of the Great Synagogue, Rabbi Dr. Benjamin Elton said, "It is not just the Jewish community that's in mourning, our entire country is in mourning, and now is time for a national soul-searching. Now more than ever, we need a unity across our nation. What happened at Bondi demands that we confront both the motivation of this violence and the method by which it was carried out. Our bill deals with both. Earlier today, during our firearms bill, we debated the how. This bill, in particular, deals with the why. We know the motivation behind this atrocity was fuelled by hate, with anti-Semitism at its core. For Jewish Australians, that hatred is not abstract. It is lived. Last year's annual report, released by the Executive Council of Australian Jewry, recorded that more than 1,600 anti-Jewish incidents in just a single year. Nazi SWAT stickers painted on the fences of a Sydney synagogue in January 2025. Firebombing of the Adass Israel synagogue in Melbourne in December 2024 while people were inside. An attack ASIO is linked to the Iranian government. A pig's leg thrown into a Jewish business in Sydney in August 2025. And just last night in Melbourne, a group of Jewish teenagers were allegedly abused in a drive-by incident by some vile people yelling "Heil Hitler" out of a ute and almost running one of the boys over. Now, no one, absolutely no one, should have to face any of this. The Executive Council of Australian Jewry Research Director, Julie Nathan, put it perfectly. We are now at a stage where anti-Jewish racism has left the fringes of society and become part of the mainstream, where it is normalised and allowed to fester and spread. That is why this bill matters. We're making sure visas can be refused or cancelled for people who promote hatred, support terrorists or prohibited hate groups, and where a visa is refused on these grounds, permanent re-entry bans will apply unless the decision is overturned. We're introducing a new framework to ban organised hate groups, which allows us to go after these right-wing Nazi organisations. We're increasing the maximum penalties for hate-based threats and violence from 5 to 7 years for base offences and 7 to 10 years for more serious cases. We're making it a serious crime for extremist leaders to use their position of authority to preach violence, up to 12 years imprisonment. We're introducing tougher laws for those who try to radicalise children. We're making racial hatred as an aggravating factor when sentencing federal crimes. And we're strengthening the law against the public display of Nazi symbols and symbols from other prohibited organisations. We know these laws won't erase hatred. We know these will still be those individuals with appalling and vile views. But they will make it harder for that hatred to be organised, harder for that hatred to be spread and recruit. And we're already seeing this in practice. Last week, the neo-Nazi group, the National Socialist Network, or the NSN, one of Australia's most prominent white nationalist organisations, announced that it would fully disband. The disbandment includes its co-projects like White Australia, European Australian Movement and the White Australia Party. We've also seen criticism of this bill from groups like Hizbat ut-Tahrir, who are deemed a terrorist organisation in the UK, Germany, India and many other countries, because these reforms will make it harder for groups like theirs to operate. And just like the National Socialist Network were directly called out last year by the Director General of ASIO, Mike Burgess, for the harm they pose to Australia. If the Nazis are taking a step back because of our stronger laws, you have to ask yourself, why would anyone want to vote against the bill? If radical organisations like Hizbat ut-Tahrir are complaining, that tells us something very important. Why would anyone vote against legislation designed to weaken organised hatred and protect Australians? Now, last year, a childcare centre in southeast Sydney was set on fire and spray painted with vile anti-Semitic graffiti. We've seen synagogues and Jewish schools being armed with security guards. We've seen cars set on fire and shops being vandalised with swastikas in the suburbs. This hasn't just been going on for the last 2 years. We've seen this kind of hate for decades now. Now, personally, I was raised as Catholic. I grew up in a largely Anglo-Celtic community. We never had to face anything like this. But I cannot imagine what it must be like to send your children to school where security guards are part of everyday life. What it must be like to explain to your children why their faith means extra precautions and why other children don't have to think about these things at all. This is a time where we rise above politics, where we come together and act. This is what good governments and oppositions should do. Now, we saw it after Port Arthur, after the Hoddle Street massacre, after the Lindt Cafe siege. The Executive Council of Australia, jury, co-chair, executive, Peter Wertheim, has repeatedly implored the need for new protections and unity. He said, "How much worse do things need to get before we as a nation finally have the courage to tackle the deliberate promotion of anti-Semitic hatred that is the heart of the problem?" Those were his words. Yet even in a moment like this, there are those in this Parliament who would rather play politics and focus on keeping Australians safe. Just last week, on January the 14th, we heard Senator Bridget McKenzie single out Western Sydney as the so-called heart of Islamic extremism on ABC Radio National. She did it again today during our firearms bill debate, saying Western Sydney suburbs are the cause of this shooting event. That's nearly 3 million people. To smear an entire region, to reduce millions of Australians to a stereotype, just think about what that means. I've raised my kids in Western Sydney like many others, and I've raised them there for 15 years. I've still got friends and families and relatives living in that area. I visit my duty electorates of Fowler and Lindsay regularly. Places full of mums, dads, families, everyday Australians. To dismiss all of that with one sweeping label isn't just reckless, it's also lazy. It's lazy language, lazy politics, and even lazier leadership, which only deepens division further. Have a think of what you said. We all need to do better. Senator McKenzie needs to write those words. We need to look instead to the bravery of those who showed us the very best of Australia during the dark period. That's what we need to do. Look at the courage and quick action of police officers, first responders and healthcare workers, and the selfless acts of everyday Australians who step forward to help others in moments of fear and chaos. Just days ago, in Melbourne, a Muslim community leader, Imam Ismet Piradish, and his wife were allegedly hunted on the road in a racially motivated attack. Horribly, 3 strangers shouting racist abuse, throwing rubbish at their car, blocking their path, and forcing them into a service station where his wife was threatened and he was punched in the face. Yet his response wasn't anger or division. He said, "My message for all of us in Australia is just stay together to help each other stay safe and not to allow anyone, doesn't matter his religion or beliefs, to break this peace, security and all the good values we believe in. We must, as Australians, fight against hate, Islamophobia, anti-Semitism. We must stay together. That's the Australia we know. That's the Australia we must stand up for and protect. That is why these reforms matter, to draw a clear line in the sand that hate won't be excused or allowed to grow unchecked." I commend the bill to the Senate.
Senator Whitten, you have the call.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, the People's Parliament has descended into chaos today. We've been called to Canberra for an early sitting to vote on an amended bill that was introduced into the House this morning. This bill is being rammed through Parliament without Australians having a chance to form an opinion on it. It is my job to represent the people of Western Australia, and yet I haven't been given time to read the bill and listen to Australians. This is not democracy. And this isn't just any bill. Laws relating to terrorism in our country couldn't be more important. The first draft of the bill saw Australians given only 48 hours to read and comment on it. Despite this, there were over 7,000 submissions, and that's the ones that got through. Now, the updated bill is being rammed through without any time to scrutinise it. It's okay for others here to say, oh, everything's all right now, trust us. We gutted the old one and nobody is losing any rights and we're all going to be safe and kumbaya. Well, if we'd had some time to review it and consider this properly, we could have been able to have an informed opinion. Now, the cynic inside me is wondering, how do you silence your political opponents? What are you scared of? One Nation has been warning against the rise in anti-Semitism and radical Islam for years. Anti-Semitism has surged in Australia under the Albanese Labor government. This bill does not fix the problem. The gun laws don't fix the problem. This bill is a dog's breakfast and won't stop anti-Semitism. And it won't stop radical Islam. What it will stop is legitimate criticism and nationalism. The bill barely mentions anti-Semitism other than in the title. It is a facade. We know the government already has the powers to stop Nazis and deport them and stop anyone they want coming here, even world-class tennis players or political commentators they don't like, because they have done it. This bill is being rushed through this parliament without proper scrutiny or debate. We've come to expect this from Labor. It seems the least transparent government ever is at it again. It seems there have been a lot of backroom parties and One Nation wasn't invited. And now we will be told we didn't support the bill. Well, the bill is fundamentally dishonest as it diverts attention away from Labor's incompetence. Australia doesn't need new laws. We need a government with the courage to enforce the current laws. As this government has already proven they can't enforce our current laws, we have no confidence in them being able to enforce this bill. Labor's incompetence has led to this mess, and now they are using it as an excuse to rush through a vague bill that doesn't define the very matters it should be addressing. The bill is so vague and rushed that the Australian Jewish Association was urging all members of Parliament to reject the bill. This bill, if passed, represents the greatest restriction on free speech in Australia has ever seen. It will result in drastic and draconian restrictions. Hate speech has always been about preventing discussions and censoring opponents. Banning free speech is not the answer. Banning more of our rights is not the answer. Banning more guns is not the answer. Banning terrorists is the answer. At a time when Islamic terrorism is on the rise, Labor keeps importing more of them. ISIS brides ring any bells? This is what is putting our country in danger. Every Australian needs to push for deportation of the small number of radicalised terrorists that the government have allowed to migrate here. We must stop bringing in any more. The Department of Home Affairs has revealed there are 230 potential terrorists living in Australia. They are taking part in anti-extremism programs. Taxpayer funded, I'm guessing. 1/3 of them are under 18 years old and 40% have primarily ideologically motivated violent extremist ideology. They must be deported. Australia cannot be a home for terrorists. The Labor government is deliberately creating this dangerous situation because it fits their global agenda. This bill fits their globalist agenda. Just one day after the massacre, Labor went to the top drawer of their pet projects and pulled out their censorship and gun laws. The Commonwealth Criminal Code already criminalises the urging or advocating of violence against groups or individuals, threats of violence or property damage, and conduct intended or reckless as to causing serious harm. These provisions have been in the Criminal Code since 2010. They are not new. Nobody has been prosecuted under sections 80.2A to 80.2BE ever. Not once. Prosecutions have been made under state criminal law, but not federal. Now, the penalties are being increased for provisions that have never been used. The constitutionality of this bill is in doubt. It will result in a referral to the High Court. It seems to be the modus operandi of this Labor government. Write a bill that isn't constitutional and ram it through the Parliament, guillotining any debate and silencing dissenting voices. The Australian CDC bill and the environmental reforms bills are examples of this. And now we have the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Bill 2026, split, redrafted and forced through in one day. Australians are being force-fed globalist control. In the House of Representatives today, Labor voted against an amendment to the proposed bill to make the burning of the Australian flag a crime. Who do you people represent? Prime Minister Albanese and the Labor Party have decided to deflect any and all responsibility at a time where people are at the depths of incredible grief and loss. One nation are not going away and vow to expose this government's culpability. Albanese's got to go. And I move the amendment standing in my name as circulated in the chamber.
Senator Whitten, you're not able to move an amendment because one's already moved, but you can foreshadow a second reading amendment, which I understand is what you're doing. Thank you, Senator Whitten. Understood. Senator McKenzie.
Thank you very much, Mr Acting Deputy President. The Parliament is sitting tonight because Australia experienced an act of domestic terrorism on our shores just 1 month ago. This was the worst terrorism event in Australia in our nation's history. This is an event that will forever change our nation. Australians will never feel safe again after two hate-filled Islamist extremists perpetrated a callous attack on Australian Jewish families at Bondi Beach on the 14th of December last year. This attack on Jewish families on our soil is an attack on all Australian families. An horrific event, as such as occurred on December the 14th, calls for a demonstration of unifying leadership from our nation's government. And unfortunately, it's what is likely to be the defining moment of Prime Ministership under Mr Albanese, as he has systematically failed to rise to the occasion yet again. He failed in the immediate aftermath of the attack by refusing to call out Islamic extremism and anti-Semitism in our country, and instead sought to create a political diversion with this attack on 1 million law-abiding firearm owners. Australians have seen through that diversion, whether or not they are law-abiding firearm owners, and unfortunately the Senate, with the Greens and the Labor joining together, has passed that legislation. The Prime Minister initially refused to call a royal commission. He needed Jewish families to be publicly crying and begging him before he could bring himself, Australian legal fraternity, sports stars, community members and the opposition, crossbenchers, calling for a royal commission so that our country could understand how such an abhorrent thing could happen in our corner of the earth that has been such a place of solace for the Jewish community. He refused to call a royal commission in the same way that he refused to act on the growing anti-Semitism post the October 7, 2023 attack on Israel by Hamas, and the slaughter of Israelis, and the spike in anti-Semitism is unparalleled. He instigated under pressure an anti-Semitism envoy who handed him recommendations for action 6 months ago. They are not in place. We've debated in this chamber his inaction ad nauseum for 2.5 years. We've borne witness to the anti-Semitism in our own communities, whether it be Sydney, Brisbane, Melbourne and beyond. And it has fallen on deaf ears with the Greens, and it has fallen on deaf ears with the Labor Party, and it has fallen on deaf ears of this Prime Minister. The real tragedy of the Bondi attack is that the government has had more than 2 years to respond to and take action, and it has failed to do so. There are many things the government could have done to protect our Jewish community, which don't even require legislation in this place. I've sat around a cabinet table, a National Security Committee, an Expenditure Review Committee. You can make decisions in government. You can actually make things happen. This government could have assisted Jewish families in the aftermath of that and assisted them to pay for the armed guards that Australian Jewish children have to attend school with. That didn't require the Senate to come back. That didn't require hate legislation to take practical action to protect Australian children going to school, because right now the Jewish community is paying for armed guards at kindergartens and schools right across this country. That is unacceptable. The government could have called out anti-Semitism and Islamic extremism without on every single occasion drawing this false equivalence with Islamophobia, as if it is somehow equivalent. The data says no. Mosques are not being bombed. Children attending Islamic schools are not being spat on. And our wonderful Muslim community in this country is not being shot as they celebrate Eid. Instead of taking the invitation of the coalition of bipartisanship to come together in the face of this tragedy, on the very next day to sit down as the parties of government to say, despite our philosophical and political differences, how do we address this scourge? And how do we address it in a way that meets community expectations? But instead, this Prime Minister chose to play politics. He could have brought the opposition into his confidence to develop and agree on legislative changes to protect our Jewish community and the wider community. The evidence of this failure has been writ large over the last 5 days. Poorly drafted legislation has been rushed through this parliament, and parliamentarians in both houses of all creeds and colours have made this point. This is a bad way to legislate, and it is a shame for our parliament to behave this way. We don't always agree, but we're in this place because we think Parliament matters and the Australian people's views should matter. And it's our responsibility and job to bring the diversity of views to the table in order to find solutions. We've had poorly drafted legislation rushed through the Parliament, guillotined in the House, guillotined in the Senate. No normal scrutiny, no public advice from impacted stakeholders, community groups, agencies, experts, academics, the legal fraternity, none of that. Last week, the government's legislation was effectively friendless in the community, and that forced the Prime Minister to split the bill. He said previously that couldn't be separated. When the Parliament rises tomorrow, ahead of Thursday's day of mourning, a sad reality is neither of the bills set to pass the Parliament enjoy bipartisan support. As an Australian who has strongly supported and been a close friend of our Jewish community for many years, I am a proud Zionist, and I'm sure the haters will hate on me online as they do every time I say that. It pains me to witness the way this government is trashing the normal process of parliamentary scrutiny in a vain attempt to secure a fleeting political win off the grief of our Jewish community. I want to commend the Leader of the Opposition, Susan Lee, and the Shadow Minister for Home Affairs, Senator Duniam, and the Shadow Minister for Foreign Affairs, Senator Cash, for the good faith way they have conducted negotiations with the government on this bill. It's been a terrible example of legislative process with over 500 pages of documents to do with the legislation, subjected to committee investigation with almost no notice, and critically important stakeholders provided no genuine opportunity to scrutinise the proposed laws. The report of PJSIS, our Intelligence and Security Committee, which I've had the great honour to sit on in the past, had a dissenting report, and the report was tabled far too late to contribute meaningful amendments. This is not the way it's supposed to work. And that is why tonight, in a guillotine debate, instead of sitting till tomorrow so all senators could have their say on this legislation, the bits of the legislation they agree with, outline the pieces that they don't, ask questions of ministers, which communities expectantly expect this chamber to be able to provide, all of that's been guillotined. All of that's been guillotined. And however, given the potential serious implications for freedoms of Australian citizens, national security legislation deserves to pass a very high bar of scrutiny and expert development. And unfortunately, despite the many positive elements of this legislation, the government has not been able to convince my party room, the National Party, that adequate safeguards are in place for the proposed hate crimes. We do want to ban extreme organisations that would seek to do our community harm. We would have liked to have been able to have the opportunity to participate robustly, in a timely way, with expert advice to get to that place. It is for this reason that I will be moving an amendment to the second reading. I will foreshadow an amendment to the second reading debate on this bill to refer this legislation to the scrutiny of the Legal and Constitutional Affairs Legislation Committee of the Senate for inquiry and to report swiftly by the 2nd of March 2026. This public process, unlike the sham PJSIS inquiry that was run, where submissions have not even all been uploaded, and as the bill is passing the House of Representatives. Stakeholders across this country took the time, in the limited time they had, to put in their views. And the public and senators, House of Representatives, haven't even been able to avail themselves of that wisdom being made public in time for votes to be cast. This government makes a mockery of their Bondi response in how they treat this parliament, how they treat the parliamentarians that Australians have sent here to work hard on their behalf. Everything you need to know about this Prime Minister is writ large in the last month. It's all about the politics, still Sydney University student politics, and it's an affront to those killed, the Bondi Islamic terrorist attack. It's an affront and an abuse of power against law-abiding, the million law-abiding firearm owners who are taking the hit because it sounds tough to get tough on gun laws when they're not the issue, because you're too gutless to even put the words Islamic extremism in the bill that's supposed to deal with it. Of course the National Party supports tougher migration laws to get hate preachers off our streets, on a plane and out of our country, to stop the harm of radicalisation. But this Prime Minister has used this opportunity to divide our country, to divide this parliament for his own political advantage. And that says everything about this man. Everything about this man, who we call Prime Minister. Our Senate inquiry will give the Parliament adequate time to properly scrutinise the bill, to call the expert witnesses, to have the debate in public, and will allow us to pass this very, very quickly. I urge senators to do the right thing, to support our push for a Senate inquiry and more time to get this right. Because as you've heard tonight, it's not right. The inquiry could allow community organisations to put forward their views and ultimately recommend any amendments that might be necessary to protect Australia's Jewish community. I will also be moving amendments circulated in my name to the bill, and Senator Canavan will also be moving amendments which have the support of the National Party. These amendments in their totality provide National Party MPs and senators with further confidence that adequate safeguards are in place. In closing my contribution so other members can participate, I reflect the deep disappointment in a Labor Party government who's not able to bring the Parliament a genuinely bipartisan set of legislative proposals that would have done justice to our Parliament, our people and the slain from the Bondi Islamic terrorist attack. Thank you.
Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This bill is being debated in extraordinary circumstances. It comes after the anti-Semitic terrorist attack at Bondi, carried out on the first day of Hanukkah, a deliberate act of targeted hatred that took innocent lives, traumatised survivors, and turned a place of everyday safety into a scene of terror for Jewish Australians and the nation. In recalling Parliament, our first action was to come together through the condolence motion to honour those who were killed and those whose lives were forever changed. Our next responsibility is to act. This bill is about drawing clear lines around what Australia will and will not tolerate. It's about ensuring that those who seek to spread hatred, radicalise others, or exploit positions of authority to encourage violence face consequences that reflect the seriousness of their conduct. This is about protecting Australians. The government originally developed an integrated package of reforms. That was the right approach. Hate does not exist in isolation. Extremism does not respect neat legislative boundaries. Criminal law, migration settings, firearms regulations, and intelligence powers all intersect when it comes to public safety. We govern in the Parliament that Australians elected, faced with the reality that the full package would not pass as one bill. The government made a clear and responsible choice. We split the legislation so the urgent and necessary reforms would not be delayed. This bill represents the part of that original response that deals directly with criminal law and migration powers. It should not be read as a lesser response. It is a serious and substantial set of reforms. This bill changes what happens when the hate moves from rhetoric into real harm. When a person in a position of authority uses their standing to advocate violence or threaten harm against a community, the law now responds with clarity. Influence brings responsibility. Where that responsibility is abused to radicalise or incite violence, the consequences are serious and reflect the risks created. When hatred escalates into threats, intimidation or violence, the law no longer treats those acts as isolated or incidental. Hate crimes are designed to do more than just injure an individual. They are intended to unsettle entire communities. This bill strengthens penalties so the law recognises that broader impact. Where a crime is driven by racial or ethnic hatred, courts are required to take that motivation into account at sentencing. That matters because crimes motivated by hate leave deeper and longer lasting harm, well beyond the moment the offence is committed. The bill also addresses the organised nature of modern extremism. Groups that exist to promote or normalise hate-based violence can now be disrupted before they embed themselves. The new listing framework targets recruitment, funding and coordination, supported by intelligence, advice, legal safeguards and parliamentary oversight. The public display of hate symbols is also dealt with more effectively. These symbols are used to intimidate, to glorify violence and to signal exclusion, including online. The changes in this bill strengthen enforcement in a modern context by persevering or legitimate uses for education, journalism and historical discussion. The bill further strengthens migration settings so that the people who seek to come to Australia to spread hatred or extremism can be refused entry or removed. Australia remains an open and welcoming country, but openness does not require tolerating those who seek to divide or incite harm. Taken together, these measures are not about overreach, they're about protection. They allow earlier intervention, clearer responses and stronger backing for communities who have been targeted by hate. As a Tasmanian, I cannot approach this debate without reflecting on Port Arthur. That tragedy changed our country. What followed was not perfect, but it was decisive. Across political parties and across jurisdictions, Australians chose safety over hesitation. That moment was defined by unity. We have again been confronted with a moment that demands the same resolve. Most people in this place understand that. Many have acted in good faith, but there has also been division. History remembers whether parliaments rose to the occasion. This bill does not do everything. No single piece of legislation ever does. But it does something important. It moves the law forward. It responds to a real threat. The Jewish community have asked this parliament to act. This government has listened. Where consensus was possible, we have sought it. Where delay would have left Australians less safe, we have chosen progress. I commend this bill wholeheartedly to the Senate.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism, Criminal and Migrations Laws Bill 2026. And I want to start by again remembering that we are here today because 15 people were murdered in a terrorist attack targeting the Jewish community in Bondi, the largest terrorist attack to happen on our shores. It was an attack designed to inspire fear and divide us. Jewish Australians, including here in the ACT, who were already concerned for their safety, are now even more afraid. Parents have been left worrying about the safety of their children. Synagogues, schools and community centres, already needing constant security, have had to further upgrade protective measures, an unacceptable situation for any community in Australia. We hoped such an attack would never happen on our shores, but it has, and we must respond with compassion and with unity. And more than a right, it is the responsibility of our elected government to bring forward legislation and policy to respond to events such as these. It is what the community expects. However, it's also the responsibility of this Senate to review the government's bills, and particularly in a way that opens up scrutiny to the Australian people, so that experts and the communities we represent can have their say and contribute to the laws that govern this land. And that hasn't happened adequately in this instance. It's been farcical. We still have 9 non-government senators on the speaking list to speak to an incredibly important, consequential bill that will likely not get the opportunity. Crossbenchers only received this bill in this iteration at 10 o'clock this morning, a mere 12 hours before being expected to vote on it. I too called for Parliament to resume early so we could actually start this process and commence scrutiny. not to hastily legislate something in a single day, for the Senate in an afternoon and an evening. We should have done the condolence motion, introduced these bills, started the debate, then referred them to a Senate inquiry for more scrutiny and the time to properly consider, develop and negotiate amendments in good faith before voting in February or March. The crossbench, including the Greens, were not able to participate in the PJ-CIS committee inquiry, an inquiry that held 2 half-day hearings, only allowed 3 days for public submissions on the exposure draft legislation, which was already being changed less than a week after it was released. At the last election, 1/3 of Australians gave their first preference to someone other than a major party. And despite that representation, not a single crossbencher was allowed to ask questions of officials, experts and other witnesses at the inquiry about how these laws are expected to operate. This bill is extremely consequential and potentially has big implications for people's freedoms to speak, to dissent and potentially to protest. It has implications for the kind of protections vulnerable and persecuted groups are afforded and ensuring they apply equally to everyone. Rushing this process undermines trust in the government and in our political institutions. It undermines trust in this Senate, which should not act as a rubber stamp and should not conduct its business without debate. Giving people a chance to be heard, coming together to work out what we can agree on, and getting better at disagreeing well is so important when it comes to rebuilding social unity. We should be soberly considering changes to our national laws out of respect for the people who have sent us here to represent them. We have a crisis of trust in political institutions, and the way this bill has been brought here today makes that worse. In moments such as these, where we are called to act together to improve community safety, good parliamentary process should not be seen as a barrier to good policy, but as an enabler. In moments, we have to listen to what the communities who sent us here are saying, and I fear that has not happened. My commitment to people of the ACT is to consider all bills in good faith and on their merits, and also to consult widely with experts in the community before I cast my vote on their behalf. And this is a responsibility I take very seriously. In the time I've had available to me, I've done my best to do that. Yesterday I held 3 roundtable discussions about the firearm measures and on the exposure draft of this bill, which included experts and members of the ACT community. This included leaders and a range of representatives from the ACT's Jewish community, leaders and representatives from the Muslim community, the Indian community, the Chinese community, the Canberra Palestinian community, the South Sudanese community. It also included faith leaders, experts in civil liberties and human rights, women's safety organisations and campaigners for LGBTI rights. I also had the benefit of hearing from the ACT's Human Rights Commissioner. While it's true to say not everyone feels the same way about this bill, everyone was united in saying that the government should slow down and take the time to properly consult on the merits, impacts and risks of this bill. This was also reflected in a survey I conducted over the weekend of Canberrans. Across about 1,000 responses, 75% of Canberrans told me that they had serious concerns with the exposure draft of the bill and they thought it should be subject to greater scrutiny before it passed. Canberrans have told me that if we're going to pursue these laws, then they need to be broad and protect those in our community who are regularly the targets of hatred. This includes Jewish Australians, Muslim Australians, First Nations people, people with disability, the LGBTI community, and all of our culturally and religiously diverse communities. 94% of people who took my survey said that this was a priority for them. They wanted equality under the law. A huge number of Canberrans, again 94%, told me that it was very important to avoid substantial restrictions on freedom of expression, including the right to protest. This is a challenging balance to get right, which makes it so important that we take the time to consult properly and carefully consider the drafting. Other concerns raised include the religious text exemption, and with the visa changes and with the listing of hate groups, both of which lack due process provisions, among other concerns. I want to take a moment to talk about the feedback I've received from the Jewish community in Canberra over the past month. Obviously, the Jewish community is not a monolith. Like any community in Australia, there are a range of views. There are many who feel that these laws are urgent to curb anti-Semitism now, who told me in the wake of Bondi that they felt isolated, alone, desperately worried for the safety of their community. Desperately sad, but not entirely surprised that years of growing anti-Semitism culminated in this most hateful attack. They are calling for immediate measures to better protect them. This legislation, but also concrete measures like security upgrades and longer-term initiatives like better education. There are others in the Jewish community who worry this bill may make anti-Semitism worse. I recently received a letter from 14 members of the Jewish community here in the ACT, and I thought rather than paraphrase, I would read part of it directly to the Senate. Our purpose in writing is not to minimise anti-Semitism or deny its reality. Anti-Semitism is real, it is dangerous, and it must be confronted seriously. But we are deeply troubled by the way Jewish identity and Jewish fear are being invoked to justify a legislative package that may reach far beyond the prevention of violence or intimidation and into the regulation of political speech, protest, and association. We have specific concerns about the substance of the bill, including lowered intent thresholds for speech offences, expanded executive powers, and the provisions that risk criminalising legitimate protest against the Israeli state and its conduct in Gaza. As Jews, we are particularly alive to the deep risks inherent in increasing the powers of the state to police language, behaviour, and association, powers which have historically been used against our parents and grandparents. We ask that you consider our views as Jewish constituents in the ACT. From our perspective, opposition to Israel's actions does not in itself amount to anti-Semitism, and we do not want our identity to be invoked as a justification for laws that risk weakening democratic freedoms for everyone. We need to be able to recognise and respond to the rise in anti-Semitism in Australia. We need to acknowledge the terrorist attack in Bondi was a repulsive act of anti-Semitism that targeted the Jewish community, and that Jewish members of our community have been subject to the most vile and appalling treatment, from being spat on to having places of worship firebombed. I believe we can do that at the same time as we recognise the hurt and ongoing hatred and discrimination experienced by so many other people in our community as well. The Bosnian Imam Ismet Perdik and his wife attacked in Melbourne. Here in Canberra, Deputy Chair of the Canberra Multicultural Community Forum, Diana Rahman, attacked in the street while wearing her hijab. Auntie Violet, who told my roundtable about her non-Wall people, called all manner of vile, racist terms, subject to online abuse, discriminated against institutionally, not to mention our appalling nationwide record on closing the gap and deaths in custody. These are just a few examples, by no means comprehensive, but illustrative of why protections need to apply broadly and more needs to be done beyond a rushed and flawed bill. Fundamentally, we can't legislate our way out of hate. Hate speech laws, anti-vilification laws have a place, but alone they will not solve the undercurrent of racism, extremism, and violence in our society. This bill treats the symptoms, it is not the cure. And I feel we do a disservice to the Australian community to not take the time to consider, as legislators, representatives, the drivers of all forms of racism, discrimination and violence in this country that contribute to so many people feeling unsafe in our neighbourhoods, feeling like they are guests in their own country. As a start, the government could actually respond to the Australian Human Rights Commission's National Anti-Racism Framework, which presented 63 recommendations back in 2024 now on how to start to address this issue more comprehensively. We've heard nothing from the government about that, not even a response. I cannot in good faith support this bill today. From the 12 hours I've had this bill, I cannot confidently say that the benefits outweigh the risks. I cannot confidently say that this bill strikes the right balance between stopping hate speech while preserving a person's right to express themselves freely and to protest. I will try to move amendments that I think go some way to improving the bill, but I still feel overwhelmingly that more time should be taken to study its merits and its impacts. I'll also move an amendment that broadens the protections to capture other people who experience racism and violence every day, including to people with disability, LGBTI Australians, religious communities and our culturally diverse communities. I'll move another amendment to clarify that criticising the policies, actions or institutions of a foreign state alone cannot be taken as hate speech for the purposes of these laws. Protest and the right of people to criticise our government and foreign governments is not hate speech, and my amendment will make that clear. I'm also putting forward an independent review of these laws to commence in 2 years, so there is at least an opportunity for someone to review these laws properly. Finally, I'll be moving an amendment to remove the mandatory minimum sentences for the hate speech laws, which were shamefully passed last year. There is no evidence that they work, and it is actually against the Labor Party's platform to support mandatory minimum sentences. They are antithetical to a good justice system. They make justice less transparent and less fair, and they should never have passed this place last year. It is a great shame on the Senate that in 2025 we introduced mandatory minimum sentences in Australia. I thank those of my independent Senate colleagues who have agreed to co-sponsor these amendments, and I hope other senators can see fit to vote for them on their merits as well.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Collins.
Thank you, Madam President. The Combating Anti-Semitism, Hate and Extremism Criminal and Migration Laws Bill 2026 is the first of many steps the Coalition is taking to make sure that the national tragedy at Bondi never happens again. Now, let's get the facts straight. The intent of this bill is to designate and disrupt extremist ideological organisations that are radicalising Australian people to commit terror on our land. And it will increase border control by deporting or refusing visas to people posing extreme risk to our national security. In short, this bill is a response to the worst terror attack on Australian soil, an attack driven by extremist ideology that is fixated on the violent destruction of a group of people in Australia that have done nothing but exist and contribute to Australia in a peaceful way. We are here because the Labor government's approach to combating anti-Semitism has been woeful.
Thank you, Senator Collins. The time has expired. Pursuant to the order agreed yesterday, time allotted for debate on this bill has expired. I will now put the questions before the chair and then put the questions on the remaining stages of the bill. I will deal first with the second reading amendments, starting with the amendment moved by Senator Payman on behalf of Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Thorpe and Tyrrell. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3612, Senator McKim.
President, on behalf of the Australian Greens, I request that Part A be put separately to Part B, and I can confirm that we will be voting differently on those two parts.
Thank you. So that the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. I'll just confer with the clerk. My intention is to put A first, so the question is that Part A of that amendment be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. The Greens have requested that the amendment be split, so we are dealing with part A. So those of that opinion will move to the right, and the ayes shall move to the right and the noes shall move to the left. So I appoint Senator Pocock on behalf of the ayes and Senator Grogan on behalf of the noes. Order. There being 16 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I now intend to put part B of the amendment on sheet 3612, that be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. I'm only ringing the bells for 1 minute for this amendment and any future divisions which may be required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. I'm just what? Oh, we did it last time. Lock the doors. So the question is that Part B of the amendment on sheet 3612 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. Order. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 6 ayes and 52 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. An identical second reading amendment has been circulated by the Nationals and by Pauline Hanson's One Nation. I will only put the question once in respect of that amendment. The question is that the amendments on sheets 3621 and 3625 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3621 and 3625 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Senator Pocock, I did appoint you, but I do appreciate it's not your amendment. I'm happy to... Okay. Order. There being 12 ayes and 49 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the bill be now read a second time. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. Senator McKim, I have called you to be the teller. Order. There being 39 ayes and 18 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
I will now deal with the Committee of the Whole amendments, starting with the amendment circulated by the opposition. The question is that the amendment on sheet 3617 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3617 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Roberts as teller for the ayes and... Oh, sorry, Senator Askew, I didn't see you. Beg your pardon, Senator Roberts. My apologies, Senator Askew. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 26 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senator Mackenzie on behalf of the Nationals. The question is that amendments on sheet 3613 and 3616 be agreed to. Those of Senator Faruqi.
(3613) and 3616.
Sure. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3613 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3613 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Goodell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Way to go. Order. There being 9 ayes and 49 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the second part of that amendment on sheet 3616. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I'm going to put that again. I only heard one voice. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3616 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3616 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 21 ayes and 42 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman, Thorpe and Tyrrell. As the amendments on sheet 3626 were not circulated within the required timeframe, they can only be considered by leave. Is a senator seeking leave? Senator Pocock.
And I seek leave for amendments on sheet 3626 to be considered.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3626 be agreed to. Senator Bell.
President, I ask that the amendments on 3583 be put separately as we intend to vote differently on that to the others.
3583?
83, yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll put that one now. So the question is that the amendment on sheet 3583 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. What is it? 3, 6, 10. 3, 6, 1, 5. Thank you. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3583 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 46 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now deal with the remainder of those amendments, which is 3610, 3615 and 3626. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that amendments on sheet 3610, 3615, 3626 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 17 ayes and 42 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with amendments circulated by Senators David Pocock, Lambie, Payman and Tyrrell. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3587 be agreed to. Those with that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the amendments on sheet 3587 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator David Pocock as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 13 ayes and 50 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments circulated by Australia's Voice. The question is that items 3, 6 and 9 in Schedule 2 stand as printed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. The noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that items 3, 6 and 9 in Schedule 2 stand as printed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator Payman as teller for the noes. Order. There being 44 ayes and 13 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Tyrrell. The question is that amendment on sheet 3604 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. I will now deal with the amendment circulated by Senator Canavan. The question is that amendments on sheet 3622 and 3624 be agreed to. Senator McKim is seeking the call.
Thank you, President. I think Senator Faruqi was going to make the same request, which is that the two sheets be put separately to facilitate a different vote from the Australian Greens.
Thank you, Senator McKim. I will put the amendments on sheet 3622. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that amendments on sheet 3622 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Canavan, or Senator Cadell, as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 46 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I will now deal with the amendments on sheet 3624. So the question is that the amendments 3624 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I'm going to put that again. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3624 be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3624 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Cadell as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 22 ayes and 36 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. Senators, earlier Senator Thorpe moved amendments on sheet 3588 and 3590. Is there a senator seeking leave to move these amendments? No, I'm moving on. The question now is... Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. On behalf of Senator Thorpe, I would like to move the amendments you've mentioned. Don't have the numbers.
You have to seek leave first.
I seek leave to move the motions on behalf of Senator Thorpe.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Payman. So the question is that the amendments on sheet 3588 and 3590, standing in the name of Senator Thorpe, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the amendments as circulated by Senator Thorpe and moved by Senator Payman 3588 and 3590 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Payman as teller for the ayes and Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. Order. There being 12 ayes and 43 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? No. I believe the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that the remaining stages of the bill be agreed to and the bill be now passed. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Grogan as teller for the ayes and Senator McKim as teller for the noes. You need name plates, name badges. Order. There being 38 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Bill for an Act to amend legislation relating to criminal and migration laws and for related purposes.
Senators, that concludes consideration of the bill. I call the Minister.
Thank you, President. I move that the Senate now do adjourn.
Thank you and good night, Senators.